Terminal Compromise, Part 2 by Winn Schwartau. Chapter 14, Sunday, November 29. Columbia University, New York. The New York City Times had put the story on the 7th page. In contrast, the New York Post, in Murdoch's infinite wisdom, had put pictures of the dead and dying on the front page. With the McDonald's window prominent, Ahmed Shah reacted with pure intellectual detachment to the debacle on 7th Avenue and 42nd Street. Jessup was a martyr, as much of one as those who had sacrificed their lives in the Great War against Iraq. He had to make a report. From his home in the Spanish Harlem district of the Upper West Side of Manhattan, 3 blocks from his Columbia University office, he wheeled over to his computer that was always on. CD Protalk Quaish. Protalk. He dialed a local New York number that was stored in the Protalk communications program. He had it set for 7 bits, no parity, no stop bits. Dealing. The local phone number he dialed answered automatically and redialed another number, and then that one dialed yet another number before a message was relayed back to Ahmed Shah. He was accustomed to the delay. While waiting, he lit up a Marlboro. It was the only American cigarette that came close to the vile taste of Turkish camel shit cigarettes that he had smoked before coming to the United States. A few seconds later, the screen came to life and displayed password. Ahmed entered his password and his PRG response. Crypt key. He chose a random crypt key that would be used to guarantee the privacy of his conversations. Transmission encoded. Dat told Ahmed to begin his message and that someone would be there to answer. Good morning. I have some news. We have a slight problem, but nothing serious. Problem? Please explain. One of the readers is gone. How? Captured? No, the Americans aren't that smart. He died in a car crash. Will this hurt use? No. In New York we have another 11 readers, but we have lost 1 vehicle. The police must have it. That is not good. Wedge. Way hundredus. A martyr. Can the police find anything? He had false identification. They will learn nothing. Be sure they don't. Destroyed the car. They can learn nothing. Why? It is too early for them to find out about use. How long has it been? I read about it today. The crash was yesterday. Do any of the holders now? It would not matter if they did. They are loyal. The papers said nothing of the van. They cared only about the Americans who died eating their breakfasts. Good. Remove all evidence. Rebellious him. It will be done. Evelus. Connection terminated. Monday, November 30, New York City. The fire at the New York City Police Impound on 22nd Street and the Hudson River was not newsworthy. It caused, however, a deluge of paperwork for the sergeant whose job it was to guard the confiscated vehicles. Most of those cars damaged in the firestorm had been towed for parking infractions. It would cost the city tens of thousands of dollars, but not at least for 3 or 4 months. The city would take as long as possible to accept the claims. Joseph Mombala's vehicle was completely destroyed, as per Hamosoto's order. The explosion that had caused the fire was identified as coming from his van, but little importance was placed with that obscure fact. Ben Shellhorn noticed, though, wasn't that the van that Scott Mason had shown such interest in yesterday? A car bombing, even if on police property, was not a particularly interesting story, at least in New York. But Ben wanted the drink that Scott had promised. Maybe he could parlay it into 2. Scott, remember that van? Ben called Scott on the internal office phones. Yeah, what about it? It's gone. What do you mean gone? Somebody blew it up. Took half the cars in the impound with it. Sounds like Cimex. Just thought you might care. You were pretty hot about seeing it. Scott enjoyed Ben's nonchalance. He decided to play it cool. Yeah, thanks for the call. Looks like another lead down the tubes. Know what you mean. Scott called Tyrone at his office. 4543. Duncan answered obliquely. Just an anonymous call. Scott didn't disguise his voice. The message would be obvious. So? A certain van in a certain police impound was just blown up. Seemed Le Plastique was involved. Thought you might want to know. Thanks. The phone went dead. Within 30 minutes, 6 FBI agents arrived at the police impound station. It looked like a war zone. Vehicles were strewn about. Many the victim of fire, many with substantial pieces missing. With the signature of the New York District Chief on appropriate forms, the FBI took possession of one Ford Econoline van, or what was left of it. The New York police were just as glad to be rid of it. It was one less mess they had to worry about. Fine, take it. It's yours. Just make sure that the paperwork covers our asses. Good, that seems to do it. Now get out. Frigging feds. Tyrone Duncan took an evening Trump shuttle down to Washington's National Airport. The 7:30 flight was dubbed the Federal Express by the stewardesses because it was primarily congressmen, diplomats, and other Washington denizens who took this flight. They wanted to get to D.C. before the cocktail parties began and found the 2-drink flight an excellent means to tune up. Duncan was met out in front by a driver who held up a sign that read, Burnson. He got into the car in silence and was driven to a residence on P Street, off Wisconsin in Georgetown. The brick townhouse looked like every other million-dollar home in the affluent Washington bedroom community. But this one was special. It not only served as a home away from home for Bob Burnson when he worked late, but it was also a common, neutral meeting place far from prying eyes and ears. This night was one such case. An older, matronly lady answered the door. "May I help you?" She went through the formality for the few accidental tourists who rang the bell. "I'm here to see Mr. Merriweather. He's expecting me." Merriweather was the nom de guerre of Bob Burnson, at least at this location. Duncan was ushered into the elegant old sitting room, where the butleress closed the door behind him. He double-checked that she was gone and walked over to the fireplace. The marble facade was worn in places, from overuse he assumed, but nonetheless, traces of its 19th century elegance remained. He looked up at the large, full-length, standing portrait of a somber, formal man dressed in a 3-piece suit. Undoubtedly, this vain portrait was his only remaining legacy, whoever he was. Tyrone pressed a small button built into the side of the picture frame. An adjoining bookcase slipped back into the wall, exposing a dark entry. Duncan squeezed his bulk through the narrow wedge provided by the open bookcase. The blank wall behind him closed, and the lights in the room he entered slowly brightened. 3 people were seated at an oversized table with black, modern executive chairs around it. The room was large, too large to fit behind the 18-foot width of a Georgetown brownstone. The adjacent building must be Anersat's cover for the privacy that this domicile required. The room was simple but formal. Stark white walls and their nondescript modern paintings were illuminated by recessed lights. The black trimwork was the only accent that the frugal decorator permitted. His old friend and superior Bob Burnson was seated in the middle. The other 2 men were civil servants in their mid-40s, as near as Duncan could determine. Both wore government-issue blue suits, white shirts, and diagonally striped maroon ties. Their hair was regulation above the ears, immaculately kept. Reminded Duncan of the junior clerks on Wall Street. They could only afford suits from the discount racks, but still tried to make a decent impression. The attempt usually failed, but G-men stuck to the tradition of poor dress. He had never seen either of the men that flanked Burnson, which wasn't unusual. He was a New Yorker who carefully avoided the cacophony of Washington politics. He played the political game once nearly 30 years ago to secure his position, but he had studiously avoided it since. Thanks for making it on such short notice, Burnson's solicitous lie greeted Duncan. He did it for the benefit of the others present. Yes, sir. Glad to help. Duncan groaned through the lie. He had been ordered to this command performance. This is, Burnson gestured to his right, Martin Templar, our CIA liaison, and, pointing to his left, Charlie Sorensen, assisted DRNSA from the fort. They all shook hands perfunctorily. Care for a drink? Burnson asked. We're not on government time. Duncan looked and saw they were all drinking something other than Coke. The bar behind him showed recent use. Absolute on the rocks, if you have it. It was Duncan's first time to P Street, as this well-disguised location was called. Burnson rose and poured the vodka over perfectly formed ice cubes. He handed the drink to Duncan and indicated he should take a seat. They exchanged pleasantries, and Duncan spoke of the improvement in the Northeast Corridor shuttle service. The flight was almost on time. Enough of the niceties. We don't want to hold you up more than necessary, but since you were here in town, we thought we could discuss a couple of matters. Burnson was the only one to speak. The others watched Duncan too closely for his taste. What a whitewash. He was called down here pronto. Since I'm here, my ass. No problem, sir. He carried the charade forward. We need to know more about your report, this morning's report. Sorensen, the NSA man, spoke. It was most intriguing. Can you fill us in? He sipped his drink while maintaining eye contact with Duncan. Well, there's not much to say beyond what I put in. Suspicion was evident in Duncan's voice. I think that it's a real possibility that there is a group who may be using highly advanced computer equipment as weapons, or at least surveillance tools. A massive operation is suspected. I think I explained that in my report. You did, Tyrone, Bob agreed. It's just that there may be additional considerations that you're not aware of. Things I wasn't even aware of. Charlie, can you elaborate? Bob looked at the NSA man in deference. Thanks, Bob. Be glad to. Charlie Sorensen was a seasoned spook. His casual manner was definitely practiced. Basically, we're following up on the matter of the van you reported and the alleged equipment it held. He scanned the folder in front of him. It says here, he perused, that you discovered that individuals have learned how to read computer signals, unbeknownst to the computer users. He looked up at Duncan for a confirmation. Tyrone felt slightly uncomfortable. Is that right? Yes, sir, Duncan replied. From the information we've received, it appears that a group has the ability to detect computer radio tie-in from great distances. This technique allows someone to compromise computer privacy. We know what it is, Mr. Duncan. The NSA man cut him off abruptly. Duncan looked at Burnson, who avoided his stare. What we want to know is, how do you know? How do you know what CMR radiation is? There was no smile or sense of warmth from the Inquisitor, not that there had been since the unpropitious beginning of this evening. CMR? Tyrone wasn't familiar with the term. Coherent monitor radiation. What do you know? There was a van that crashed in New York a couple of days ago. Duncan was not sure what direction this conversation was going to take. I have reason to believe it contained computer equipment that was capable of reading computer screens from a distance. What cases are you working on that relate to this? Again, the NSA man sounded like he was prosecuting a case in court. I have been working on the blackmail case, Duncan said. Now I'm the agency liaison with ECCO and CERT, looking into the internet problems. The two G-men looked at each other. Templar from the CIA shrugged at Sorensen. Burnson was ignored. Are you aware that you are working in an area of extreme national security? Sorensen pointedly asked Duncan. Tyrone Duncan thought for a few seconds before responding. I would imagine that if computers can be read from a distance, then there is a potential national security issue. But I can assure you it was brought to my attention through other means. Duncan tried to sound confident of his position. Mr. Duncan, Sorensen began. I will tell you something, and I will only tell you because you have been pre-cleared." He waited for a reaction, but Duncan did not give him the satisfaction of a sublimation. "Cleared my ass. Fucking spooks." Duncan had the common sense to censor himself effectively. CMR radiation, as it is called, is a major threat facing our computers today. Do you know what that means? Sorensen was being solicitous. Tyrone had to play along. "From what I gather, it means that our computers are not safe from eavesdropping. Anyone can listen in." Tyrone spoke coldly. Other than Bob, he was not with friends. "Let me put it succinctly," Sorensen said. "CMR radiation has been classified for several years. We don't even admit that it exists. If we did, there could be panic. As far as we are concerned with the public, CMR radiation is a figment of an inventive imagination. Do you follow?" "Yes," Duncan agreed. "But why?" "It doesn't seem to be much of a secret to too many people." That poses two questions. Have you ever heard of the Tempest program? Tempest? No. What is it? Duncan searched his mind. Tempest is a classified program managed by the Department of Defense and administered by the National Security Agency. It has been in place for years. The premise is that computers radiate information that our enemies can pick up with sophisticated equipment. Computers broadcast signals that tell what they're doing. And they do it in two ways. First, they radiate like the radio station. Anyone can pick it up. This statement confirmed what Scott had been saying. And computers broadcast their signals down the power lines. If someone tried, they could listen to our AC lines and essentially know what the computer was doing. Read classified information. I'm sure you see the problem. Sorensen was trying to be friendly, but he failed the geniality test. Duncan nodded in understanding. "We are concerned because the Tempest program is classified, and more importantly, the agency has been using CMR for years." "What for?" "The NSA is chartered as the ears and eyes of the intelligence community. We listen to other people for a living." "You mean you spy on computers too? Spying on civilians, isn't that illegal?" Tyrone remembered back when FBI and CIA abuses had totally gotten out of hand. "The courts have determined that eavesdropping in on cellular phone conversations is not an invasion of privacy. We take the same position on CMR." Sorensen wanted to close the issue quickly. Duncan carefully prepared his answer amidst the outrage he was feeling. He sensed an arrogant big brother attitude at work. He hated the "my shit doesn't stink" attitude of the NSA. All in the name of national security. Until a couple of days ago, I would have thought this was pure science fiction. It isn't, Mr. Duncan. Tempest is a front line of defense to protect American secrets. We need to know what else there is, what you haven't put in your reports. The NSA man pressed. Duncan looked at Bob, who had long ago ceased to control the conversation. He got no signs of support. In fact, it was almost the opposite. He felt alone. He had had little contact with the agency in his 30 years of service, and when there was contact, it was relegated to briefings, policy shifts, pretty bureaucratic stuff. As I said, it's all in the report. When there's more, I'll submit it. Duncan maintained his composure. "Mr. Duncan, I don't think that will do." Martin Templer spoke up again. "We have been asked to assist the NSA in the matter." Whoa, wait a second. Duncan's legal training had not been for naught. He knew a thing or two about federal charters and task designations. "The NSA is just a listening post. Your guys do the international spook stuff, and we do the domestic legwork." "Since when is the fort into investigations?" "Ty, they're right." The uneasiness in Bob's voice was prominent. The protection of classified information is their responsibility. A group was created to report on computer security problems that might have an effect on national security. On that committee is the director of the NSA. In essence, they have control. Straight from 1600, it's out of our hands. Tyrone was never the technical type, and definitely not the politician. Besides, There was no way any one human being could keep up with the plethora of regulations and rule changes that poured out of the three branches of government. Are you telling me that the NSA can swoop down on our turf and take the cases they want when they want? Duncan hoped he had heard wrong. Mr. Duncan, I think you may be under a mistaken impression here. Sorensen sipped his drink and turned in the swivel chair. We don't want anything to do with your current cases, especially the alleged blackmail operation in place. That is certainly within the domain of the FBI. No, all we want is the van. The NSA man realized he may have come on a little strong and Duncan had misunderstood. This should clear everything up nicely. Tyrone decided to extricate himself from any further involvement with these guys. He would offer what he knew selectively. Take the van, it's yours, or what's left of it. Who else knows about CMR? How it works? Sorensen wanted more than the van. Duncan didn't answer. An arrogance, a defiance came over him that Bob Burnson saw immediately. Tell them where you found out, Ty. He saw Duncan's negative facial reaction. That's an order. How could he minimize the importance of Scott's contribution to his understanding of CMR radiation? How could he rationalize their relationship, he thought, and then realized it might not matter. Scott had said he already had his story, and no one had done anything wrong. Actually, they had only had a casual conversation on a train, as commuter buddies. What was the harm? It really exposed him more than Scott if anything came of it. From an engineer friend of mine. He told me about how it worked. The reactions from the CIA and NSA G-men were poorly concealed astonishment. Both made rapid notes. Where does he work? For a defense contractor? No, he's also a reporter. A reporter? Sorensen gasped. For what paper? He breathlessly prayed that it was a local high school journal, but his gut told him otherwise. The New York City Times, Duncan said, confident that Scott could handle himself and that the First Amendment would help if all else failed. Thank you very much, Mr. Duncan. Sorensen rapidly rose from his chair. You've been most helpful. Have a good flight back. Tuesday, December 1, New York City. The morning commute into the city was agonizingly long for Scott Mason. He nearly ran the 5 blocks from Grand Central Station to the paper's offices off Times Square. The elevator wait was interminable. He dashed into the city room, bypassing his desk, and ran directly toward editor Doug McGuire's desk. Doug saw him coming and was ready. Don't stop here. We're headed up to Higgins. Doug tried to deflect the verbal onslaught from Scott. What the hell is going on here, Doug? I work on a great story, you said you loved it, and then I finally get the missing piece, and then this. He pushed the morning paper in Doug's face. Where the fuck is my story? And don't give me any of this. We didn't have the room shit. You yourself thought we were on to something bigger. Doug ignored Scott as best he could, but on the elevator to the 9th floor, Scott was still in his face. Doug, I am not a pimple-faced cub reporter. I never was. That's why you hired me. You've always been straight with me. Scott trailed behind Doug as they walked down the hallway to Higgins' office. He was still calling Doug every name in the book as they entered the room. Higgins sat behind his desk, no tie, totally un-Higgins-like. Scott shot out another nasty remark. Hey, you look like shit. Thanks to you, the bedraggled Higgins replied. What? You two? I need this today. Scott's anger displayed concern as well. Sit down. We got troubles. Higgins could be forceful when necessary. Apparently, he felt this was an appropriate time to use his drill sergeant voice. It startled Scott, so he sat on the edge of his seat. He wasn't through dishing out what he thought about having a story pulled this way. Higgins waited for nearly half a minute. Let some calm normalcy return before he started. Scott, I pulled a story. Doug didn't. And if it makes you feel any better, we've both been here all night. And we've had outside counsel lose sleep too. Congratulations. Scott was confused. Congratulations? What are you? Hear me out. In my 14 years at this paper, this is the first time I've ever had a call from the Attorney General's office telling me, ordering me, that we had better not run a story. I'm as confused as you. Higgins's sincerity was real, tired but real. Scott suddenly felt a twinge of guilt, but not enough to remove the anger he still felt. Whatever happened to the First Amendment? Irate confusion was written all over his face. Hear me out before you pull the switch. Higgins sounded very tired. About 10:30 last night, I got a call from the print chief. He said that the NYPD was at the plant with a restraining order that we not print a story you had written. What should they do? He asked. Needless to say, I had to come down, so I told him, hold the presses for a half hour. I called Ms. Manchester and she met me here just after 11. The officer had court orders from Washington signed by the Attorney General personally, informing us that if we published certain information allegedly written by you, the paper could be found in violation of some bullshit national security laws they made up on the spot. I called Doug, who was pleased to hear from me at midnight, I can assure you, and he agreed. Pull it. Whatever was going on, the story was so strong that we can always print it in a few days once we sorted it out. We had no choice. But now we need to know what is going on. Higgins was clearly exhausted. Scott was at a loss for words. Dunno. What did the court order say? That the paper will is their word, refrain from printing anything with regards to CMR, and CMR was all over your article. Nobody here knew much about it, other than what was in the article, and we couldn't reach you, so we figured that we might save ourselves a bushel of trouble by waiting. Just a day, or two, he quickly added. How the hell did they find out? Scott's mind immediately blamed Tyrone. He had been betrayed. Used. God damn it. He knew better than to trust a Fed. Shit, Tyrone must have gone upstairs and told his cronies that I was onto a story and, well, one thing led to another. But geez, the Attorney General's office. Scott, what is going on here? Higgins asked. But Doug wanted to know as well. It looks like you've got a tiger by the tail, and the tiger is in Washington. Seems like you've pissed off some important people. We need to know the whole bit. What are you on to? It's all in the story, Scott said, emotionally drained, before 9 a.m. Whatever I know is there. It's all been confirmed. Doug saw the notes. Doug nodded. Yes, the reporting was as accurate as is expected in such cases. Well, Higgins continued, it seems that our friends in Washington don't want any of this printed for their own reasons. Is any of this classified, Scott? If it is, I don't know it, Scott lamely explained. He felt up against an invisible wall. I got my confirmations from a couple of engineers and a hacker type who is up on computer security stuff. This stuff is chicken feed compared to SDI and the stealth bomber. So why do they care? I have an idea, but I can't prove it yet, offered Scott. Lay it on us, kid, said Doug approvingly. He loved controversial reporting, and this had the makings of, what if between this and the exchange we fell into a secret weapons program? Scott began. Too simple. Been done before without this kind of backlash, Higgins said, dismissing the idea. Except, these weapons can be built by any high school kid with an electronics lab and a PC, Scott retorted, undaunted. Maybe not as good or as powerful, but nonetheless effective. If you were the government, would you want every Tom, Dick, and shithead to build home versions of cruise missiles? I think you're exaggerating a little, Scott. Higgins pinched his nose by the corners of his eyes. Doug, what do you think? Doug was amazingly collected. I think, he said slowly, that Scott is onto a once-in-a-lifetime story. My gut tells me this is real, and still, we only have a small piece of the puzzle. Scott? Get right back on it, Doug ordered. I want to know what the big stink is. Higgins will use outside counsel to see if they dig anything up, but I believe you'll have better luck. It seems that you've stumbled on something that the government once kept secret. Keep up the good work. Scott was being congratulated on having a story pulled, which aroused mixed emotions within him. His boss thought it wonderful that it was pulled. It all depends what side of the fence you're on, I guess. I have a couple of calls to make. Scott excused himself from Higgins's domain to get back to his desk. He dialed Duncan's private number, 4543. Duncan answered gruffly. Fuck you very much. Scott enjoyed slamming down the phone as hard as he could. Scott's second call wouldn't be for hours. He wished it could be sooner so the day passed excruciatingly slowly. But it had to wait. Safety was a concern. Not getting caught was paramount. He was going to rob a bank. Washington, D.C. I will call you in 5 minutes. Miles Foster heard the click of the phone in his ear. It was Homo Soto. At midnight, no less. He had no choice. It was better to speak to Homo Soto over the computer than in person. He didn't have to hear the condescension. He turned his compact 486 back on and initiated the auto-answer mode on the modem through the Protox software package. Miles was alone. He had sent Perky home a few minutes before. He heard his modem ring and saw the computer answer. The computer automatically set the communications parameters and matched the crypt key as chosen by the caller. Undoubtedly, Homo Soto. Miles set his PRG code to prove to the computer that it was really him, and he waited for the first message, WE, need talk. That was obvious. Why state the obvious, thought Miles. I am listening. One of the readers is dead. His equipment has been captured. By whom? The New York Police. There was a car Essex tie intent. Then the FBI got the reader. Then the NSA stepped in and took over. They even have interfered with the press. Scott. Mason wrote. A story on the readers and the government stopped at him. How? We don't do that sort of stuff. Oh, Vizzy, you do. Mr. Poster. I have my services is judo. They don't screw with the press, though. That's frowned upon. Maybe so. But true. We need to get this Mawson back on the track. Hey, is what W-teen, why him, simple. W-UCAB sent reader information to several newspapers. The only one to print has been your National Expose. That paper, I believe, is Septat. Essie per markets and read by woman watch soap opera. Ens MF, MASH, Mermar. Masson is in Sheener, Wachatans. W. Nehambach, he is valuable to O from plan. In your country, people, listen to the press. But your government, stop head him. W cannot let him fail. How much does he know? As much as local one him too. No more. We want to feed him a little at a time. As W. Pelland, I am afraid he will be discord. Get and abandon the hunt. You know how critical the press is. The hieroglyphs, beast-cammed, yes, I agree. I wish I knew how you find out these things, marmy people. Oh, we may fruise, though you may have loft after. PARL Harbor but W win with the transistor radio and B curs. The wear is not over, what do you want me to do? Make sure than MR. Masan is kept informed. He is bright, head rest stands. His voice will be heard. He must not be stopped. I will do what I can as well. Put him back on the track. I know how to do that. That will not be a problem. Do we still have readers? Yes. WE lost only one, and that is not hurting. WE have many more. How many? Mr. Foster, you wrote the plan. Did you forget? No, I know. Curiosity killed the cat, as you say. It is my plan. Which I but. See, that WE get it. Sure, Amar. Foster, one more thing. Yes, I do not have a slow brood nor is rice my primary man's. OF per option. Just an expression. Keep it to yourself. Konigsorten terminated midnight, Wednesday, December 2nd, Scarsdale, New York. Since he had met Kirk, Scott had developed a mild affection for his long-distance modem pal and pretended informer. Now it was time to take advantage of his new asset. Maybe the government carries weight with their spook shit. But a bait can't push hard enough to pull a story, if it's true. And Kirk, whoever that was, offered Scott the ideal way to prove it: do it yourself. So he prepared himself for a long night, and he would definitely sleep in. Tomorrow, no matter what, Scott so cherished his sleep time. He wormed his way through the mess of the downstairs study in disaster and made space by redistributing the mess into other corners. He felt a commitment, an excitement that was beyond that of developing a great story. Scott was gripped with an intensity that was a result of the apprehension of invading a computer and the irony of it all. He was an engineer turned writer, using computers as an active journalistic instrument other than for word processing. To Scott, the computer, being the news itself, was being used as a tool to perform self-examination as a sentient being, as a separate entity. Techno-psychoanalysis? Is it narcissistic for man's tools to use themselves as both images of the mirror of reflective analysis? They say man's brain can never fully understand itself. Is the same true with computers? And since they grow in power so quickly compared to man's snail-like millennia by millennia evolution, can they catch up with themselves? Back to reality, Scott. The great American techno-philosophy in Pulitzer could wait. He had a bank to rob. Scott left his computer on all the time since Kirk had first called. If the intergalactic traveler called back, the computer would answer and Kirk could leave a message. Scott checked the mailbox in the Procom communications program. No calls. Not that his modem was a popular number. Only he, his office computer, and Kirk knew it. And the phone company. But everyone knows about them. Just as the clock struck midnight, Kirk jumped in his seat. Not only was the bell chiming an annoying 12 mini-gongs, but his computer was beeping. It took a couple of beeps from the small speaker in his computer for him to realize he was receiving a call. What do I do know? The 14-color screen came alive and it entered terminal mode from the auto answer screen that Scott had left yesterday. WTFO, the screen rang out. Scott knew the answer. Naft Beery. Good. Couldn't have said it be turned to myself. Welcome, pilgrim. What has brought thee to these shores? I guess this writers have an advantage, Uncle Ma'am. Make yourself very colorful. Create any picture you want. Seems a bit more sporting than hiding behind techie talk. Yoa, WL, work on it. So, as Maynard G. Krebs asked, you rang? Ha! To B.E. Gillis, Nick at Night. No, the originals. When was that? You've just dated yourself. Thanks to fucking Shay. Not as old as you. Ratty for a trick to the bank? You read my mind? I figured you wimp out on a solo trip, first time and all. Tob hits emergent. I hell would have. I might be able to help. I make a hell of a chefy wear. What do you mean? I mean I'm going to take you for a Rory. You're kidding. Just like Superman carries Lois Lane? Just about. Theorist, I'm going to send you for Lee a copy of Mura's Sorter. When? Right now. Then you'll use a Morage. All you have to do is execute from the command line after I download. English Sabe. Okay, it's simple. When I say so, you enter Alt F9. That sets you up to make enter Alt F9. That sets you up to retrieve. Name the file Mirage GXE. There's only one. Then when it says it's done, press Ctrl Alt R. You will have a DOS line 8 pair. Instarine. Stare Mirage. Stairs in. Return. Stop. I'm writing. Use PR test clear. What's that? Is your printer online? Yes, when fair you want to print what's on the screen, enter Shift or R Caesar. Look for it. Hit it now. Thanks. Got it. Or save the whole thing to a file. Use the Control-Alt, then pick a new file name. Means Mongo editing thirv. Done. I like Control-Alt-Cs, suits me fine. No memory needed. Hit Alt F suits me fine. No memory needed. Hit Alt F9. Mirage is coming. Scott did as instructed. The entire procedure made sense, intellectually, but inside, there was an inherent disbelief that any of these simple procedures would produce anything meaningful. It is inherently difficult to feel progress, a sense of achievement without instantaneous feedback that all was well. Less than a minute later, the screen told Scott it was finished. Did he want to save the file? Yes. Please name it. Mirage, XE. Would you like to receive another? No. Do you want to exit to command line? Yes. He entered Mirage XE, as Kirk had instructed, hoping that he was still waiting at the other end. The screen displayed various copyrights and federal warnings about illegal copying of software, the very crime Scott had just committed. The video suddenly split into two windows. The bottom window looked just like the screen he used to talk to Kirk, except much smaller. Only 10 out of a possible 25 lines. The upper half of the screen was new. Mirage Remote View C 1988. Kirk announced himself. WTFO? Yup, I got something. 2 screens? Good. That means everything per bubble work? Let's test it. You and I talk just as usual, on the small window. Like W. Beer doing now, on the top window, you will see what I'm doing, except in miniature, because you only have 15 lines to see. And a normal screen is 25 lines. The program compresses the signal to display it in full. You have a decent monitor, but best a 14-inch good. You won't have any problems. Remember, and ever you want a copy of the screen. Hit Shift Pertzy. Can't I save everything? CTRL-L. ATH? Done. Anything else? You can't interfere. Just along for the ride, a Sunday drive in the country? With me deriving. Ha! Fasten your seatbelts. Scott watched with his fingers sitting on the keyboard with anticipation. A phone number was displayed on top line. In the upper window, 1855-55-55. Weffiga dialing. In a few seconds, the screen announced, "Welcome to USA NEAT, the complete database." The graphics got fancy, but in black and white. Are you a first-time user? No. ID? XXXXXXX password. XXXX password. The video monitor did not let Scott see the access codes. Welcome to USA NEAT, Kirk. Time synchronizing 0457 December 18th, 1990. Do you want the main menu? Scott's large window began to scroll and fill with lines after line of options, and the instructions B. Charges C. Updating D. OAGE. Shopping Menace F Trading. Menus G. Conversation Pits. In all, there were 54 choices displayed. The lower window came alive. See how it works? Fascinating. Tat was just a tat. Now for the real thing. Sure you wanna go. Scott had gone this far. He would worry about the legalities in the morning. Higgins would have his work cut out for him. Aye aye, Captain. EAG. Werp. Engage. Werp engages. The upper window changed again. Quite. You sure? You are. What's toucan? Tiction terminated. Another number flashed in the upper window. 12 12 55 796. Dialing Mana. After less than 2 rings, the screen announced that they had arrived at the front doors to the computer system at First State Bank in New York. Another clue. Kirk was not from New York. He used an area code. Scott felt like looking back over his shoulders to see who was watching him. His automatic flight or fight response made the experience more exhilarating. He tried to force his intellect to convince himself that he was far from view, unobservable, undetectable. Only partially successful, he remained tense, realizing that he was borderline legal. Connection. Port control security. Central Data Processing Center, First State Bank, OCS BMS R31. SEC Urity, say predict 4.2 Weave, 3.22.110, OCT 1989 time 12:43.1. Date 8:04 December, Porto 24G, Ariu Systems Administrator. Yi says, Intersuisse Aiden Cody is cadence A854. Waiting, Primary Suisse Aiden Cody Nady, Piramary Sis Miles Aiden my the Caden A Sissy Pettit. Please, begin second, Arai identification, password, 4Q band /KR, waiting. Secondary size Aidman 1 faxication, ACC eptitet. Please begin final identification. ID 3745521 SIS 11. Waitin'. Nan, welcome East to Central Data Processing, First State Bank, New York City. You're the systems administrator. Warning. Please, only immediate changes have been been tested on backup processors. Severe damage may result from improper administration. Scott watched in fascination. Here he was, riding shotgun on a trip through one of New York's largest bank computers, and there was no resistance. He could not believe that he had more security in his house than a bank with assets of over $10 billion. The bottom window showed Kirk's next message. What why tick? Think. Pretty stupid. What? That the bank doesn't have better control? Vith lie. Lacquer. Wednesday, December 2nd, New York City. Doug, Scott came into the office breathlessly. We have to see Higgins. I got a great. Hey, I thought you were going to come in late today. Wire in the copy? He looked at the New York clock on the wall. It was 9:15. Scott broke the promise he made to himself to come in late. Yeah, well, I underslept. He brandished a thick file of computer printouts. Before I write this one, I want Higgins and every other lawyer God put on this green earth to go over it. Since when did you get so concerned with pre-scrutiny? As I remember, it was only yesterday that you threatened to nuke Higgins's house and everyone he ever met. Dud pretended to be condescending. Actually, the request was a great leap forward for Scott and every other reporter. Get pre-lawyered on the approach, learn the guidelines, and maybe new rules before plowing head totally blind. Since I broke into a bank last night. Scott threw the folder down on Doug's desk. Here, I'm going to Rosie's for a cholesterol fix. Need a picker-upper. When Scott came back from a breakfast of deep-fried fat in pan grilled grease, he grabbed his messages at the front desk. Only one mattered. Higgins, 11-1. Be there, Doug. Still the boss, thought Scott. Higgins's job was to approve controversial material, but it generally didn't surround only one reporter on so many different stories within such a short time span. Good to see you, Mason, snorted Higgins. Right, me too. He came back just as sarcastically. Doug. He acknowledged his editor with only slightly more civility. John, the boy's been up all night. Doug conciliated to Higgins. He called all his reporters boys. And Scott, lighten up. He was serious. Sure, Doug, he nodded. Higgins began. Okay, Scott, what is it this time? Doug said you broke into a bank, and I haven't had time to go over these. He held up the thick file of printouts, in 25 words or less. The legal succinctness annoyed Scott. Simple. I tied in with a hacker last night, round midnight. He had the passwords to get into the First State computers. And well, he showed me around. Showed me how much damage can actually be done by someone at a keyboard. The tour lasted almost 2 hours. That's it? Asked Higgins. That's it? Are you kidding? Let me tell you a few things in 25 words or more. Scott was tired and the lack of sleep made him irritable. I did a little checking before I went on this excursion. You bank it first, don't you, John? It was a setup question. Yes, Higgins said carefully. I thought so. Here, let me have that file. Give me a minute, he said, flipping pages. Here it is. And yes, correct me if I say anything that you don't agree with. His curtness and accusatory sound put both Higgins and Doug off. Where was he going? John W. Higgins, Social Security number 134-66-9241. Born Rockville, Maryland, June 1, 1947. You currently have $12,435.16 in your checking account. 23,986 cents. As Gizen's jaw and pen dropped simultaneously. Doug saw the shock on his face while Scott continued. Your mortgage at 115 Central Park West is $2,744.21. Your portfolio is split between, let's see, CDs, T-bills, the bank acts as your broker, and you have 3 safety deposit boxes, only one to which your wife, Helen Beverly Simons, has access. You make a deposit every 2 weeks. Stop! How the hell do you know? Geez, you make that much. Can I be a lawyer too, huh? Please, Mr. Higgins. Higgins threw his chair back and stormed around his desk to grab the papers from Scott. Scott held them away. Let me see those, Higgins demanded. Say please. Say pretty please. Scott. Doug decided enough was enough. Scott had made his point. Cool it. Let him have them. Sure, boss. He grinned widely at Doug, who could not, for reasons of professional conduct, openly condone Scott's performance, no matter how effective it was. Higgins looked at the top pages from where Scott was reading. He read them intently, looking from one to the other. Slowly, he walked back to his desk and sat down, nearly missing the chair because he was so engrossed. Without looking up, he spoke softly. This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. I can't believe that you have this. Suddenly, he spoke right to Scott. You know this is privileged information. You can't go telling anyone about my personal finances. You do know that, right? The concern was acute. Hey, I don't really give a damn what you make, but I needed to shake the tree. This is serious shit. Scott, you've got my total, undivided attention now. The floor's yours. You have up to 100 words. Humor wasn't Higgins' strong point, or his weak point, or any point, but Scott appreciated the gesture. Doug could relax, too. A peace treaty for now. Thanks, John. Scott was sincere. As you know, I'd been running a few stories on hackers, computer crimes, what have you. Higgins rolled his eyes. He remembered. A few weeks ago, I got a call from Captain Kirk. He's a hacker. What do you know about him? Higgins was again taking notes. The tape recorder was nowhere to be seen. Not much yet, but I have a few ideas. I would hazard to guess that he is younger. Maybe in his late 20s, not from New York, maybe the coast, and has a sense of responsibility. How to know this? Well, I don't know. I guess from our conversations. Why didn't you just ask? I did, but he wants his anonymity. It's the things he says, the way he says them. The only reason I know he is because he called me on the phone first. When did you speak to him? Higgins inquired. Only once. After that, it's been over computer. So it could be anyone, really. Sure, but that doesn't matter. It's what he did. First, we entered the computer. What do you mean we? Higgins shot Scott a disapproving stare. We, like him and me. He tied my computer to his so I could watch what he was doing. So, he gets into the computer. How? With the passwords. There were 3. How did he get them? From another hacker, I assume. That's another story. The constant interruptions exasperated Scott. Let me finish, then grill me. Okay? Higgins nodded. Sure. So, once we were in, he could do anything he wanted. The computer thought he was the systems administrator, the head honcho for all the bank's computer operations. So we had free reign. The first place we went was to account operations. That's where the general account information on the bank's customers is kept. I asked him for information on you. Within seconds, I knew a lot about you. Higgins frowned deeply. From there, he asked for detailed information on your files. Credit cards, payment history, delinquencies, loans on cars, IRAs, the whole shooting match. I have to interrupt here, Scott, Higgins said edgily. Could he or you have made changes to, my account? We did. You made changes? What changes? Higgins was aghast. We took all your savings and invested them in a new startup, fast food franchise called Press Rat and Warthog Sandwiches, Inc. You have got to be kidding. Scott saw the sweat drops at Higgins's hairline. Yeah, I am. But he did show me how easy it is to make adjustments in account files, like pay off loans and have them disappear, invoke foreclosures, increase or decrease balances, what a bowl and presever we wanted to do. Jesus Christ, that's not the half of it. Not even a millionth of it. See, we went through lots of accounts. The bank computer must hold hundreds of thousands of account records, and we had access to them all. If we had wanted to, we could have erased them all, or zeroed them out, or made everyone rich overnight. Are you telling me, Higgins spoke carefully, that you and this hacker illegally entered a bank computer and changed records and… Whoa! Scott held up his hands to slow Higgins down. We left everything the way it was, no changes as far as I could tell. Are you sure? No, I'm not. I wasn't in the driver's seat. I went along for the ride. What else did you do last night, Scott? Higgins sounded resigned. More bad news. The legal implications must have been too much for him to handle. We poked around transfer accounts where they wire money from one bank to another and through the Fed Reserve. Transaction accounts, reserves, statements, credit cards. Use your imagination. If a bank does it, we saw it. The point is, John, I need to know two things. John Higgins sat back, apparently exhausted. He knew what was coming, at least half of it. His expression told Scott to ask away. He could take it. First, did I do anything illegal, prosecutable? You know what I mean? And can I run with it? That's it. Higgins's head leaned back on the leather headrest as he began to speak deliberately. This was going to be a lawyer's non-answer. Scott was prepared for it. Did you commit a crime? Higgins speculated. My gut reaction says no, but I'm not up on the latest computer legislation. Did you at any time do anything to the bank's computers? No, he had control. I only had a window. Good, that helps. The air thickened with anticipation as Doug and Scott both waited for words of wisdom. I could make a good argument that you were a reporter with appropriate credentials interviewing an individual who was, coincidentally, at the same time, committing a crime. That is, if what he did was a crime. I don't know the answer to that yet. There have been countless cases where a reporter has witnessed crimes and reported on them with total immunity. Yes, the more I think about it, consider this. Higgins seemed to have renewed energy. The law was his Bible and Scott was listening in the congregation. Reporters have often gone into hostage situations where there is no doubt that a crime is in progress, to report on the condition of the hostages. That's okay. They have followed drug dealers into crack houses and filmed their activities. Higgins thought a little more. Sure, that's it. The arena doesn't change the rules. You said you couldn't affect the computers, right? He wanted a confirmation. Right, I just watched and asked him to do certain things. No, you didn't. Got that? You watched, nothing else. Higgins cracked sharply at Scott. If anyone asks, you only watched. Gotcha. Scott recognized the subtle difference. He did not want to be an aider or abettor of a crime. So, that makes it easy. If you were in the hacker's home, watching him over his shoulder, that would be no different from watching him over a computer screen. He sounded confident. I guess. He sounded less confident. There is very little case history on this stuff, so if it came to it, we'd be in an interesting position to say the least. But to answer your question, no, I don't think that you did anything illegal. Great, so I can write the story and... Scott made a foregone conclusion without his lawyer's advice. There was no way Higgins would let him get away with that. Hold your horses. You say write a story, and based upon what I know so far, I think you can, but with some rules. What kind of rules? Skepticism permeated Scott's slow responses. Simple ones. Are you planning on printing the passwords to their computers? No, not at all. Why? Because that is illegal, no doubt about it. So, good. Rule 1 is easy. 2. I want to read over this entire file and have a review of everything before it goes to bed. Agreed. Higgins looked at Doug, who had not contributed much. He merely nodded, of course. That would be fine. 3. No specifics. No names of people you saw. Nothing exact. We do not want to be accused of violation of privacy in any way, shape, or form. That's it? Scott was pleasantly surprised. What seemed like common sense to him was a legal spiderweb that Higgins was required to think through. Almost. Lastly, was this interview on the record? Damn good question, Scott thought. I don't know. I never asked. It didn't seem like a regular interview, and since I don't know Kirk's real name, he's not the story. It was what he did that is the story. Does it matter? If the shit hits the fan, it might, but I think we can get around it. Just be careful what you say, so I don't have to redline 90% of it. Fair enough? Scott was pleased beyond control. He stood to thank Higgins. Deal. Thanks. Scott began to turn. Scott, Higgins called out. One more thing. Oh no, he thought. The hammer was dropping. He turned back to Higgins. Yeah? Good work. You're onto something. Keep it up and keep it clean. No problem. Scott floated on air. No problem at all. Back at his desk, Scott called Hugh Sidney's. He still worked at State First, as far as he knew, and it was time to bring him out of the closet if possible. Hugh, Scott said affably, this is Scott Mason, over at the Times. Yeah? Oh, hello, Sidney said suspiciously. What do you want? Hugh, we need to talk. About what? I think you know. Would you like to talk here on the phone or privately? Sometimes leaving the mark only 2 options, neither particularly attractive, would keep him within those bounds. Sidney's was an ideal person for this tact. The pregnant pause conveyed Sidney's consternation. The first person to speak would lose, thought Scott. Hugh spoke. I think it would be, better if we spoke at how about the same place, Scott offered. Okay, Hugh was hesitant. I guess so. Whenever you want. No pressure. Scott released the tension. I get off at 5, how about? I'll be there. Yes, ma'am. This is Scott Mason. I'm a reporter for the Times. I will only take a few seconds of his time. Is he in? Scott used his kiss the secretary's ass voice. Better than being aggressive unless it was warranted. I'll check, Mr. Mason, she said. The phone went on hold. After a very few seconds, the muzak was replaced with a gruff male voice. Mr. Mason, I'm Francis McMillan. How may I help you? He conveyed self-assuredness, vitality, and defensiveness. I won't take a moment, sir. Scott actually took several seconds to make sure his question would be formed accurately. He probably only had one chance. We have been researching an article on fraudulent investment practices on the part of various banks, some fallout from the S&L mess. He paused for effect. At any rate, we have received information that accuses First State of defrauding its investors. In particular, we have records that show a complicated set of financial maneuvers that are designed to drain hundreds of millions of dollars from the assets of First State. Do you have any comment? Total silence. The quality of fiber phone lines made the silence all the more deafening. If you would like some specifics, sir, I can provide them to you, Scott said, adding salt to the wound. In many cases, sir, you are named as the person responsible for these activities. We have the documents and witnesses. Again, we would like a comment before we go to print. Again, Scott was met with silence. Last try. Lastly, Mr. McMillan, we have evidence that your bank's computers have been invaded by hackers who can alter the financial posture of First State. If I may say so, the evidence is quite damning. Scott decided not to ask for a comment directly. The question was no longer rhetorical, it was implicit. If feelings could be transmitted over phone wires, Scott heard McMillan's nerve endings commence a primal scream. The phone explosively hung up on. Scott. Thursday, December 3rd, First State Bank, New York. Francis McMillan, president of First State Savings and Loan, bellowed at the top of his lungs. 3 vice presidents were in his office before 7 ounces a.m. Who the fuck's in charge of making sure the damn computers are safe? The VP of Data Processing replied, "It's Gene Feynman, sir. Fire him." "Gene is a woman. Fire them both. I want them out of here in 10 minutes. McMillan's virulent intensity gave his aides no room for dissent. "Sir, why, it's almost Christmas and it wasn't her fault. And no bonus. Make sure they never work near banks or computers ever again. Got that?" Everyone nodded in shock. "Al," McMillan shouted, "buy back our stock quietly. When the market hears this, we're in for a dump. No one will believe us when we respond, and it will take us a day to get out an answer." "How much?" Al Shapiro asked. "You figure it out. Just keep it calm." Shapiro noted it agreeably. "Where the hell are the lawyers? I want that Pinkle faggot newspaper stopped by tonight." McMillan's rage presaged a very, very bad day at First State. "And someone, find me that shithole worm Sidney's. I want him in my office in 30 seconds. Now," he violently thrust his arms in the air, "get the hell out of here until you have some good news." Friday, December 4, Run First State as it stalls on known bailout by Scott Mason. Since yesterday afternoon, First State Savings and Loan has been in asset salvation mode. Upon reports that computer hackers have had access to First State's computers and records for some time, and can change their contents at will, the stock market reacted negatively by a sell-off. In the first 15 minutes of trading, First State stock plummeted from 48.12 to 26.124, a reduction of 1/2 its value. Subsequently, the stock moved up with block buying. At the noon bell, the stock had risen modestly to 31. It is assumed that First State itself is repurchasing their own stock in an attempt to bolster market confidence. However, at 2 p.m., First State contacted banking officials in New York and Washington, as well as the SEC, to announce that a rush of worried depositors had drained the bank of its available hard currency reserves and would close until the following morning, when cash transfers would permit the bank to continue payments. Last quarter cash holdings were reported in excess of $3 billion, and First State has acknowledged that any and all monies would be available to those who desired it. In a press release issued by First State at 1 p.m., they said, "A minor compromise of our computers has caused no discernible damage to the computers, our customers, or the bank. A thorough investigation has determined that the hacker was either a figment of the imagination of a local paper or was based upon unfounded hearsay. The bank's attorneys are reviewing their options." The combination of the two announcements only further depressed First State stock. It stood at 18.78 when the SEC blocked further trading. This is Scott Mason, who reported the news as he saw it, accurately. Chapter 15. Sunday, December 6. Washington, D.C. Miles Foster was busy at one of the several computers in his Washington, D.C. condo. It was necessary, on a daily basis, to stay in contact with a vast group of people who were executing portions of his master plan. He thought it was going quite well, exceedingly so in fact. Spread over 3 continents, he remote-controlled engineers and programmers who designed methods to compromise computers. With his guidance, though, he broke them into several groups, and none of them knew they were part of a much larger organization. Nor did they have any idea of their ultimate objective. Each of his computer criminals was recruited by Alex. That's the only name that Miles knew, Alex. Miles had drawn up a list of minimum qualifications for his staff. He forwarded them to Schwartau, who, Miles guessed, passed them on to the ubiquitous yet invisible Alex. That obviously wasn't his real name, but suitable for conversation. Miles had developed a profile of the various talents he required. One group needed to have excellent programming skills with a broad range of expertise in operating systems. An operating system is much like English or any other language. It is the OS that allows the computer to execute its commands. Unless the computer understands the OS, the computer is deaf, dumb, and blind. As a child learns to communicate, a computer is imbued with the basic knowledge to permit it to function. It is still essentially stupid, that is, it can't do anything on its own without instructions, but it can understand them when they are given. In order to violate a computer, a thorough understanding of the OS, or language of the computer, is a must. Good programmers learn the most efficient way to get a computer to perform the desired task. There are, as in any field, tricks of the trade. Through experience, a programmer will learn how to fool the computer into doing things it might not be designed to do. By taking advantage of the features of the operating system, many of them unknown and therefore undocumented by the original designers of the OS, a computer programmer is able to extract additional performance from the equipment. Similarly, though, such knowledge allows the motivated programmer to bypass critical portions of the operating system to perform specific jobs and to circumvent any security measures that may be present. For example, in most of the 85,000 or so DOS computers in the world, it is common knowledge that when you erase a file, you really don't erase it. You merely erase the name of the file. If a secretary was told to dispose of document from a file cabinet and she only removed the name of each file but left the contents remaining in the file drawers, she would certainly have reason to worry for her job. Such is an example of one of the countless security holes that permeate computer land. To take advantage of such glaring omissions, several software companies were formed that allowed users to retrieve erased files. These were among the skills that Miles wanted his people to have. He needed them to be fluent in not only DOS, but Unix, Xenix, VMS, Mac, and a host of other operating systems. He needed a group that knew the strengths and weaknesses of every major OS to fulfill his mission. They needed to be able to identify and exploit the trapdoors and holes in all operating and security systems. From an engineering standpoint, Miles found it terrifyingly exciting. Over the 3 years he had been working for Schwartau, Miles and his crew designed software techniques and hardware tools that he didn't believe were even contemplated by his former employer, the NSA. The qualifications he sent to Schwartau were extensive, detailed, and demanding. Miles wasn't convinced that anyone but he could find the proper people. The interview process alone was crucial to determining an applicant's true abilities, and a mediocre programmer could easily fool a non-technical person. While Miles and Schwartau agreed that all programmers should be isolated from each other, Miles felt he should know them more than by a coded name over modem lines. Miles lost that battle with one swift word from Schwartau: no. To Miles's surprise, within a few days of providing Schwartau with his recruitment lists, his staff began calling him on his computer. To call Miles, a computer needed his number and the proper security codes. To a man or woman, they all did. And, as he spoke to them over the public phone lines in encrypted form, of course, he was amazed at their quality and level of technical sophistication. Whoever Alex was, he knew how to do his job. Over a period of a few months, Miles commanded the resources of over 100 programmers. But, Miles thought, there was something strange about most of those with whom he spoke. They seemed ready to blindly follow instructions without questioning the assigned tasks. When a programmer takes a job or an assignment, he usually knows that he will be designing a database or word processor or other application program. However, Miles's staff was to design programs intended to damage computers. He had assembled the single largest virus software team in the world, and none of them questioned the nature or ethics of the work. Miles would have thought that while there is considerable technical talent around the world, finding people who would be willing to work on projects to facilitate the interruption of communications and proper computer operations would have been the most difficult part of recruitment. He realized he was wrong, although he did not know why. Technical mercenaries, perhaps? He had never seen an ad with that as a job title, but what the hell? Money can buy anything. Weapons designers since Oppenheimer have had to face similar moral dilemmas, and with widespread hatred of things American, recruitment couldn't have been all that difficult. As he sat in his apartment, he was receiving the latest virus designs from one of his programmers who lived in the suburbs of Paris, France. While there was somewhat of a language barrier when they spoke, the computer language was a common denominator, and they all spoke that fluently. It broke down communications errors. Either it was in the code or it wasn't. Miles knew this designer only as Claude. Claude's virus was small, less than 2K or 2,000 characters, but quite deadly. Miles went over it and saw what it was designed to do. Ooh, clever, thought Miles. As many viruses do, this one attached itself to the command-com file of the DOS operating system. Rather than wait for a specific future date, the next time the computer was booted or turned on, Claude's virus in the OS would play havoc with the chips that permit a printer to be connected to the computer. In a matter of seconds, with no pre-warning, the user would hear a small fizzle and smell the recognizable odor of electronic burn. During the time the user poked his nose around the computer to see if the smell was real or imaginary, the virus would destroy the contents of the hard disk. According to Claude, whose English was better than most Frenchmen, there was a psychological advantage to this type of double-duty virus. The victim would realize that his computer needed repair and take it be fixed at his local computer shop. But, alas, upon its return, the owner would find his hard disk trashed and attempt to blame the repairman, deviously clever. Of course, this type of virus would be discovered before too long. After a few thousand computers had their printer port blown up, word would get around and the virus would be identified. But, meanwhile, oh, what fun! As Miles prepared to send Claude's latest and greatest to another of his staff for analysis and debugging, the computer dedicated to speaking to Homosoto beeped at him. He glanced over at Nipcom. He labeled all his computers with abbreviations. In this case, Nippon Communications seemed appropriate. Oh, connection. Mere. Fulster Miles scooted his chair over to Nipcom and entered his PRG response. Here, Boss-san. What's up you, Tommy? Huh? I read the papers? Agan, you move precipitals. What are you talking about? Thursday Bank. Jord Iana feet tours are without disciplining. I still don't know what you mean. The papers have said that First State Bank was invaded by hackers and their stock dropped. Hackers and their stock dropped very much. IT is still not time. Oh, that, good bit of work. No so am our Foster. I am not placed with you me. Why? I didn't have anything to do with it. Explain. Nothing to explain. My group doesn't do that, and even if they did, so what? What about the viruses? I read every day of new computer virus. They must be stopped. Why? It's all in good fun. Let 'em release them all they want. They will hurt old plans. Bull. If anything, they help us. How is that? Getting folks good and nervous. They're beginning to wonder who they can trust. It sure as hell won't be the government. But it is in the papers. So, the banks will protect themselves. They will see what the hackers do and make old Job more difficult. Not a chance. Listen, there are hundreds, maybe thousands or more of small-time hackers who poke around computers all the time. Sometimes they do some damage, but most of the time they're in it for the thrill, the challenge. They are loosely organized at best. Maybe a few students at a university or high school who fancy themselves computer criminals. Most of them wouldn't know what to do with the information if they took it. The only reason this one hit the papers is because first is under investigation anyway, some fraud stuff. Literally, thousands of computers are attacked every day, yet those don't appear in the paper or TV. It's kind of like rape. Companies don't want to admit they'd been violated, and since damage has been limited, at least as far as the scale upon which we function, it's a non-issue. I do not see it that way. Well, that's the way it is. There are maybe a half dozen well-coordinated hacking groups who care to cause damage. The rest of them, ignore them. They're harmless. I wish I believed that there's not much we can do about it. Why not stop them? We can't. Look at our plants. We have hundreds of people who have a single purpose. We operate as a single entity. The hackers are only a small thorn. Industry can't do much about them, so they ignore them. It is better that we ignore them too. Find them. Who? The first bank attackers. Why? I want them stopped. I told you you can't do that. It's impossible. Call the Arab. Look it is. Mr. Foster. Nothing is impossible. What do you want me to do with them? Tell me to they who they are. I will take care of it. I'll see what I can do. Dwight. Quoe connecta. Connection terminated. Fuck, thought Miles. Sometimes Homosato can be such an asshole. He doesn't really understand this business. I wonder how he got into it in the first place. He remembered that he had to get Claude's virus properly analyzed and tested, so he sent it off to an American programmer who would perform a sanity check on it. If all went well, he would then send it out for distribution into America's computers through his BBS system, set up just for that purpose. With Diet Coke and Benson and Hedges altar lights in hand, he figured he might as well have someone look into Homosoto's paranoia. With some luck, they could get a lead on this anonymous hacker, and maybe Homosoto would leave him alone for a few hours. The constant interruptions in micro management was a perpetual pain in the ass. Miles moved over to his BBS computer and told Procom to dial 1602-555-3499. That was the phone number of the Freedom BBS, established by Miles and several recruits that Alex had so ably located. It was mid-morning Arizona time. Revere should be there. Oh, connection will. Welcome to the Freedom BBS, owned and operated by the Information Freedom League, nonprofit. Are you a member of the IFL? YID, XXXX password, XXX pass, XX pass. Welcome me to the Freedom Bevs, MF. How are you today? Freedom Flash. Another hacker has been convicted of a computer crime and has been sentenced to 1 year in jail, a fine of $25,000 and 2,000 hours of community service. His crime? Larry Johnson, a respected hacker from Milwaukee, was a founding member of the 401 group over 10 years ago. Since then, he has been hacking systems successfully and was caught after he added $10,000 to his bank account. Good for the secret servant. Congratulations, guys. The IFL believes in a free exchange of information for all those who wish to be willing participants. We wholeheartedly condemn all computer activities that violate the law and code of computer ethics. All members of IFL are expected to heed all current computer legislation and use computers exclusively for the betterment of mankind. Any IFL member found to be using computers in any illegal fashion or for any illegal purpose will be reported to the Computer Crime Division of the Secret Service in Washington, D.C. Remember, hacking is a crime. A little thick, thought Miles, but effective, and a stroke of genius. He patted himself on the back every time he saw how effective freedom, his computer warfare distribution system was. Do you want the main menu? No. Do want to speak to Rever? You. Let me see if he's here, or if you need to leave a message. One minute, please. The Sysab is waiting. Please enter your PIN. Pause. MF. Is that you? Bet your corch Lessex. Pause. MF. Is that you? Bet your ass. Revere. House tricks. Sam. Old Sam. OLU. Trying to make a profit. Hey, we gotta talk. Out olude? No whisper. Okay, let me set it. Wekarit cake selection. Pause. Swikrip K cage. Exchange nay. Pause. Pause rip transmission inquaded meth. Still here. Good. Surprise the shit out of many every time this works. Me too. What can I do? To resin the shit out of May every time this works. Me too. Can I do? What? God! A graphics program that kicks the living shit out of VGA Master and Paint Man. Deadly too. How? Copies portions of itself into video RAM and treats it as a TSR. Next program you load gets infected from video RAM and spreads from there, undetectable unless you're running debug at the same time and looking for it. Then it stealths itself into all VRAM applications and spreads outside the OS. Triggers? I forget the exact trigger mechanism, but it gives constant parity errors. Nothing'll run. Okay, looking good. Also have a few Lotus utilities, a couple of games. The games are going great guns. The B should be selling them in the stores. How many? AS of a week ago, more than 240,000 pack laddies have been downloaded. That's our bestseller. Anyone sending money? Surprisingly, yes. Doverodmling sending money. Surprisingly, yes. WINS, Doverovit, shit. That's not what we wanted. Sing keep a good program down. Yeah. Need some info. That's one fo. Tasso middle name. What do you need? You hear about the first bank hacker? Sure. I got to dozen people taking Sharida for it is. You're kidding? No, it's a good one. Bring a bank to its cans. Stop stock trading. Says Civic it's gordating. Especification. A laudable were folks would have been prows. No way. Then who really? Damned if I now were care. Care what? Since C when do W care about the amateurs? Since now, things are heating up too soon. I need to know who pulled the job. I can get a lot of people to admit it, but I can't verify it. Whoever did it is not likely to advertise it openly. We may need to pull him into the open. Gotcha. Here's my thinking. Assume the hack is just a kid. He's getting no credit and receives a shitty allowance. So we offer a reward. Whoever can prove that they are the ones who broke into First Bank, will send them a new 386. Whatever, use your imagination. Think, hellbite. If it's a pro, no. But this doesn't ring of a pro. The newspapers know too much. And if W.E. find him, just get me his number and shipping address. Make sure he gets the computer too. Okay, boss. Anything else? Keep up the good work. Oh, yeah, I need the estimates, no problem. They look great. In just over 2 years, W have given away over 1,300,000 iron-ficked programs, and none have gen rove pioneerstansen, none have gen off wet, peace, boyding to plan, love it, peace, by UMF. Oh, Connex action, terminated. Monday, December 7, New York City. The phone on Scott Mason's desk had been unusually but gratefully quiet. Higgins had been able to keep the First State lawyers at bay with the mounds of information the paper had accumulated on Macmillan's doings. The bank stock was trading again, but at a dilution of over 75%. Most individual customers had cashed out their accounts, including Higgins, and only those long-term portfolios remained. Scott's stories on First Bank had won him recognition by his peers. No awards, but an accolade at the New York Journalists Club dinner. Not bad, he thought. Now, the hard work continued for him. The full background analysis, additional proof, more witnesses now that Sidney's was under federal indictment and out of work. Macmillan was in trouble, but it was clear to Scott that if the heat got turned up too much, there was a cache of millions offshore for the person with the right access codes. His phone rang. Scott Mason. Hey, Scott, this is Kirk. We gotta talk. I'm in trouble. Kirk sounded panicked. Damn Klingons, Scott cracked. Seriously, I'm in trouble. You gotta help me out. Scott realized this was no prank. Sure, calm down. What happened? They found me and they got into my computer and now it's gone. Shit, I'm in trouble. You gotta help me. Kirk, Scott shouted. Kirk, relax, ground yourself. You're not making sense. Take it from the beginning. Kirk exhaled heavily in Scott's ear, taking several deep breaths. Okay, I'm okay. But should we be talking on the phone? Hey, you called me, Scott said with irritation. Yeah, I know, but I'm not thinking so good. You're right, I'll call you tonight. Click. Nightline was running its closing credits when Scott's home computer beeped at him. Though Kirk had not told him when to expect a call, all other communications had begun precisely at midnight, so Scott made a reasonable deduction. The dormant video screen came to life as the first message appeared. Mawson. That was unlike Kirk to start a conversation that way. Wu Foyt's it's me. Kirk. Now it was Scott's turn to be suspicious. Prove it. A.W. Seaman, prove it. I called you today. So did half of the crackpots in New York. I'm in trouble. So were the others. Okay, we went through the bank and had some fun with Pressed Rat and Warthog. Ein Warthog. Quirst Warthog. Good enough. You sound as scared here as you did on the phone. I thought computers didn't have emotion. I do. Okay, what's up? They found me. Who? The people from First State Bank. Ow. What? I received a message on my computer, email. In date said, stay away from First State Bank. Your hacking career is over, wow. What did you do? Called a fee above. Friends, WHO think they're funny and honor among the devs. It wasn't them, so I figured it was fawn real. You sure? As serious as I can be. My activities are supposed to be secret. No one can knows, except you, and you think I did something. The thought of heart crossed my mind more than on sight. I'll tell you. Pew pew. I think I have eliminated you. Thanks. Why? No motivation. I'm more used to you alive than dead. Excuse me. As long as my identity and aesthetics remain secret, I'm alive as a hacker and can continue to do what I do. As soon as I'm found out, it's over. That's not the problem. What is? I came home this morning and found that someone broke in and trashed everything. Compach, printers, monitors, the wall of wax. And there was a notey. What did it say? We now what you done. Stay out of recupches or you will be sore. Capiche, or you will be sorry. It was signed First State Bank. That doesn't make sense. What doesn't? Nobody except terrorists leave their calling card, and then only when they're sure they can't be caught. I would bet dollars to donuts that First State had nothing to do with it. Are you sure? No, I'm not sure, not a 100%. But it doesn't add up. You stepped on somebody's toes, and it may or may not have anything to do with First State. They're just trying to scare you, and doing a damned good job of it. Have you called the police? No, not yet. I'm not in the line of work they probably approve. So I see. Who else knew about your trips through the bank other than me? I will assume I'm not the guilty party. A couple of hacker friends, my girlfriend, that's about it. No one else? Not that I can think of. Let me ask you, if you wanted to find out who was hacking where, how would you find out? Let's say you wanted to know what your friends were doing. Is there a way? Not without a lot of expensive equipment, no. You would have to tell someone. And you told no one? No one. The one. There was freedom. What's freedom? Freedom is a national bee system. It's in peril, no. It's fairly, no. What do they do? Like most BBSS, it's an open forum for exchange of information, programs. ATC, IT, is one of the largest in the country. They have BEBS affiliates in 50 or 60 TC. The Receth-Fall wine rate shareware sever. Is that significant? Most shareware companies sell their shakrachins on other people's SPSs. The concept is simple. They give away their chakrat form free. If you like it, you are supposed to send in a few dollars as a registration, and that's how they make money. It's part of the culture. Don't become rich for the be Houston stunned. Freedom widges a tremendous amount is sure, and they put it on her own as 12EL as other BEPs. It's real smart. They basically have their own method to distributive there. Do they make money? WHO Ken knows. It too looks like a by-D operation. Feeware feed'll make money, and Freedom says it's non-profit. Non-profit, did you say? Are you sure? Tats what they say. What's their number? I only have the number. So you are from the coast. That's shit. You have. I'm from the coast. Shatch. You have. From the coast. That was an accident. I really don't care. I may not matter. I may not matter. I don't need my comperch bang blown to smithereens to tell me I'm barking up the wrong tree. Maybe it is the right tree. What? Never mind. So, you said you told them. W1. So, you said you told them. W1. Quindeville. You see, they are very much against hacking. They always talk about prosecuting hackers, how bad we are. After the First State articles he wrote, a lot of people on the chat line slammed to have done the job. Have done the job. Not that WB really did anything. WB just looked it. Around. All these guys admitted to have done it. So I 80 did my 2 cents and said I did. I did it. I thought it might ADD to the confusion. Apparently it did. What does that mean? Let's say I had something to hide, and let's even say I was First State, SO. So a bunch of people claim to have wreaked havoc on a computer. What easier way to cover all the possible bases than to threaten them all? You mean everyone watch a bit at it? Or slam? But how would First State know about it? I'm not saying they did. Do you know any of the others who claimed responsibility? Not personally. Only one Gui Nam Da Vinci I've talked to. Can you call him? Sure. He's on Freedom all the time. Don't use Freedom. Is there any other way to contact him? On another BBS? IT wouldn't be hard to find out, but why not freedom? Look, this BS may be the only link between the first state hack you and I were in on, by the way. Did you use my name? DID, neat, too. You wrote the artber. You're getting ververting Kulzenmer's hen sate. At any rate, you check it out with this Da Vinci character, and once you know, just call me at the office and say something like, "The Mona Lisa frowned." That means he got a message similar to yours. If the Mona Lisa smiles, then we can figure out something else. Okay? Sure. Heish. Heish. Eschen. Answer. Serious reals. I'm serious. What do you think's going on? You believe it's hackers. Don't you? Well, let me ask you a question. How many surrealistic painters does it take to screw in a light bulb? I cough. How many a fish? I don't understand. That's the point. Neither do I. Yet. But you can help. According to what you're saying, there may be some weirdness with freedom. What do you recommend so I can dig a little deeper into the whole cult of hacking? And don't worry, I don't hang sources. Besides, I think we may need each other. How do you mean? I think you should talk to the authorities. No way. Wait. I have a friend, ex-friend, who knows about this kind of thing, at least a little, and he might be of some help to you. I just don't think it should go unreported. Would you talk to him? Live or Memorex? He probably would want a face-to-face, but I can't say for sure. Forget it. Bucci, I can help you remorse sauces. At least I can tell you where to go. So can a lot of people. Really, next week there's a convention of sorts forn. Hackers. A convention. WL. It's more like an underground meeting. A large one. Where hackers from all over get together and compare notes. It's a great deal of fun, and for you, might be a sources of fleets. In early spias course. In early speaking of course you, can't be a bull in a China shop. In other words, reporters are taboo. Kind of for in other words, reporters are taboo. You'll need an invitation. I can probably swing that. Beyond that, you're on your own. It's a very in Amsterdam, Holland, UP. Why there? Sin City is as good for hawkage as it is for drugs and sex, so I am told. Ha. The police don't give a shit which you do. What goes on? Bessie D's, the usual Amsterdam antics. A couple of hundred of the best hackers in the world show up to Austin's place. Set codes of ethics for themselves, set coders of ethics for the messels, just like freedom does. In really, both, Wien stroke ov you estrogor egos and parnate around with O's latest slams to fame and ambitions of Compash. War stories of the pervasive your new cracking and hacking techniques are shared. People lead to each other about their achievements and talk about what they will achievements and talk about what they will keysboom plush in the next year. Program masturbation. Some name. Is that really what they call it? And nay, just a term W muses. I went last year and had a ball, literally. In fact, that's where I lear. IT was suntraten formation. First aid is not exact. Lie your high-profile bank's trek. Understood. How do I get in? What's it called? It's called the Intergalactic Hackers Conference. I hack for in short. I think Galax Spore short. Only the best get to go. You're kidding. So what do you do to get me in? I call you again. Leave your box on. Elect you an invite. That's great. I really appreciate that. Will you be there? Not this year. Can't spare the time. Don't act like a reporter. Piranawaya runs. Rumpunt. Will anyone talk to me as a reporter? That's up to you. Ask the right questions and show sympathy for their askadafits. If you're lucky, you'll meet the right person. We can give you a hands-on cracking lesson. Fair enough. Again, thanks. I'll expect your call. And I'll let you know what my Fed friend says about your problem. TA. Ugh. Connection terminated. Furrer. Iniade. Night Hank 2. TIO. Tuesday, December 8, Vienna, Austria. Vienna is not only the geographic center of Europe for 45 years, it has been the geopolitical center as well. A neutral country, as is Switzerland, it contains the highest concentration of KGB and CIA operatives in the world. Perhaps that is why Martin Templer chose to meet Alex Baradon there a week after his meeting with Tyrone Duncan at P Street. Situated by the Danube of Strauss fame, Vienna, Austria is an odd mixture of the old, the very old and nouveau European high-tech. Downtown Vienna is small, a semicircle of cobblestone streets and brash illuminated billboards at every juncture. Templer contacted Alex through intermediaries stationed in Zurich. The agreed-upon location was the third bench from St. Stephen's Cathedral on the Stephansplatz, where Vienna's main street, Krontenderstrasse Rotentionstrasse, changes names. No traffic is allowed on the square, on Kartnerstrasse, or on Grabenstrasse, so it is always packed with shoppers, tourists, and street musicians, ideal for a discreet meeting. Have you ever seen Vienna from Old Steffel? A deep voice came from behind where Martin was seated. He looked around and saw it was Alex. Many years ago, but I prefer the Prater. He spoke of the fairgrounds too. Kilometers from town where the world's oldest Ferris wheel offered an unparalleled view of the Viennese surrounds. Templer smiled at his old ally from the German Bunde Poste. Today, though, Alex was an asset to the agency, as he had been since he had gone freelance some years ago. An expensive asset, but always with quality information. Did you know that St. Stephen's, Alex gestured at the polytheon-stained church, is one of the finest examples of Gothic architecture in Europe, and Vienna's paradox? Templer had never been a history buff. He shook his head. Most of Vienna is Baroque, in fine fashion, but there are isolated examples of Gothic. Yet they seem to coexist in peace. Alex's poetic words rolled off of his well-educated tongue. The allegory was not lost on Templer. Western and Eastern intelligence services used Vienna as a no-man's land, where information and people were regularly exchanged. It is a new world, commented Templer. The threats are different. Alex took the hint. Let us walk, he urged. They slowly strolled up the Kartnerstrasse as the Austrian nightlife took on its own distinct flavor. How long has it been, my friend? Alex casually asked. He disliked rushing into business the way the Americans favored. Damned if I know. 4, 5, 6 years? Too long. We've had some good times. 85, 86 was it? So much travel blurs the senses. Alex wrinkled his forehead in thought. Wasn't it the Pelton affair? Yes, that would be summer of 85. He referred to Ron Pelton, the ex-NSA analyst who sold American cryptographic secrets to the Soviets. Yeah, Templer laughed. That poor jerk. I'd forgotten all about that. Never would have caught on to the scam if it weren't for Slovnov. The KGB should tell their own to stay out of the Moulin Rouge. Not good for business. Even had to trade Slovnov for Pelton. We didn't find out for a year that they wanted Pelton out anyway. He was too fucked up for them. And now? Who do you spy on since Sam and Aban are brothers again? Alex openly enjoyed speaking obliquely. Spy? Ha! Templer shook his head. I got pushed upstairs. Interagency cooperation. Political bullshit. I do miss the streets, though, and the friends, on both sides. Don't you mean on all sides? Cocktail semantics made Alex occasionally annoying. No, I mean both. At least we had class. We knew the rules and how to play. Now every third-rate country tries to stick their nose in and they screw it up. One big mess. Templar had been a staunch anti-communist when there were communists, but he respected their agents' highly professional attitude and, yes, ethics. Touch. I have missed our talks and our disagreements. I never could talk you into something you did not believe in, could I? Alex slapped Templar lightly on his back. Templar didn't answer. Ah, you look so serious. You came for business, not old Mimel Rise. No, Alex, I'd love to chat, and we will. But I do need to get a couple of questions answered, and then I can relax. Perhaps a trip to Club 24. Templar pointed at the bright yellow kiosk with the silhouettes of naked women emblazoned on it. For a mere $300, you can buy a bottle of Chivas Regal and share it with one or two or more of the lovely skimpily clad ladies who adorned the bar seats. All else was negotiable in private. Done. Let us speak now. What can I do for you? Alex approved of the plan. I need some information, Templar said seriously. That is my business, of course. We have a problem in the States. As usual, Alex interrupted. Yes, Templar grinned, as usual. But this one is not usual. Someone with connections, is apparently using computers as a blackmail tool. The FBI is investigating domestically and, well, it's our job to look outside. So, I figure, call Alex, that's why I'm here. Alex disguised his surprise. How had they found him? He now needed to find out what, if anything, they knew. Blackmail? Computers? That's not a lot to go on. Alex maintained absolute composure. Here's what we know, and it's not much. There appears to be a wholesale blackmail operation in place. With the number of complaints we have gotten over the last few months, we could guess that maybe 10 or 20 people, maybe more, are involved. They're after the big boys, the banks, some senators, folks with real money and power. And it's one professional job. They seem to get their information from computers, from the radiation they emanate. It's something we really want to keep quiet. Alex listened quietly. If Templar was being straight, they didn't know much. Certainly not the scope of the operation, nor Alex's own involvement. It was possible, though, that Templar was playing dumb and trying to elicit clues from Alex. If he was a suspect, what sort of demands are being made? Alex was going to play the game to the hilt. None, yet. After 2 months, you say? And no demands? What kind of blackmail is that? Alex ineffectively stifled a laugh. This sounds like some Washington paranoia. You really don't know what to do without an adversary, so you create one, Alex chuckled. Alex, come on. No shit. We got some muckety-mucks with their heads in a tail. Spin and our asses in a sling. I don't know what's happening, but whatever it is, it's causing a pile of shit bigger than Congress and smellier. And you thought I might know something about it? Alex toured. Well, no, or yes, or maybe, Templar said coyly. Who's got a grudge against so many people? And then, who's also got the technology to do it? There must be a lot of smart people and money in on it. You have the best ears in Europe. The compliment might help. Thank you for the overstatement, but I have only a small group on whom I can rely. Certainly your own agency can find out before I can. Deniability and humility could raise the ante. We have our good days, but too many bad days. Templar was being sincere, concluded Alex. Listen, I need the streets. If there's nothing, then there's nothing. It could be domestic, but it smells of outside influence. Can you help? Alex stopped to light up a non-filcalese. He inhaled deeply as his eyes scanned the clear sky. He wanted to have Templar think there might be something. How much is this information worth? Alex was the perfect mercenary, absolutely no allegiance to anyone other than himself. We have about 50 grand for good info, but for that price, it had better be good. Alex had to laugh to himself at the American's naivete. Homo Sodal was paying him 100 times that for one job. Being a freelancer means treating all customers as equals. and there was no way he would jeopardize his planned retirement for a cause or for a friend. This would be easy. Phew, Alex whistled. Hot off the griddle, huh? I'll see who knows what. It may take a while, a week, 10 days, but I'll get back to you with anything I find. No promises, though. I know it's a long shot, but we have to look at all angles. I really appreciate it. Templar sounded relieved. He had just recruited, for no money down, the best source of information in Europe. Let's go have a bottle of Chavaz, on me. The American taxpayer was about to pay for the sexual relief of a mercenary enemy. Alex made it home at 4 a.m. after the romp in Club 24. Or was it Club 1? He no longer knew, no cared. Despite his intense intoxication, he had to talk to his employer. Somehow he managed to get his computer alive. He dialed the number in Tokyo, not knowing whether Homosoto would be in the office. Enter password, enter crypt K. He responded to both, nearly blinded from the Chavaz, yet his professionalism demanded that he make immediate contact if possible. Oh, connection. His. Alex missed the message for several seconds before forcing himself alert. He quickly entered his opening words before the connection would shut down. I have been contacted. Homosoto apparently never went home. He got an immediate response. Do I wam? The CIA. The screen paused for several seconds. Alex was too drunk to notice. How? An old friend. He called for a meeting. What did he want? He asked about the U.S. operations. How much does Hitson now? They kin now about the blackmail. But they're fishing fish looking for answers. They know nothing. Tell me more. I am not happy. The FBI is looking for an answer. Who is behind the propaganda? They think it is very important. Take it seriously. They brought in the CIA and probably the NSA. The effect is beginning. We should be pleased. And the press? Is it in the papers? No, it was suppressed. The government still controls the press. And you. Why contact you? The same reason you did. It is pure coincidence. I am not convinced. An old friend, a colleague, called for a meeting. He asked for my help. He tried to hire me to find out if it was foreign. What did you say? I told him the streets, the rumors, no nothing. That is true. He never suspected me. I was surprised. He offered me money to give him information. How much money? $50,000 US. I pay you 1,000 times that. No, only 100 times. Does it matter? Only if they equal your money. Make sure they do not. It is not worth your life. The CIA does not have that kind of money. That is why the Russians learned. So much for so little. The US does not think they should pay to keep their secrets. They are wrong. I've met Twarens. They call it blackmail. They do not have the funds. What will you tell them? I will tell them that it is not from here. No, it must be from the US. They will believe me. I will charge them for that information. And they will believe you? If I make them pay, yes. If I give it for free, no. That's the American way. They will believe what is easiest to believe. They do not know that this is my last job. They cannot know. If they think that, they will suspect me. And then you. Why me? They will use drugs I cannot resist, so I must make sure I help them, and if they offer money, and they offer money, as much as I do, then we negotiate, then you will die, you will connection terminated. Chapter 16, Wednesday, December 9. New York. The late afternoon pace of the city room at the Times tended to be chaotic. As deadlines approached and the paper was laid out for the printers, the flurry of activity was associated with an increase in the loudness of the room. Scott Mason listened with one hand over his right ear and the phone so awkwardly pressed between his left ear and shoulder that his glasses sat askew on his face. Suddenly hanging up the phone, Scott sprung up shouting, "I got it!" Several people stopped and stared in his direction, but seeing nothing of concern or interest to them, they returned to their own world. Scott ripped a page from a notebook and ran into and around his coworkers. "Doug, I got it. Confirmed by the president." "You're kidding me!" Doug stopped his red pencil mid-stroke. "Give it to me from the top." He turned in his swivel chair to face Scott more directly. It goes like this. A few weeks ago, Sovereign Bank in Atlanta found that someone had entered their central computers without permission. Scott perused his notes. It didn't take long for them to find the intruder. He left a calling card. It said that the hackers had found a hole to crawl through undetected into their computers. Was the bank interested in knowing how it was done? They left a CompuServe mailbox. As you can imagine, the bank freaked out and told their computer people to fix whatever it was. They called in the FBI, that's for my contact, and went on an internal rampage. "Those good old boys don't trust nobody," Scott added, sounding like a poor imitation of Andy from Mayberry. Anybody that could spell computer was suspect, and they turned the place upside down. Found grass, cocaine, lewds, a couple of weapons, and a lot of people got fired. But no state secrets. You talk about a dictatorship, commented Scott. On the side, there's no privacy at all. They scanned everyone's electronic mailboxes looking for clues and instead found them staring at invasion of privacy suits from employees and ex-employees who were fired because of the contents of their private mail. The computer jocks unplugged the computers, turned them inside out, and screwed them back together. Nothing. They found nada. So they tighten the reins and give away less passwords to less people. That's all they figured they could do. This is where the fun starts. Scott actively gestured with his hands as he shifted weight to his other foot. A few days later, they discover another message in their computer. Says something like, "Sorry, Charlie," or something to that effect. The hackers were back, and this time they wanted to sell their services to the bank. For a nominal fee, say $1 million, we'll show you how to sew up the holes. Well, what does that sound like to you? Scott asked Doug. Extortion. Exactly. And apeshit doesn't begin to describe what the bank did. Bottom line, they made a deal. We'll pay you $1 million as consultants for 10 years. You agreed to stay out of the machines unless we need you. Immunity unless you break the deal. What happened? Doug said with rapt attention. Sovereign Bank now has 3 14-year-old consultants at $100,000 a year, Scott said, choking with laughter on his words. You're kidding, exclaimed Doug, slapping his knees. No shit. And everyone is pretty happy about it. The kids have a way to pay for a good college, they're bright little snots, and they get off. The bank figures it's making an investment in the future and actually may have gotten off cheap. It woke them up to the problems they could face if their computers did go down for a month. Or if they lost all their records. Or if someone really wanted to do damage. Thoughts like that trigger a panic attack in any bank exec. They'd rather deal with the kids. In fact, they're turning it into a public relations coup. Dig this. Scott knew the story like the back of his hand. The bank realized that they could fix their security problems for a couple of $1 million. Not much of an investment when you're guarding billions. So they design a new ad campaign, Sovereign, the safest your money can be. Now that's a story, said Doug approvingly. Important, fun, human, and everyone comes out a winner. A story with a moral, confirmed, every bit, from the president. They announce it all tomorrow and we print tonight with their blessing. Exclusive. Why, what did you have to do? Nothing. He likes the work we've been doing on the computer capers and crime and all and thought that we would give it fair coverage. I think they're handling it like absolute gentlemen. How fast do you type? 40 mistakes a minute. Why? You got 40 minutes to deadline. Friday, December 11, Washington, D.C. Throughout his years of government service at the National Security Agency, Miles Foster had become a 9-to-5er. Rarely did he work in the evening or on weekends. So the oddball hours he had to work during his association with Homo Sotto were irritating and made him cranky. He could function well enough, and crankiness was difficult to convey over a computer terminal, but work at nights wasn't much to his liking. It interfered with his social responsibilities to the women. The master plan Miles had designed years ago for Homo Sotto was now calling for Phase 2 to go into effect. The beauty of it all, thought Miles, was that it was unstoppable. The pieces had been put into play by scores of people who worked for him. For him, the programmers, the Freedom League BBSs, and the infectors. Too much had already gone into play to abort the mission. There was no pulling back. Only a few weeks were left before the first strike force landed. The militaristic thinking kept Miles focused on the task at hand, far away from any of the personalization that might surface if he got down to thinking about the kinds of damage he was going to be inflicting on millions of innocent targets. Inside, perhaps deep inside, Miles cared, but he seemed to only be aware of the technical results of his efforts in distinction to the human element. The human elements of frustration, depression, helplessness, a social retreat of maybe 50 years, that was going to be the real devastation above and beyond the machinery, just the way Homo Sotto wanted it. To hurt deep down. Miles had come to learn of the intense hatred that Homo Sotto felt toward the United States. In his more callous moments, especially when he and Homo Sotto were at odds over any particular subject, Miles would resort to the basest of verbal tactics. "You're just pissed off 'cause we nuked your family." It was meant to sting, and Homo Sotto's reactions were unpredictable, often violent. He had once thrown priceless heirlooms across his office, shattering in 1,000 shards. A 3-hour lecture ensued on one occasion, tutoring Miles about honorable warfare. Miles listened and fell asleep during more than one sermon, but at the bottom of it, Homo Sotto kept a level head and showed he knew what he was doing. The plans they formulated were coming together, though Miles had no direct control over many pieces. The readers were run by another group altogether. Miles only knew they were fundamentalist fanatics. He didn't really care as long as the job was getting done. And the groundhogs, he designed them, but they were managed by others. Propaganda, yet another, just as the plan called for. Extreme compartmentalization, even at the highest level. Only Homo Sotto knew all the players, and therefore had the unique luxury of viewing the grand game being played. Though Miles designed every nuance, down to the nth degree of how to effect the invasion properly, he was not privileged to push the chessmen around the board. His rationalization was that he was being paid a great deal of money for the job, and he was working for a more important cause, one that would make it all worthwhile. Perhaps in another year or two, when the final phases were complete and the United States was even more exposed and defenseless than it was right now, the job would be done. Miles' ruminating provided a calming influence during the interminable months and years that distanced the cause and effect. In the intelligence game, on the level that he had operated while with the NSA, he would receive information, process it, make recommendation and determinations, and that was that. Over. Next. Now, though, Miles had designed the big picture, and that meant long-range planning. No more instant gratification. He was in control only partially, as he was meant to be. He was impressed with the operation. That nothing had gone awry so far consoled Miles, despite the fact that Homo Sotto called him almost every day to ask about another computer crime he had heard about. This time it was Sovereign Bank. Homo Sotto had heard rumors that they were being held hostage by hackers and was concerned that some of Miles's techies had gone out on their own. Homo Sotto reacted to the sovereign issue, as he had many others that he seemed so concerned about. Once Miles gave him an explanation, he let the matter drop, not without an appropriate warning to Miles, though, that he had better be right. The number of computer crimes was increasing more rapidly than Miles, or anyone in the security field had predicted only a few years ago, and the legal issues were mounting faster than the state or federal legislatures could deal with them. But, as Miles continually reassured Homosoto, they were small-timers with no heinous motivation. They were mostly kids who played chicken with computers instead of chasing cars or smoking crack. A far better alternative, Miles offered. Just kids having a little fun with the country's most important computer systems. No big deal, right? How anyone can leave the front door to their computer open or with the keys lying around was beyond him. Fucking stupid. His stream of consciousness was broken when his Nipcom computer announced that Homosoto was calling. Again. Shit. I bet some high school kids changed their school grades, and Homosoto thinks the Rosenbergs are behind it. Paranoid gook. Schreier and submission, encrypted. M.R. Foster. That's me. What's wrong? Nothing. All is W well. That's a change. Nobody fucking with your Nintendo, huh? Your humor escapes me at times, suppose too. What? Never mind. What do you need? Where Clost and Amar? What do you need? Where Clus I know? Of course, you do. A brief spurt. Please. Sure. Freedom is doing better than expected. Over 1 million now, maybe 1.5 million. The majors are sick, real sick. Alex has kept my staff full and we're putting out dozens of viruses a week. On schedule. Good. I'm gonna be out for a few days. I'll call when I get back. Schmudden you stay where you can be reached. I carry a portable. I will check my computer, as I always do. You have never had trouble reaching me. That is true. Where do you go? Amsterdam. Helland? Why? A hackers conference. I need a break anyway, so I thought I might as well make it a working vacation. The top hackers get together and stroke themselves, but I could pick something up, useful to us. Do be careful. You are valuable. No one can know who you are. No one does. No one does. I use my BBS alias, Spook. San Francisco, California. Sir George Sterling checked his email for messages. There were only 2, both from Alex. The 1-week holiday had been good for Sir George, well earned, he thought. In less than 3 months, he had called over 1,700 people on the phone and let them in on his little secrets, as he came to call them. Every month, Alex had forwarded money, regular like clockwork, and Sir George had diligently followed instructions. To the letter. Not so much in deference to the implicit threats issued him by Alex, over computer and untraceable of course, but by the prospect of continued income. He came to enjoy the work. Since he was in America and his calls were to Americans, he had the opportunity to dazzle them with his proper and refined accent before he let the hammer down with whatever tidbit of private information he was told to share with them. In the beginning, Sir George had little idea of what the motivation behind his job was, and still he wasn't completely sure. He realized each call he made contained the undercurrent of a threat. But he never threatened anyone. His instructions were explicit. Never threaten. So therefore, he reasoned, he must actually be making threats, no matter how veiled. He rather enjoyed it all. Not hurting people, that wasn't his nature, but he savored impressing people with his knowledge and noting their reactions for his daily reports back to Alex. In the evening, Sir George searched out small American recreational centers inaccurately referred to as pubs. In fact, they were disguised bars with darts and warm beer, but it gave Sir George the chance to mingle and flash his assumed pedigree. When asked what he did for a living, he truthfully said, "I talk to people." About what? Whatever interests them. He became somewhat of a celebrated fixture at several pub-ups in Marin County, where he found the atmosphere more to his liking. a perfectly civilized provincial suburb of San Francisco where his purchased affectations wore well on the locals who endlessly commuted to their high-tech jobs in Silicon Valley 40 miles to the south. Hawaii had been, as he said, quite the experience. Alex had informed him one day that he was to take a holiday and return ready for a new assignment, one to which now he was ideally suited. Sir George smiled to himself. A job well done, and additional rewards. That was a first for George Toft of dreary Manchester, England. Since he did not have a printer, there was no way he would jeopardize his livelihood for a comfort so small. He read his email by copying the messages into Word Perfect and then reading them at his leisure. All email was encrypted with the public-private RSA algorithm, so he had to manually decrypt the messages with his private key and save them unencrypted. When he was done, he erased the file completely to keep anyone else from discovering the nature of his work. Alex's first message was dated 2 days before he returned from Hawaii. It was actually cordial, as far as Alex could be considered cordial. After their first meeting at Athens, Alex had taken on a succinct if not terse tone in all communications. Sir George, welcome back. I hope you had a most enjoyable holiday. It was well deserved. We now enter phase 2 of our operations. We place much faith in your ability and loyalty. Please do not disrupt that confidence. As in the past, you will be given daily lists of people to call. They are some of the people whom you have called before. As before, identify yourself and the nature of your call. I am sure your last call was so disturbing to them, they will take your call this time as well. Then, once you have confirmed their identity, give them the new information provided and ask them to follow the instructions given to the letter. Please be your usual polite self, Alex. The second message was more Alex-like. Sir George, if you have any problems with your new assignment, please call me to arrange your termination. Alex, hello, are you there? Sir George Sterling spoke with as much elegance he could muster. This is John Fullmaster calling again for Robert Henson. Sir George remembered the name, but not the specifics. One moment, please, Maggie said. Mr. Henson, she said after dialing his intercom extension. It's John Fullmaster for you. Line 3, who? Mr. Fullmaster, he called once several months ago. Don't you remember? He thought. Fullmaster. Oh shit, I thought he was a bad dream. Goddamn blackmailer. Never did figure how he knew about the Winston Ellis scam. Good thing that's been put to bed and over. All right, I'll take it. He punched up the third line. Yeah? He said defiantly. Mr. Henson, this is John Fullmaster. I believe we spoke a while back about some of your dealings. Do you recall? Yes, I recall, you bastard, but you're too late. The deal closed last month, so you can forget your threats. Fuck off and die. Henson used his best boardroom belligerence. Oh, I am sorry that you thought I was threatening you. I can assure you I wasn't. Sir George oozed politeness. Bullshit. Bull. I don't know how the blazes you learned anything about my business, and I don't really care. I think you might care, sir, if you will allow me to speak for a moment. Sir George interjected. The sudden interruption caught Henson off guard. He stood his ground in silence. Thank you. Sir George waited for an acknowledgement which never arrived, so he continued. Winston Ellis is old news, Mr. Henson. Very old news. I read today, though, that Miller Pharmaceuticals is about to have its anti-AIDS drug turned down by the FDA. Apparently, it still has too many side effects and may be too dangerous for humans. I'm sure you've read the reports yourself. Don't you think it would be wise to tell your investors before they sink another $300 million into a black hole from which there is no escape? The aristocratic British accent softened the harshness of the words, but not the augur of the meaning. Henson seethed. I don't know who you are, he hissed, but I will not listen to this kind of crap. I won't take it from Sorry, Sir George again interrupted, but I'm afraid you will listen. The instructions are as follows. I want $5 million in small bills in a silver Samsonite case to be placed into locker number 225 at Grand Central Station, first level. You have 48 hours to comply. If you do not have the money there, we will release these findings to the media and the SEC, which will no doubt prompt an investigation into this and other of your dealings. Don't you think? Blackmail was anathema to Robert Henson, although he should have felt quite comfortable in its milieu. It was effectively the same stunt he performed on many of his investors. Nobody treats Robert Henson this way, nobody. He needed time to think. The last time Full Master called it was a bluff, obviously, but then there were no demands. This time he wanted something, but how did he know? The FDA reports were still confidential, and he hoped to have completed raising the funds before the reports became public, another few weeks at most. He counted on inefficient government bureaucracy and indifference to delay any announcement. Meanwhile, though, he would pocket several millions in banking fees. You got me. I'll do it. 235, right? Very good, Mr. Henson. I'm glad you see it my way. It has been a pleasure doing business with you. Sir George sounded like a used car salesman. Oh yes, I almost forgot. Please, Mr. Henson, no police. In that case, our deal is off. Of course no police, no problem. Thanks for the call. Henson hung up. Fuck him. No money, no way. Mr. Faulkner, this is John Fullmaster. Sir George was sickeningly sweet. Do you recall our last conversation? How couldn't he? This was the only call he had received on his private line since that maniac had last called. Faulkner had had the number changed at least a half a dozen times since, as a matter of course, but still, Fullmaster, if that was his real name, reached him with apparent ease. Yes, I remember, he said tersely. What do you want now? Just a piece of the action, Mr. Faulkner. What the hell does that mean? Well, according to my records, you have lost quite a sum of money since our last conversation. And it would be such a shame, don't you agree, if California National Bank found out they lost another $2 million to your bad habits? Sir George instinctively thought Faulkner with a California slime ball, never mind his own actions, and he briefly thought that he might actually be working for the side of good after all. You have a real doctor's bedside manner. What do you want? Faulkner conveyed extreme nervousness. I think, under the circumstances that, shall we say, $1 million would do it. Yes, that sounds fair. 1 million? $1 million? Faulkner shrieked from his poolside lounge chair. Yes, sir, that sounds just about right. Sir George paused for effect. Now here is what I want you to do. Go to Las Vegas and have your credit extended and acquire small bills. Then place the money in a silver Samsonite case at Union Station. Locker number 12. Is that simple enough? British humor at its best. Simple, yes. Possible, no, Faulkner whispered in terror. Oh yes, it is possible, as you well know. You cleared up the $2.4 million you owed Caesars only last week. Your credit is excellent. There's no way you can know that. Then it occurred to him. The mob. He wasn't losing enough at the tables. They wanted more. Losing money was one thing, his way, but a sore winner is the worst possible enemy. He had no choice. There was only one way out. All right. What locker number? 12. Within 48 hours. And I probably needn't mention it, but no police. Of course, Faulkner smiled to himself. At last the nightmare would be over. Thank you so very much. Have a nice day. Merrill, it's the blackmailer again. Merrill, do you hear me? Ken Boyers tried to get Senator Rickfield out from the centerfold of the newest Playboy. Merrill. Oh, sorry, Ken. Just reading the articles. Now what is it? Rickfield put the magazine down, slowly, for one last lustful gaze. Merrill, that Fullmaster fellow, the one who called about the Credit Suisse arrangements. Shut up, we don't talk about that in this office, you know that. Rickfield admonished Ken. I know, but he doesn't, he said, pointing at the blinking light on the senator's desk phone. I thought he went away. Nothing ever came of it, did it? No, nothing, after we got General Young onto it, Boyers explained. I thought he took care of it in his own way. The problem just disappeared like it was supposed to. Well, Rickfield said scornfully, obviously it didn't. Give me the goddamned phone. He picked it up and pressed the lighted button. His senatorial dignity was absent as he spoke. This is Rickfield. Who is this? Ah, thank you for taking my call. Yes, thank you. Sir George spoke slowly, more slowly than necessary. This call was marked critical. That meant, don't screw it up. My name is John Fullmaster, and I believe we spoke about some arrangements you made with General Young and Credit Suisse. I remember. So what? That has nothing to do with me, Rickfield retorted. He grabbed a pen and wrote down the name, John Fullmaster. Ken looked at the scribbled writing and shrugged his shoulders. Ah, but I'm afraid it does. I see here that Allied Dynamics recently made a significant contribution to a certain account in Credit Suisse. There are only 2 signators on the passbook. It also says here that they will be building 2 new factories in your state. Quite an accomplishment. I am sure your constituents would be proud. The color drained from Rickfield's face. He put his hand over the mouthpiece to speak privately to Ken. Who else knows? Don't bullshit me, boy. Who else have you told? No one. Boyers said in genuine shock. I want to enjoy the money, not pay attorney's fees. Rickfield waved Boyers away. He appeared satisfied with the response. This is speculation. You can't prove a thing. Rickfield took a shot to gauge his opponent. Believe that if you wish, Senator. But I don't think it is in either of our best interests to play the other for the fool. Sir George saw that Rickfield did not attain his position as chairman of the Senate Committee on Space, Transportation, and Technology by caving in to idle demands or threats. In fact, in 34 years of Senate service, Senator Merrill Rickfield had survived 8 presidents, counseling most of them to varying degrees depending upon the partisan attitude of the White House. At 65, much of the private sector would have forced him into retirement, but elected government service permitted him the tenure to continue as long as his constituents allowed. Claude Pepper held the record and Merrill Rickfield's ego wanted to establish new definitions of tenure. His involvement with General Chester Oliver Young was recent, in political terms, less than a decade. During the Reagan military buildup, nearly $3 trillion worth, defense contractors expanded with the economy to unprecedented levels in profits. Congress was convinced that $300 billion per year was about right to defend against a Cold War enemy that couldn't feed its own people. The overestimates of the CIA, with selective and often speculative information provided by the country's intelligence gatherer, the NSA, helped define a decade of political and technological achievements: Star Wars, stealth, MX, B-1, B-2, and other assorted toys that had no practical use save all-out war. With that kind of spending occurring freely and the Senate Oversight Committee in a perpetual state of the doldrums, there was money to be made for any one part of Washington's good old boy network. General Young was one such. An opportunistic militarist. Promoted to 1-star general in 1978 after 2 lackluster but politically well-connected tours in Vietnam, it was deemed prudent by the power brokers of that war to bring Young into the inner rings of the Pentagon with the corresponding perks such a position brought. But Young had bigger and better ideas. He saw countless ways to spend taxpayers' money, protecting them from the communist threat of the evil empire, but had difficulty getting support from his 2- and 3-star superiors. It didn't take him long to realize that he had been token promoted to keep his mouth shut about certain prominent people's roles in the Vietnam era, events that were better left to a few trusted memories than to the history books. So Young decided to go out on his own and find support from the legislative branch, find an influential proponent for a few specific defense programs by which he could profit. Over the course of a few years, he and Senator Rickfield became fast friends, holding many of the same global views and fears, if not paranoias. When Allied Dynamics began losing congressional support for an advanced jet helicopter project, Young went to Rickfield for help. After all, Allied was headquartered in Rickfield's home state, and wouldn't it be a great boon to the economy? The recession was coming to an end, and that meant jobs. Rickfield was unaware initially that Allied had an arrangement with General Young to donate certain monies to certain charities in certain Swiss bank accounts if certain spending programs were approved. Only when Rickfield offered some later resistance to the Allied projects did Young feel the need to share the wealth. After 25 years in Congress and very little money put away to show for it, Rickfield was an easy target. Rickfield's recruitment by Young on Allied's behalf had yielded the senator more than enough to retire comfortably on the island paradise of his choice. Yet, Rickfield found an uncontrolled desire for more. Considerations was his word for it, just as he had grown used to wielding power and influence in the nation's capital. Rickfield was hooked, and Credit Suisse was the certain Swiss bank in question. Ken Boyers was involved as well. Almost from the start, they both had a lot to lose. No, I must assume that you are not a fool, and I know for a fact I am not one, so on that one point we do agree. Political pausing often allowed your opponent to hang himself with attitudinal oration. Rickfield found a technique useful, especially on novices. Please continue. Thank you, Sir George said with a hint of patronization. To be brief, Senator, I want you to keep your money. I think that dedicated civil servants like yourself are grossly underpaid and underappreciated. No, sir, I do not wish to deny you the chance to make your golden years pleasant after such a distinguished career. Then what is it? What do you want from me? The senator was doodling nervously while Ken paced the room trying to figure out what was being said at the other end of the phone. I'm glad you asked, said Sir George. Beginning next month, you are chairing a subcommittee that will be investigating the weaknesses and potential threats to government computer systems. As I remember, it is called the Senate Select Subcommittee on Privacy and Technology Containment. Is that right? Yes, the dates aren't firm yet, and I haven't decided if I will chair the hearings or assign it to another committee member. So what? Well, we want you to drag down the hearings, nothing more, Sire George stated his intention as a matter of fact rather than a request. Rickfield's face contorted in confusion. Drag down? Exactly what does that mean to you, that is? We want you to downplay the importance of security for government computers, that there really is no threat to them, and that government has already met all of its obligations in balance with the New World Order, if you will. The threats are mere scare tactics by various special interest groups and government agencies who are striving for long-term self-preservation. Sir George had practiced his soliloquy before calling Senator Rickfield. What the hell for? Rickfield raised his voice. Security? Big deal. What's it to you? I am not at liberty to discuss our reasons. Suffice it to say that we would be most pleased if you see to it that the hearings have minimal substance and that no direct action items are delivered. I believe that term you Americans so eloquently use is stonewall, or perhaps filibuster. They're not the same things. Fine. But you do understand nonetheless. We want these hearings to epitomize the rest of American politics with procrastination, obfuscation, and procedural gerrymandering. Sir George had learned quite a bit about the political system since he had moved to the States. And to what aim? Rickfield's political sense was waving red flags. That's it. Nothing more. And in return, the senator had learned to be direct in matters of additional compensation since he had hooked up with the earthy general. I will assure you that the details of your arrangements with Allied Dynamics will remain safe with me until the next time, right? This is blackmail. No, yes, Sir George answered. Yes, it is blackmail, but without the usual messiness, and no, there will be no next time. For as soon as the hearings are over, it would be most advisable for you to take leave of your position and enjoy the money you have earned outside of your paycheck. And, if I don't agree to this, Rickfield was looking at his options, which seemed to be somewhere between few and none. Maybe he only had one. That would be so unfortunate. Sir George smiled as he spoke. The media will receive a 2-page letter. It is already prepared, I can assure you, detailing your illegal involvements with Allied General Young and Mr. Boyers. What's in it for you? You don't want any money? The confusion in Rickfield's mind was terribly obvious, and he was sliding on a logical Mobius loop. No senator, no money. Merely a favor. I will let you know what I decide. May I have your number? I do not need to contact you again. Your answer will be evident when the hearings begin. Whatever course you pursue, we will make an appropriate response. Scott, a woman called across the noisy floor. Is your phone off the hook? Yeah, why? He looked up and couldn't match the voice with a person. You got a call. Who is it? I'm busy. Some guy from Brooklyn sounds like. Says he got a package for you? Holy shit. It's Vito, Scott's anonymous caller. The one who had caused him so much work, so much research without being able to print one damn thing. Not yet. Yeah. Okay. It's back on. The phone rang instantly and Scott rushed to pick it up on the first ring. Yeah, Scott Mason here. He sounded hurried. Yo, Scott, it's me, your friend, remember? No one could forget the accent that sounded more fake than real. He had been nicknamed Vito for reference purposes by Scott. Sure do, fella, Scott said cheerily. That bunch of shit you sent me was worthless, garbage. Yeah, well, we may have fucked up a little on that. Didn't count on yous guys having much in the ethics department, if yous know what I mean. Vito laughed at what he thought was a pretty good joke. So we all screw up, right? Now and again? Never mind that. I got something real good. Something you's really gonna like. Sure you do. No, really, dig this. I got a list of names that, great, another list. Just what I need. Another list. Wadaria, a wise guy? You's wanna talk or listen? Scott didn't answer. That's better, 'cause you can't like this. Some guy named Faulkner, big shit. Banker from La La Land is borrowing money from the mob to pay off a blackmailer. Another guy, right here in New York, shitty, a Wall Street big shot called Henson, him too. Another one named Dobbs, same thing. All being blackballed by the same guys. Yous want more. I'm writing quiet. Faulkner, Henson, and Dobbs, right? That's what I said? Yeah. So how come you know so much? That's my job. I deal in information. Pretty good, huh? Maybe. I gotta check it out. That last stuff was... Hey! Vito interrupted. I told you about that. Payson, what's a slip-up among friends, right? I'll ignore that. Gimme a couple of days. I'll call you. Like hell you will. I'll call you. You'll see. This is good stuff. No shit. All right? 2 days. Click. Monday, December 14, Washington, D.C. The FBI runs a little-known counterintelligence operation from the middle of a run-down Washington, D.C. neighborhood on Half Street. Getting in and out is an exercise in evasive, not to mention defensive driving. The southeast quadrant of Washington, D.C. is vying for the drug capital of the nation, and perhaps has the dubious distinction of having the highest murder rate per capita in the United States. Since the CI division of the FBI is a well-kept secret, its location was strategically chosen to keep the casual passerby from stopping in for a chat. Besides, there was no identification on the front of the building. Most Americans think that the CIA takes care of foreign spies, but their agents are limited to functioning on foreign land. On the domestic front, the FBI Counterintelligence Group is assigned to locate and monitor alien intelligence activities. For example, CI3 is assigned to focus on Soviet and East Bloc activities, and other groups focus on their specific target countries. Thus, there is a certain amount of competition, not all of it healthy, between the two agencies chartered to protect our national interests. The CIA is under the impression that it controls all foreign investigations, even if they tread upon United States territory. This line of thinking has been a constant source of irritation and inefficiency since the OSS became the CIA during the Truman administration. Only during the Hoover reign at the FBI days was there any sense of peaceful coexistence. Hoover did what he damn well pleased, and if anyone stood in his way, he simply called up the White House and had the roadblock removed. Kennedy era notwithstanding, Hoover held his own for a 50-year reign. Tyrone Duncan received an additional lesson on interagency rivalry when he was called down to Half Street. His orders were similar to those he had received from the safe house in Georgetown months before. Stick to your hackers and viruses, period, he was told. If it smells of foreign influence, let the CI fight it out with Langley. Keep your butt clean. In 25 years of service, Tyrone had never been so severely admonished for investigating a case that he perceived as being domestic in nature. The thought of foreign influences at work had not occurred to him until CI brought it up. As far as he was concerned, the quick trip from New York to Half Street was a bureaucratic waste of time and money. However, during the 15-minute discussion, he was told by his CI compatriots that both the blackmail and the ECCO investigation situations had international repercussions and he should keep his nose out of it. CI was doing just fine without Tyrone's help. The meeting, or warning as Tyrone Duncan took it, served to raise an internal flag. There was a bigger picture, something beyond a classical blackmail operation, and some hackers screwing with government computers, and he was being excluded. That only meant one thing. He was pushing someone's button, and he didn't know how, where, or why. The Trump shuttle flight back to LaGuardia gave Tyrone time to think about it, and that only incensed him further. Aren't we all on the same team? If I stumbled onto something and you want me to back off, okay, but at least let me know what I'm missing. 25 years in the return to Hoover paranoia. He understood and advocated the need for secrecy, privacy, and the trappings of confidentiality. But compartmentalization of information this extreme was beyond the normal course to which he was accustomed. The whole thing stunk. He arrived back at New York's Federal Square during lunch hour. Normally, there was a minimal staff at that hour, or hour and a half, or 2 hours, depending upon your rank. When the elevator doors opened on level 5, 70 feet under Lower Manhattan, he walked into a bustle of activity normally present only when visiting heads of state need extraordinary security. He was immediately accosted by eager subordinates. The onslaught of questions overwhelmed him, so he ignored them and walked through the maze directly to his office. His head ringing, he plopped himself down behind his desk. He stared at the 2 agents who followed him all the way, plus his secretary stood in the open door, watching with amusement. Duncan was not appreciative of panic situations. His silence was contagious. "Who's first?" he asked quietly. The 2 agents looked at each other, and one spoke. Sir, I think we have a lead in the blackmail operation." Duncan looked at the other, offering him a chance to speak. "Yes, sir. It seems to have broken all over at once." Duncan opened his eyes wide in anticipation. Well, he thought, go on. The first agent picked up the ball. "Demands. The blackmailers are making demands. So far we have 6 individuals who said they were recontacted by the same person who had first called them a year ago." Duncan sat upright. "I want a complete report, here, in 1 hour. We'll talk then. Thank you, gentlemen." They took their cue to exit and brushed by Tyrone's secretary on their way out the door. "Yes, Gloria." Duncan treated her kindly, not with the administrative brusqueness he often found necessary to motivate some of his agents. "Good morning or afternoon, sir. Pleasant trip?" She knew he hated sudden trips to D.C. It was her way of teasing her boss. "Wonderful." Tyrone beamed with artificial enthusiasm. "Book me on the same flights every day for a month. Definite e-ticket ride. Do you remember a Franklin Dobbs? He was here some time ago about, I believe, the same matter you were just discussing." Her demureness pampered Duncan. "Dobbs?" "Yes, why? He's been waiting all morning. Had to see you, no one else. Shall I show him in?" "Yes, by all means, thank you." "Mr. Dobbs, how good to see you again. Please." Duncan pointed at a chair in front of his desk. "Sit down. How may I help you?" Dobbs shuffled over to the chair and practically fell into it. He sighed heavily and looked down at his feet. "I guess it's all over. All over. What do you mean?" "My secretary said you were being blackmailed again. I think you should know I'm not working on that case anymore." "This time it's different," Dobbs said, his eyes darting about. "They want money, a lot of money, more than we have. Last time I received the call I was told some very private and specific null edge about our company that we preferred to remain private. That information contained all our pricing, quotation methods, profit figures, overhead, everything our competitors could use." "So you think your competition is blackmailing you?" Duncan offered. "I don't know. If they wanted the information, why call me and tell me? We haven't been able to figure it out." "What about the others?" Duncan thought out loud. "The others with access to the information? Everyone is suspecting everyone else. It's not healthy. Now, after this, I'm thinking of packing it in." "Why now? What's different?" "The demands. I can't believe it's my competitors. Sure, it's a cutthroat business, but no, it's hard to believe." "Stranger things have happened, Mr. Dobbs." Duncan tried to be soothing. "The demands, what were they?" "They want $3 million, cash. If we don't pay, they said they'd give away our company's secrets to our competitors. We don't have the cash." Duncan felt for the man. Dobbs had been right. There was nothing they could have done to help. No demands, no Ray contacts, and no leads, just a lot of suspicion. But now the Bureau was in a position to help. "Mr. Dobbs, rest assured, we will pursue this case aggressively. We will assign you 2 of our top agents, and in cases like this, we are quite successful." Duncan's upbeat tone was meant to lift Dobbs' spirits. "Was there anything else demanded?" "No. Nothing. They just told me not to go to the police." "You haven't told anyone, have you?" Duncan asked. "No, not even my wife." "Mr. Dobbs, let me ask you a couple more things. Then I will introduce you to some fine men who will help you. Do you know anyone else who is in your position? Other people who are being blackmailed in similar ways?" Dobbs shuffled his feet under the chair and picked at the edge of the chair. Duncan hit a raw nerve. "Mr. Taita." "Dobbs, I don't want names, no specifics. It's a general question. Do you know others?" "Yes," Dobbs said almost silently. "Do you know how many?" Duncan needed details if his current line of thinking would pan out into a viable theory. "No, not exactly." "Is it 5, 10, more than 10, 25, more than 25? Dobbs nodded suddenly. "Do you mean that you know of 25 other companies that are going through what you're going through?" 25? Tyrone was incredulous at the prospects. The manpower alone to investigate that many cases would totally overwhelm his staff. There was no way. The ramifications staggered him. 25 all at once. "Yeah, at least." "I know you can't tell me who they are." Duncan hoped that Dobbs might offer a few. "No, but look at their stocks. They're not doing well. Our competitors seem to be getting the best of the deal." 25 cases in New York alone, and he knows of at least 6 others so far. The rekindled blackmail operation after months of dead ends. Duncan wondered how big the monster behind the head could get, and how could the FBI handle it all. Poor bastard. Poor us. Tuesday, December 15, New York. It was before 8,000 AGM, and Scott cursed himself for arriving at his office at this ungodly hour. He had found the last piece of the puzzle, didn't sleep very much, and was in high gear before 6:07. Scott couldn't remember the last time he had been awake this early, unless it was coming round the long way. He scurried past security, shaking his ID card as he flew through the closing doors on the express elevator. The office hadn't yet come to life, so Doug McGuire was available without a wait or interruption. "I need some expense money," Scott blurted out at Doug. "Yeah, so?" Doug sounded exasperated with Scott's constant requests for money. He didn't even look up from his impossibly disorganized desk. "I'm serious," Scott came back. "So am I." Doug firmly laid down his pen on his desk and looked at Scott. "What the hell kind of expenses do you need now?" Scott spent more money than several reporters combined, and he never felt bad about it. While a great deal of his work was performed at the office or at home, his phone bills were extraordinary, as were his expenses. Scott had developed a reputation as willing to go to almost any lengths to get a story. Like the time he hired and the paper paid for a call girl to entertain Congressman Daley from Wisconsin. She was supposed to confirm in any way necessary that Lamau Chemical was buying votes to help bypass certain approval cycles for their new line of drugs. She accidentally confirmed that he was a homosexual, but not before he slipped, and the lady of the evening became the much-needed confirmation. As Scott put it, Daley's embarrassed resignation was unavoidable collateral damage in stopping the approval of a drug as potentially dangerous as thalidomide. Or then there was the time that Scott received an anonymous tip that the oil companies had suppressed critical temperature emulsion ratio calculations, and therefore the extent of the greenhouse effect was being sorely underestimated. As a result of his research and detective work and the ability to verify and understand the physics involved, Scott's articles forced a re-examination of the dangers. He received a New York Writers' Award for that series. When Doug had hired Scott as a 30-something cub reporter, they both thought that Scott would fit in, nice and neat, and right cute, introspective. Technical pieces. Neither expected Scott to quickly evolve into an innovative journalist on the offensive who had the embryo of a cult following. But Scott Mason also performed a lot of the more mundane work that most writers suffer with until the better stories can justify their full-time efforts. New products. Whiz-bang electronic toys for the kitchen, whiz-bangs for the bathroom. New computer this, new software that. Now, though, he was on the track, due in part, he admitted, to Doug coercing him into writing the computer virus bits. Yes, he was wrong and Doug was right. The pieces were falling in place. So no matter what happened, it was Doug's fault. "I'm going to Europe." "No, you're not," thundered Doug. "Yes, I am. I gotta go." Scott tried to plead his case. "You aren't going anywhere, and that's final." Doug retorted without a pause. He stared challengingly through Scott. "Doug," Scott visibly calmed himself, "will you at least hear me out before telling me no? At least listen to me, and if I'm wrong, tell me why, okay?" Same routine, different day, thought Scott. The calmer, sincere request elicited empathy from Doug. Maybe he'd been too harsh. "Sorry, it's automatic to say no. You know that they," he pointed down with his thumb, "have us counting paper clips." "Sure, explain to me why I'm going to say no," he joked. Doug's overtly stern yet father-like geniality returned. "Okay." Scott mentally organized his thoughts. He touched his fingers to his forehead and turned to sit on the edge of Doug's desk, a traditional no-no. "Without my notes." "Screw the notes, what have you got? If you don't know the mate Ryle, the notes won't help. They're the details, not the story." Scott had heard this before. "Sure, sorry." He gained confidence and went straight from the hip. Fact 1. The FBI is investigating a massive blackmail campaign that nobody wants us to talk about, and probably for good reason from what I can see. As of now, there is no clue at all to whom is behind the operation. Fact 2. My story got pulled by CIA, NSA, or someone that pushed the AG's buttons. And this Tempest thing gets heads turning too fast for my taste. Doug nodded briefly. Scott made sense so far. Both things were true. 3. Scott continued. First State has been the target of hackers, plus we have Sydney's. Sort of. Macmillan hasn't caved in on that yet. Agreed, but it's still good. You and I both know it. Doug grudgingly nodded in agreement. Then we have all those papers that came from a van, or more than one van, I would guess, and not a damn thing we can do with them according to Higgins. Again, Doug nodded, but he wondered where all of this was going. Then the EMPT bombs, NASA, the phone company, and all of these viruses. What we have is a number of apparently dissimilar events that have one common denominator: computers. Scott waited for a reaction from Doug that didn't come, so he continued. Don't you see, the van with the computer data, the endless files, the Sydney's problems, pulling my stories, the hackers, even the viruses. They're starting to get a little out of hand. It's all the same thing. Doug rolled his head from side to side on the shoulder. Rather than boredom, Scott knew that Doug was carefully thinking through the logic of it. Aren't you acting the engineer instead of the reporter here? Miss the old line of work? Give me a break. You and your viruses are the ones who got me into this mess in the first place. Scott knew it would come up, so he had been ready and grabbed the opportunity Doug had just given him. That's exactly the point. Scott leaped off the desk to his feet. All we have are technical threads, pieces of a puzzle. It's a classic engineering problem. Although Scott had never been a brilliant engineer, he could argue the issues fluently. Let me give you an example. When I was in defense electronics, whenever someone built something we had to document without failure, it didn't work. Radar, navigation, communications, it didn't matter. The engineers forever were releasing products that failed on the first pass. Doug stopped rolling his head and looked at Scott with a blank stare. We had these terrifically advanced products meant to defend our country, and they didn't work. So we had to tell the engineers what was wrong so they could figure it out. Our own engineers and I got involved more times than we liked because the response time from the contractors was for shit. They didn't care anymore. Since we hadn't designed it, we only saw the pieces that were on the fritz. We had symptoms and had to figure out what they meant in order to diagnose the failure, so we could get the designers to come up with a fix. The point is, we only had shreds of evidence, little bits of technical information from which to try to understand the complete system. That's exactly what's going on here. So? Doug said, deadpanned. So, Scott avoided getting incensed. You're damn lucky you have me around. I see a pattern, a trail that leads. I don't know where, but I have to follow the trail. That's my job. What has Europe got to do with it? Doug was softening. Oops, thanks. I almost forgot. Scott felt stupid for a second, but he was without notes, he rationalized. Kirk is my hacker contact, who I've been talking to over my computer. Gives me real good stuff. He says there's a conference of hackers in Amsterdam next week. It's a real private affair, and he got me an invite. I know, there's something bigger going down. Somehow all of these pieces tie together, and I need to find out how. That's it? Scott looked disappointed at Doug's reaction. No, that's not it. You know that the expos and inefficiency in publishing bits and pieces of the same stuff we haven't been publishing. Scott didn't know which of his arguments made the case, but Doug certainly reacted to the competitive threat. How much? How much what? Scott wasn't ready for the question. For Europe, how much play money will you need? You know I have to sell this upstairs, and they. Airfare and a couple of nights plus food. That's it, if you want. Scott readied the trump card he had never used at the Times. I'll pay for it myself and submit it all when I come back. Then you make the call. I'll trust you. You really think it's that important? Doug said. Absolutely, no question. Something's going on that smells rotten, bad, and it includes the government. But I have no idea how. Scott spoke as if he was on a soapbox. He had shot his wad. That was it. Anything more was a rehash of the same stuff, and it would have been worthless to say more. He shut up and waited. For Doug, who enjoyed making his better reporters anxious with anticipation, have a good trip, Doug said nonchalantly. He leaned forward to hunch over his desk, and ignoring Scott, he went back to redlining another writer's story. Tuesday, December 15, Scarsdale, New York. Kirk delivered on his word. In his email repository at the Times, Scott found a message from Kirk. It was short, but all Scott needed to hear. Never mind how Kirk broke into the computers. 2s. 12.15.00.02.14.1. Free roam. BEMS re-roam. Ben you arrive, call 602-356. It's an Amsterdam number. John Gruptman is your contact. I told him you were a reporter, but a good one. I said you're working to preserve freedom of electronic information, and you were sick and tired at the police and media beating up on hackers. He thinks you want to give the other side of the story to the public. John is one of the best in Holland and anywhere. He agreed to meet and talk with you himself. He will show you around. Have a good trip. Call me oops, no can do. Oh yes. Mona Lisa frowned. I will call you. Kirk. Transmit by the Freedom Biv Servit. When Scott got home from work, he checked his email and found the same message from Kirk, telling him to be on the line tonight. The Mona Lisa frowned. That meant to Scott that someone was interested enough in Kirk's activities or alleged activities at First State to break in and ruin his computers, and Da Vinci's, who was so scared of hackers or of what they knew to go to these lengths. How many have had their computers ravaged? As anticipated, midnight brought Kirk calling. WEs are going after them. After who? Freedom. Any moment some freaks' friends are going to find out what's going on. What's wrong? Did you ever talk to anyone and feel that thens weren't with white right? Sure, WELLL. Da Vinci is a straight white hat hacker. I had him check out by free. I gave them a bunch of sworger and I took some. I asked the chat with the Sysop and W's been talking daily. Strange go. Strange? Over a computer? You can tell. She spoke with an accent. You're putting me on. Really? Ever read a Visar manual translated from the Japanese? They leave out the this from everything. It has an accent. And the word dude, especially you pesetum. Dude, good reason to be suspicious. Then I hack it his system. What I can knew he's once an online, just to look around menu. How can you do that? Be it is only common semini flavors. They're pretty easy to crack, especially if you have a copy to work on. Ah! I found huge areas of his computer not accessible to the Bobs, so ABF's computer is dedicated to one function basing, so I poked around and found another complete biz system, not part of Freedom. Too much was anchored, though, to learn much. Don't get yourself into hot water again, not to worry. I'll buck 'em one of them. Play their games. It's easy to be anyone you want. I want to see what's going on behind the scenes. Schmott and take long. Friday, December 18, New York, U.S. Army on Virus Vigil by Scott Mason. In July of 1990, the United States Army joined the inner sanctum of the computer hacker. The Pentagon had finally realized that the computer is as essential to battlefield operations and communications as is the gun and the radio. Therefore, as the logic goes, why shouldn't the computers be directly attacked as are other military targets? And keeping with that line of thinking, the Army said, use computer viruses. Viruses are those little gremlins which roam throughout a computer system, hiding themselves in silicon gulches, waiting to ambush mountains of megabytes and erase deserts of data. Perfect for modern warfare. The Army issued an RFP, request for proposal, asking the private sector to study and design computer viruses and other methods to be used offensively against enemy computers. The $500,000 contract was awarded to a Beltway Bandit, a small government subcontractor so named for their proximity to Interstate 495, which loops around Washington, D.C. So the Army is going into the hacking business, but this brings up quite a few questions. Question I. How long has the government known that computer viruses and other maladies could be used in a strategic military lie offensive fashion? RFPs are always preceded by much internal research and consultation with private industry. The government typically will have issued RFIs, requests for information, and RFQs, requests for quotes, and already have a darn good idea of what's available and from whom. Question 2. Has the government already sponsored such research? The existence of the EMPT bomb has created quite a furore. Question 3. What if the Army created experimental computer viruses and they get loose? Who is responsible for silicon-based biological warfare on desktop computers? Question IV. Have any computer viral outbreaks actually been government projects gone out of control? Question V. If the government knew that civilian and military computers could be systematically attacked and destroyed, why haven't we done anything to defend ourselves against a similar assault? Last month's attack on the stock exchange by secret EMPT bombs prompted an investigation into such military capabilities, and some surprising answers were uncovered. In an attempt to get specific answers from various government agencies, I located a secretive group called OCTAG-0N, Offensive Computer Technology Applications Group, 0 November. OCTAG-0N is a highly classified interagency project whose sole function is to develop methods to destroy or disable computers from great distances. According to a highly placed source at the Pentagon, OCTAG-0N allegedly developed computer viruses that will destroy the EMI's hard disks. Successful deployment to use Pentagon East is the hard part. If we can get at their computers, an engineer with OCTAG-0N said, requesting anonymity, we can stop them instantly. Getting them there has been the problem. But now we know how to get at their computers from great distances. In the battlefield, for example, Advanced Tactical Communications Groups explode small magnetic bombs, EMPT, which emit very strong electromagnetic pulses at certain frequencies. The EM pulses destroy nearby computers, RAM, ROM, EEPROM, magnetic storage. Some computer systems are hardened with extra shielding, as in the Tempest program. Other computers, such as those in Air Force One, inside missile silos, or in the Pentagon War Room, are additionally protected by the secret C3I programs, which super-hardens the computers against the intense magnetic pulses associated with above-ground nuclear explosions. Intensely focused energy beams of low power can totally disrupt an unshielded computer as far away as 3 miles. Synchronized interference techniques provide double duty to both listen in on and jam airborne computer traffic. One of OCT-0N's pet tricks is to broadcast a computer virus from a small antenna so that it is caught by a computer's communicating on the same frequency. So simple, yet so devious. In conversations with computer experts and the underground hacker community, the existence of such high-tech weaponry has been confirmed, although the Department of Defense is still issuing a predictable no comment. So, I have to ask again, Why hasn't our government been helping us protect ourselves against an apparently formidable computer weapons complement? I hope the other guys aren't so well armed. This is Scott Mason, adding a chastity belt to my modem. Chapter 17, Monday, December 28. Ace Test AA Software by Scott Mason. The Christmas virus is upon is. So is the anticipated New Year's Eve and New Year's Day virus. Seems like, wherever I look, someone is making a virus to attack my computer or celebrate a holiday. Rather than another rash of warnings about the impending doom and gloom faced by your computers, my editor asked me to find the lighter side of computer viruses. I strongly objected, stating that I found nothing amusing about them. They were a deadly and cowardly form of terrorism that should be rewarded with beheading. However, there is one thing. The geniuses who come up with the names for viral infections, about as believable and laughable as a Batman comic. I wonder what most of us would think if our doctor told us we had the ping pong virus instead of strep throat, or in springtime we contracted the April Fool's virus. It is entirely within the realm of reason that America's computers go unprotected because of the sheer absurdity of the names we attach to each one. Comical names create a comical situation, so no one takes the issue seriously. The marijuana virus conjures up images of a stoned orgy, and why would a computer care about that? The Fu Manchu virus conjures up the Red Chinese Army crossing the Mississippi, which is clearly not the case, so it is ignored. Viruses know no national boundary. The Pakistani virus, the Icelandic, the Israeli, Jerusalem A, Jerusalem Bay, Jerusalem Bay, Jerusalem C, Lehigh, Alameda, Vienna, Czech. Romanian I found over 900 current and active viruses that are identified by their reputed place of origin. The brain virus sounds more sinister than the stone virus, and Friday the 13th viruses are as popular as the movie sequels. The Columbus Day virus was actually dubbed by its authors as data crime and might have generated more concern if not for the nickname de plume it inherited. So, to fulfill my editor's dream, I will list a few of the more creative virus names. Some were chosen by the programmers, others by the virus busters, and others yet by the media. See what you think each virus would do to your computer, or when it will strike, merely from the name. The Vatican virus, the Popeye virus, the garlic virus, the screwed virus, teenage mutant ninja virus, the AIDS virus, the Quaalude virus, the amphetamine virus, super virus, the TikTok virus, the string virus, the TikTok virus, the string virus, black hole virus, the stupid virus, stealth. I have a few of my own suggestions for future virus builders. The Jewish sex virus dials your mother-in-law during a romantic interlude. The Ronald Reagan virus puts your computer to sleep only in important meetings. The Pee Wee Herman virus garbage. In Garbage Out, the Donald Trump virus makes all of your spreadsheets go into the red. Tomorrow, viruses from hell on Geraldo. Namely, this is Scott Mason. Tuesday, December 29, Washington, D.C. Why the hell do I have to find out what's going on in the world from the goddamned papers and CNN instead of from the finest intelligence services in the world? The president snapped sarcastically while sipping black coffee over his daily collectine of U.S. and foreign papers. The early morning ritual of coffee, newspapers, and a briefing by Chief of Staff Phil Musgrave provided the day with a smooth start. Usually, I've been asking for weeks about this computer craziness. All I get is "Don't worry, Mr. President," he said, mimicking the classic excuses he was sick and tired of hearing. "We have it taken care of, Mr. President. No concern of yours, Mr. President. We have everything under control. We temporarily have our thumbs up our asses, Mr. President." Phil stifled a giggle behind his napkin. "I'm sorry, Phil," the president continued, "but it irritates the shit out of me, the damn media knowing more about what's happening than we do. Where the hell is that report I asked for? The one on the bank hostage I'd been requesting for a week? The president's mood portended a rough day for the inner circle. Sir, as I understand, it wasn't ready for your desk yet. Do the goddamned missiles have to land on the White House lawn before we verify it's not one of our own? Phil knew better than to attempt any dissuasion when the president got into these moods. He took notes, and with luck, it would blow over in a couple of days. Today was not Phil's lucky day. I want a briefing, 2 hours. Gentlemen, the president said from behind his desk in the Oval Office, I'd like to read you something I had Brian put together. Quote, the efficiency of the White House press office under the leadership of Brian Packard was well known. President had the best rapport with the press that any president had in a generation. He slipped on his aviator-style glasses and pulled the lobe of his left ear while reading from his desk. Let's start here. Phone company invaded by hackers, stock exchange halted by government bomb, computer crime costs nation $12 billion annually, viruses stop network, banks lose millions to computer embezzlers, Trojan horse defeats government computers, NASA spending millions on free calls for hackers. He looked for a reaction from his 4 key associates, Phil, Quentin Chambers, Martin Royce, and Henry Kennedy. If you don't know, these are headlines from newspapers and magazines across the country. The president read further from his notes. Viruses infect trans-insurance plans. Secret Service computers invaded NSA and NIST security rift. FBI wasting millions on computer blackmail scheme. First National Bank held hostage. Sperm Bank computer records erased. IRS returns of the super rich. The president removed his glasses, wanting answers. What is going on here, gentlemen? The president asked directly. I am baffled that everyone else but me seems to know there's a problem, and that pisses me off. Answers? He wondered who would be the first to speak up. Surprisingly, it was Henry who normally waited to speak last. Sir, we have active programs in place to protect classified computer systems. Then what are these about? He waved a couple of sheets of paper in the air. Of course, we haven't fully implemented security everywhere yet, but it is an ongoing concern. According to NSA, the rash of recent computer events are a combination of anomalies and the press blowing it all out of proportion. Do you believe, Henry, the president asked, that if there's smoke, a reasonable man will assume that there is a fire nearby? Henry nodded obligingly. And what would you think if there were 100 plumes of smoke rising? Henry felt stumped. Jacobs assured me that he had everything under control and, as I recall, Henry, the president interrupted, you told me that a couple of months ago when the papers found out about the EMP bombs. Do you recall, Henry? Yes, sir, he answered meekly. Then what happened? We have to rely on available information, and as far as we know, as far as we're being told, these are very minor events that have been sensationalized by the media. It says here, the president again donned his glasses. Defense contractors live with hackers. Stealth program uncovered in Defense Department computers. Social Security computers at risk. Are those minor events? He pointed the question at not only Henry. There was no significant loss of information, Cautionary rapidly said. We sewed up the holes before we were severely compromised. Wonderful, the president said sarcastically. And whatever happened to that bank in Atlanta, hiring those kids? If I may, sir, Phil Musgrave filled the silence. That was a private concern and we had no place to interfere, as is true in most of these cases. We can only react if government property is affected. What is being done about it, now I mean? We have activated certain ECCO, independent computer crime units, to study the problem further. As usual, Phil was impeccably informed. Last year, the Secret Service and FBI arrested over 70 people accused of computer crimes. The state of Pennsylvania, over 500. California, 300. Remember, sir, Computer crimes are generally the state's problems. I'm wondering if it shouldn't be our problem, too, the president pondered. There are steps in that direction as well. Next week, the Senate hearings on privacy and technology containment begin, and as I understand it, they will be focusing on exactly this issue. Who's running the show? The president asked with interest. Ah, Phil said, ripping through his notes. Rickfield, sir. That bigot? Christ. I guess it could be worse. We could have ended up with Homer Simpson. The easing of tension worked to the president's advantage for a brief moment. I want the whole picture, the good and the bad, laid out for me. He scanned his private appointment book. 2 weeks. Is that long enough to find out why I'm always the last to know? Wednesday, December 30, New York, Scott Mason. Scott said, answering the phone with his mouth full of hot pastrami on rye with pickles and mayonnaise. Scott, it's Tyrone. Tyrone's voice was quiet, just about a whisper. Oh, hi. Scott continued to chew. Scott was unsuccessfully trying not to sound angry. Other than following Scott's articles in the paper, they had had no contact since that eventful phone call a month ago. Since then, Scott had made sure that they rode on different cars during their daily commute into the city. It was painful for both of them since they had been close friends, but Scott was morally obligated, so he thought, to cut off their association after Tyrone broke the cardinal rule of all journalists. Keep your sources protected. And Tyrone had broken that maxim. Scott had not yet learned that the Bureau made their own rules and that the gentleman's agreement of off the record didn't carry weight in their venue. How have you been? Tyrone said cordially. Good bit of work you've been doing. Yeah, thanks, Scott said stiffly. Tyrone had already determined that he needed Scott if his own agency wouldn't help him. At least Scott wasn't bound by idiotic governmental regulations that stifled rather than helped the cause. Maybe there was hope for cooperation yet, if his little faux pas could be forgiven. We need to talk. I've been meaning to call you. Though Tyrone meant it, Scott thought it was a pile of warmed-up FBI shit. Sure, let's talk. Scott's apparent indifference bothered Tyrone. Scott, I mean it, he said sincerely. I have an apology to make, and I want to do it in person. Also, I think that we both need each other. You'll understand when I tell you what's been going on. Tyrone's deep baritone voice conveyed honesty and a little bit of urgency. If nothing else, he had never known or had any reason to suspect Tyrone of purposely misleading or lying to him, and their friendship had been a good one. Plus, the tease of the secret further enticed Scott into agreeing. Yeah, what the hell, it's Christmas. Scott's aloofness came across as phony, but Tyrone understood the awkwardness and let it pass. How about we meet at the Oyster Bar, Grand Central, and get shit-faced? Merry Christmas from the Bureau. The Oyster Bar resides on the second lower level of Grand Central Station, located 80 feet beneath Park Avenue and 42nd Street. It had become a fairly chic restaurant bar in the 80s. The seafood was fresh and occasionally excellent. The patronage of the bar ranged from the commuter who desperately quaffed down 2 or 3 martinis to those who enjoyed the seafaring ambience. The weathered hardwood walls were decorated with huge stuffed crabs, swordfish, lifesavers, and a potpourri of fishing accoutrements. The ceilings were bathed in worn fishing nets that occasionally dragged too low for anyone taller than 6 feet. Away from the bar, patrons could dine or drink in privacy, with dim 10-watt lamps on each table to cut through the darkness. Tyrone was sitting at such a table, drink in hand, when Scott craned his neck from the door to find his friend through the crowd. He ambled over, and Tyrone stood to greet him. Scott was cool, but willing to give it a try. As usual, Tyrone was elegantly attired in a custom-tailored dark gray pinstripe suit, a fitted designer shirt, and a stylish silk tie of the proper width. Scott was dressed just fine as far as he was concerned. His sneakers were clean, His jeans didn't have holes, and the sweater would have gained him admission to the most private ski parties in Vermont. Maybe they were too different, and their friendship had been an unexplainable social aberration, an accident. Scott's stomach tightened. His body memory recalled the time the principal had suspended him from high school for spreading liquid banana peel on the hall floors and then ringing the fire drill alarm. The picture of 3,000 kids and 200 teachers slipping and sliding and crawling out of the school still made Scott smile. "What'll you have?" Tyrone gestured at a waiter while asking Scott for his preference. "Corona, please." Tyrone took charge. "Waiter, another double and a Corona." He waved the waiter away. "That's better." Tyrone was already slightly inebriated. "I guess you think I'm a real shithole, huh?" "Sort of," Scott agreed. "I guess you could put it that way." Scott was impressed with Ty's forthright manner. "I can think of a bunch more words that fit the bill." At least Tyrone admitted it. That was a step in the right direction. Ty laughed. "Yeah, I bet you could, and you might be right." Scott's drink came. He took a thirsty gulp from the long-neck bottle. "Ease on down the road." Ty held his half-empty drink in the air. It was peace offering. Scott slowly lifted his, and their drinks met briefly. They both sipped again, and an awkward silence followed. "Well, I guess it's up to me to explain, isn't it?" Tyrone ventured. "You don't have to explain anything." "I understand," Scott said caustically. "I don't think you do, my friend. May I at least have my last words before you shoot?" Tyrone's joviality was not as effective when nervous. Scott remembered that he used the same argument with Doug only days before. He eased up. "Sure. Ready and aimed, though." "I'm quitting." Tyrone's face showed disappointment. Resignation. The beer bottle at Scott's lips was abruptly laid on the table. "Quitting the FBI?" Tyrone nodded. "Why? What happened?" For one moment, Scott completely forgot how angry he was. The din of the oyster bar made for excellent cover. They could speak freely with minimal worry of being overheard. "It's a long story, but it began when they pulled your article." "God, I'm sorry, man," Tyrone said with empathy. The furrows on his forehead deepened as he searched for a reaction from Scott. Nothing. Ty finished off his drink and started on the refill. "Unlike what you probably believe, or want to believe, when you called me that morning, I had no idea what you were talking about. It was several hours before I realized what had happened." "If I had any idea." Scott stared blankly at Tyrone. "You haven't convinced me of anything," Scott thought. "As far as I knew, you were writing an article that had no particular consequence." "Thanks a shitload," Scott quipped. "No, I mean, I had no idea of the national security implications, and besides, it was going to be in the paper the next day anyway." Tyrone shrugged with his hands in the air for added emphasis. "Tempest meant nothing to me. All I said was that you and I had been talking. I promise you, that's it. As a friend, that was the extent of it. They took it from there." Tyrone extended his hands in an open gesture of conciliation. "All I knew was that what you'd said about CMR shook some people up in D.C. ECCO has been quite educational. Now I know why, and that's why I have to leave." The genuineness from Tyrone softened Scott's attitude some. "I thought you spooks stuck together, spy and die together." Tyrone contorted his face to show disgust with that thought. "That'll be the day. In fact, it's the opposite. A third of our budgets are meant to keep other agencies in the dark about what we're doing." "You're kidding. I wish I was." Tyrone looked disheartened, betrayed. "At any rate," Tyrone continued, "I got spooked by the stunt with your paper and the Attorney General. I just couldn't call you. You'll see why. The agency is supposed to enforce the law, not make it, and they have absolutely no business screwing with the press." Tyrone took a healthy sip of his drink. "Reminds me of times that are supposed to be gone. Dead in the past. Did you know that I am a constitutional lawyer?" Scott ordered another beer and shook his head. No, just a regular lawyer. Will wonders never cease. Back in the early 60s, the South was not a good place for blacks, or Negroes as we were called back then. Tyrone said the word Negro with disdain. He pulled his tie from the stiff collar and opened a button. I went on some marches in Alabama. God, that was a hot summer. A couple of civil rights workers were killed. Scott remembered, more from the movie Mississippi Burning than from memory. Civil rights wasn't a black-white issue, Tyrone insisted. It was about man's peaceful coexistence with government, a legal issue. I thought that was an important distinction and most people were missing the point. I thought I could make a difference there working from inside the system. I was wrong, and I've been blinded by it until now, you know. When I was in college, the politicians screamed integration, while the poor blacks no more wanted to be bused to the rich white neighborhood that the rich whites wanted the poor blacks in their schools. Tyrone spoke from his heart, his soul, with a touch of resentment that Scott had not seen before. But then, they had never spoken of it before. This was one story that he had successfully neglected to share. Forced integration was government's answer to a problem it has never understood. It's about dignity and respect, not government intervention. It's about a man's right to privacy and the right to lead his life the way he sees fit. Civil rights is about how to keep government from interfering with its citizens, regardless of color. Tyrone was adamant, and that's why you're gonna quit. Scott didn't see the connection. No, goddammit, no! Tyrone shouted. Don't you get it? Scott shook his head. They want to take them away. He spoke with finality and assumed Scott knew what he meant. The liquor fogged his brain-to-mouth speech connection. Who's gonna take what away? Scott asked, frustrated by Ty's ramblings. I know it's hokey, but the founding fathers had a plan and so far it survived 200 years of scrutiny and division. I would like to think it can survive the computer age. Tyrone quieted down some. My father used to tell me, from the time I was old enough to understand, that law was merely a measure of how much freedom a man was willing to sacrifice to maintain an orderly society. My father was a radical liberal among liberals, Tyrone remembered. Even today he'll pick a fight at the family barbecue for his own entertainment, and he'll hold his own. Scott enjoyed the image of a crotchety octogenarian stirring up the shit while his children isolated their kids from their grandfather's intellectual lunacy. What was this about? Tyrone caught himself and realized that he wasn't getting his point across. He took a deep breath and slouched back in the chair that barely held him. From the beginning, he said, I told you about ECCO and what a disaster it is. No authority, no control, no responsibility, and the chaos is unbelievable. I don't pretend to understand all of the computer jargon, but I do recognize when the NSA wants to control everything, there's a phenomenal amount of arrogance there. The NSA reps in ECCO believe that they are the only ones who know anything about computers and how to protect them. I feel sorry for the guys from NIST. They're totally underfunded, so they end up with both the grunt work and the brunt of the jokes from the NSA. NSA won't cooperate on anything. If NIST says it's white and SA says it's black. If NIST says there's room to compromise, NSA gets more stubborn, and the academic types. At long last, I now know what happened to the hippies. They're all government consultants through universities, and all they want to do is study, study, study. But they never come up with answers, just more questions to study. The vendors try to sell their products and don't contribute a damn thing, sighed Tyrone. A bunch of industry guys from computer companies and the banks, and they're as baffled as I am. So why quit? Can't you make a difference? Listen, the FBI views computer crimes as interstate in nature and therefore under their domain. Scott nodded in understanding. We are enforcement only, Tyrone asserted. We do not, nor should we make the laws. Separation of power, Civics 101. To accomplish anything, I have to be a private citizen. What do you want to accomplish? Asked Scott with great interest. I want to stop the NSA. Tyrone spoke bluntly, and Scott sat too stunned to speak for long seconds. From what? A sudden pit formed in Scott's stomach. I found out why they dumped on you about the CMR, Tyrone said. I haven't been able to tell you before, but it doesn't matter anymore. Tyrone quickly shook off the veiling sadness. NSA has a built-in contradiction. On one hand, they listen into the world and spy for America. This is supposed to be very secret, especially how they do it. It turns out that CMR is one of their secret methods for spying on friends and foes alike. So, to keep our friends and foes from spying on us, they create the Secret Tempest program. Except they think it needs to be kept a military secret and the public sector be damned. They actually believe that opening the issue to the public will hamper their intelligence gathering capabilities because the enemy will protect against it too. Scott listened in fascination. What he was learning now more than made up for. The loss of one article. He felt bad now that he had overreacted and taken it out on Tyrone. Same goes for the EMP T-bomb, Tyrone added. Only they didn't know that you were going to publish ahead of time like they did when I opened up my fact trap. Scott's eyes suddenly lit up. How much did you tell them? That I knew you and you were writing an article. That's it. Then how did they know what I had written? It was pretty damn close. I assumed that you had. No way, man. Tyrone held his hands up. Then how did Ty? What if they're using CMR on my computers? Could. Tyrone's predicament was to decide whether or not to tell Scott that he knew the NSA and others spied on Americans and gathered intelligence through remote control means. I assume they're capable of anything. Shit, Scott exclaimed. Privacy goes right out the window. Damn. Scott rapidly spun in his chair and vacantly stared off in space. Is that legal? What? CMR? I looked into that briefly, and there's nothing on the books yet, but I did find out that tapping cellular phone conversations is legal. Phone tapping legal? Scott couldn't believe his ears. Cellular phones, yeah. The FCC treats them like TV sets, radios, satellites. Anyone can listen to any station. That's incredible, Scott said, mouth gaping. I wonder how they'll handle RF LANs. RF LANs, asked Ty. What are those? A bunch of computers tied together with radios. They replace the wires that connect computers now. Can you imagine? Scott saw the irony in it. Broadcasting your private secrets like that? Ha! Or if you have your own RF network, all you have to do is dial up another one, and all the information ends up right in your computer. Legal robbery. Is this a great country, or what? Now you know why I'm leaving. The NSA cannot be permitted to keep the public uninformed about vulnerabilities to their person our freedom. And hiding under the umbrella of national security gets old. A handful of paranoid, unelected, unbudgeted, non-accountable, mid-level bureaucrats are deciding the future of privacy and freedom in this country. They are the ones who are saying, "While libertu." No problem when they know damn well it is a problem. What they say privately is in diametric opposition to their public statements and positions. Scott stifled a nervous laugh. Who wound Tyrone up? A conspiracy theory. Tyrone was drunk. Don't you think that maybe you're taking this a little far? He suggested. For the first time in years, the shoe was on the other foot. Scott was tempering somebody else's extremes. Why the hell do you think there's so much confusion at ECCO and CERT and the other computer SWAT teams? NSA interferes at every step, Tyrone responded. And no, I am not taking this too far. I haven't taken it far enough. I sit with these guys and they talk as though I'm not there. I attend meetings where the policies and goals of ECCO are established. Shit, I trust the dope-smoking hippies from Berkeley more than anyone from the fort. The bitterness came through clearly, but Scott could see it wasn't focused on any one person or thing, but Scott began to understand. For over 20 years, Tyrone had insulated himself from the politics of the job and had seen only what he wanted to see: a national police force enforcing the laws. Tyrone loved the chase of the crime, the bits and pieces, the endless sifting of evidence, searching for clues and then building a case from shreds. The forensics of modern criminology had been so compelling for Tyrone Duncan that he had missed the impact that the mass proliferation of technology would have on his first love, the Constitution. The sudden revelations and realizations of the last several weeks set his mind into high gear. Tyrone introspectively examined his beliefs. He tried to review them from the perspective of an idealistic young man in his 20s. What would he have done then? He realized the answer was easier found now that he was a man of experience. Do something about it. Far from a rebel looking for a cause, the cause jumped all over Tyrone with a vengeance and the tenacity of a barnacle. All at once, Scott knew that Tyrone was serious and that he would be a better friend if he congratulated instead of castigated. "You know, I kind of understand a little. Same thing with my ex-wife." "Hey, that's not fair, man." Tyrone vigorously objected. "Maggie was a dingbat. I know that and she knew that," Scott agreed. "But that was what made her Maggie." Tyrone nodded, remembering her antics. "And, in some ways, we still love each other. After 10 years of fun, great fun, she wanted to get off of the planet more than I did, so she went to California." The softness in Scott's voice said he still cared about Maggie, that she was a cherished part of his life, that was, and would remain in the past. Scott shook off the melancholy and continued, "It's the same for you. You're married to the FBI, and while you still love it, you need to let it go to move on with your life." "You know, I don't know why everyone says you're so stupid," Tyrone said with respect. "UFOs aside, you can actually make sense. Maybe, maybe not. Doesn't really matter. But I'm doing exactly what I want to do, and the day it stops being fun, I'm out of here." "Isn't that the arrogance of wealth speaking?" Tyrone asked. "And you're any different? The 22-room Tudor shack you live in is not exactly my vision of poverty. As I see it, it's one of the benefits," Scott said, unembarrassed by his financial security. "Before I made my money, I swore that. When I got rich, I would give something back. You know, to the planet or society or something. Do something useful and not for the money." Scott spoke with honest enthusiasm. "But I don't believe there's a rule that says I have to be miserable. I love what I do, and well, I don't know. The concept of career is different for me. I like the idea of doing a little bit of everything for the experience. You know, I drove a cab for one night. Glad I did, but never again." "So?" asked Tyrone. "So do what you want to do and enjoy it, period. As a friend of a friend says, live long and prosper." Scott let Tyrone sit in contemplative silence as the waiter brought them 2 more. They were doing a good job of sticking to the plan of getting shiftest. "You know," Tyrone opined, "Interterranet is only the tip of the iceberg. NASA is having ECCO and CERT look into over $12 million in unaccounted-for telephone calls. The Justice Department sold old computers containing the names and other details of the Witness Protection Program to a junk dealer in Kentucky, and they're suing him to get them back. The Secret Service is resigning its protection techniques for the president since someone got into their computers and copied the plans. The computers at MITRE have been used by hackers for years to get at classified information. The public hears less than 1% of the computer problems in the government. And still, no one will do anything. There's even talk that the missing plutonium that the Israelis theoretically stole in 1981 was actually a computer error. "What do you want to do about it?" Scott was asking as a friend, not a reporter. "First," said a newly determined Tyrone, "I'm going to nail me some of these mothers, and I'll do it with your help. Then, after that?" Tyrone's old smile was, Suddenly back. I think I'm going to kick myself some government ass. Tyrone roared with laughter and Scott joined the contagious behavior. In the meantime, I want to take a look at some blackmail. I think you may be right. About what? I don't listen to what I tell you. Remember you said that the blackmail scheme wasn't really blackmail. Tyrone shifted his weight in the chair and he reached for the words through his fogged mind. You said it might be a way to make us too busy to see our own shadow, that it was a cover-up for another dissociated crime. Yeah? It might be, Scott said. Tyrone's body heaved while he snickered. We finally have a lead. Demands have been made. What kind? Who? What do they want? Scott's journalist's mind clicked into gear. What about the computer virus crap? I'm kind of looking into both, but this morning my interest was renewed. A corporate type I met says not only he, but another 25 or more of his corporate brethren are getting the same treatment. If he's right, someone is demanding over $30 million in ransoms. Jesus Christ, is that confirmed? Scott probed. Yes. That's why I said you were right. The implications were tremendous, even to Scott's clouded mind. While the legal system might not be convinced that computer radiation was responsible for an obviously well-coordinated criminal venture, he, as an engineer, realized how vulnerable anyone was. The questions raced through his mind all at once. Over a few dozen oysters and not as many drinks, Scott and Ty proceeded to share their findings. Scott had documents up the yin-yang, documents he couldn't use in a journalistic sense but might be valuable to the recent developments in Ty's case. He had moved the files to his home. They were simply taking too much space around his desk at the office. They were an added attraction to the disaster he called his study. Scott agreed to show Ty some of them. After the meeting with Franklin Dobbs, and knowing there might be others in similar situations, Ty wanted an informal look at Scott's cash. I'd been holding back, Ty, Scott said during a lull in their conversation. How do you mean? I got a call from a guy I had spoken to a few months ago. I assume he sent me those files, and he said that key executives throughout the country were being blackmailed. Some were borrowing money from the mob to pay them off. Do you have names? Who? Tyrone's took an immediate interest. Let me see if I have 'em here, he said as he reached for his small notebook in the sports jacket draped over the back of his chair. Yeah, he only gave me 3. Not much to go on. A Faulkner, some banker from L.A., a Wall Street tycoon named Henson, and another guy Dobbs, Franklin Dobbs. Dobbs? How the hell do you know about Dobbs? Tyrone yelled so loud several remaining bar patrons looked over to see what the ruckus was. Scott was taken aback by the outburst. What are you hollering about? Shit, goddamn shit, I don't need this. Tyrone finished one and ordered another drink. He was keeping his promise, well on the way to getting severely intoxicated. Dobbs. Dobbs is the poor fucker that came into my office. You saw Dobbs? He admitted it? Scott's heart raced at the prospect of a connection. Finally, Scott, Tyrone asked quietly, I have no right to ask you this, but I will anyway. If you find anything on Dobbs, can you hold back? Just for a while? A slight pleading on Tyrone's part. Why? Was this part of the unofficial trade with Ty for earlier information? The waiter returned with a credit card. Tyrone signed the slip, giving the waiter entirely too much of a tip. I'll tell you on the train. Let's go. Where? To your house. You have a computer, don't you? Yeah. Well, let's see if we can find out who the other 25 are. They took a cab from the Scarsdale station to Scott's house. No point in ending up in the clink for a DUI, even with a federal agent in tow. Scott's study was in such disarray that he leader ally scraped off books and papers from the couch onto the floor to find Ty a place to sit, and he piled up bigger piles of files to make room for their beers on one of his desks. Scott and Tyrone hadn't by any means sobered up on the train, but their thinking was still eminently clear. During the hour ride, they reviewed what they knew. Several prominent businessmen were being actively blackmailed. In addition, the blackmailer, or a confederate, was feeding information to the media. At a minimum, the Times, and probably the Expos. Perhaps other media as well were in receipt of similar information. But legitimate news organizations couldn't have much to do with it in its current form. Presumably then, like Scott, other reporters were calling names in the files. Tyrone reasoned that such an exercise might be a well-planned maneuver on the part of the perpetrators. Think about it this way, he said. Let's say you get a call from someone who says they know something about you that you don't want them to. That'll shake you up pretty good, won't it? Scott rapidly agreed. Good. And the nature of the contact is threatening. Not directly, perhaps, but the undercurrent leaves no doubt that the caller is not your best friend. Follow? And then, Scott picked up, a guy like me calls with the same information. The last person in the world he wants to know about his activities is a reporter, or to see a show up in the news, so he really freaks. Exactly. Tyrone slapped his thigh. And if he gets more than one call, cardiac arrest is nearby. Imagine it. Makes for a good case of justifiable paranoia. Tyrone nodded vigorously. I've been in this game long enough to see the side effects of blackmail and extortion. The psychological effects can be devastating. An inherent distrust of strangers is common. Exaggerated delusions occur in many cases. But think about this. If we're right, you begin to distrust everyone. Your closest friends, business associate, even your family. Suddenly, everyone is a suspect. Distrust runs rampant, and you begin to feel a sense of isolation, aloneness. It feels like you're fighting the entire world alone. Solitude can be the worst punishment. The analysis was sound. The far-ranging implications had never occurred to Scott. To him, it had been a simple case of extortion or blackmail, using some high-tech wizardry. Now, suddenly, there was a human element, the personal pain that made the crime even that much more sinister. Well, the FBI, have 7 stakeouts. It's a fairly simple operation. Money drops in public places. Wait and pick up the guy who picks up the money. Tyrone made it sound so easy. Scott wondered. I bet it isn't that simple, Scott challenged. No shit, it ain't, Tyrone came back. So what do? Pay and have another beer. Tyrone tempered the seriousness of their conversation. As Scott got up to go to the kitchen, he called out, Hey, I've been thinking. Yeah? Tyrone yelled. He popped a bud and handed it to Tyrone. Listen, I know this may be left field, but let's think it through. Scott sat behind his desk and put his feet on top of some books on the desk. He leaned back and put his hands behind his head. We've been talking about the front end of this thing. The front lines where the victims are actually being blackmailed. The kind of stuff that makes headlines. Scott smiled devilishly at Ty, who made a significant hand gesture in return. And now you're talking about how to catch them when they pick up the money. Have you thought of the other side? What other side? Tyrone was still confused by Scott's logic. Assume for a moment that all this information is really coming from computers, the CMR, okay? Ty grudgingly shrugged his shoulders. Okay, you said that there are 7 cases across the country. Dobbs said he knew of more here, right? Well, who gets the information? Confusion showed on Tyrone's face. Gets the information? Yeah, who runs around the country listening in on computers? The question had been obvious to Scott. All of a sudden, Tyrone's face lit up. You mean the van? Right. How many vans would it take to generate all this? Scott pointed at several boxes next to the disorganized shelves. Damned if I know. Neither do I, but I'll make a wild guess and say that there are quite a few running around. One blew up, or more specifically, was blown up. You guys have the pieces. Not anymore, Ty said. They were taken away by CI, said it was national security. I was told to stay away from it. Told you about us feds. Whatever. Scott waved away the sidebar. The point is that if a whole bunch of these vans were used, that's not cheap. They held a lot of very expensive equipment. Why not look for the vans? They can't be that hard to find. Maybe you'll find your... Holy Christ, Mother Mary and Joseph, why didn't I think of that? Tyrone stood up and aimlessly meandered amongst Scott's junk heaps. We've been looking in one direction only. The van ceased to exist in our minds and CI took it. The government can be a royal pain in the ass. The van, of course. Just as Scott was going to describe how to find villains without wasting hundreds of hours scouring data banks, his computer beeped 3 times. Scott was shaken from his comfort. What the? He looked at the clock. It was just midnight. Kirk was calling and he totally had forgotten to mention the computer ransacking to Ty. Great. It's Kirk. I wanted you to meet him. As Scott leaned over the keyboard to answer the page, Tyrone looked quizzically at him. Who's Kirk? This hacker. Some kid on the West Coast. He's taught me a lot. Good guy. Hope to meet him someday. Scott pushed a few keys. The screen came alive. WTFO. Hey, said Tyrone. That's what we used to say in the reserves. Got a spook here. Spook? You now spook? You now spook? You spook. You said Hitch was with you, not spook. A spook. FBI guy. FBI? You? Promised? Don't worry. Tell him yourself. Who is Spook? Anyway, Spook is a hacker, one of the best. Been on the scene for years. A thittable Phil. Slammed to have met him. But it's alls a friend of a friend. A keeps a lore profile. The word is Smoke is playing some good games recently. The FBI, he's a friend. He doesn't know. Tyrone had come over to the crowded desk to watch the exchange. Who is this? Guy? What don't I know? Kirk, can I tell him? No one knows who you are. I guess. Be back. Scott proceeded to tell Tyrone about the warnings that Kirk received, and then how his computers were destroyed, that the calling card warned Kirk to stay away from First State Bank, and how another hacker calling himself Da Vinci on a BBS called Freedom might be a link. Then Scott admitted that he had been in on a bank robbery, or at least breaking and entering a bank's computer. Tyrone had enough. I'm not sure I want to hear any more. You have been busy, so what can I do? Tell Kirk what he can do, Scott said. He could probably go to jail. Bank computers, my God, is that where you get your stories? You live them and then report them in the third person? Stories for the inquiring mind. Are you through? Are you through? Scott sounded perturbed. It's true. What does this guy want? Advice. Talk to him. Here. Scott motioned for Tyrone to sit at the keyboard. What do I do? Just type, Scott said with exasperation. You're as bad as my mother. Type, Scott ordered. This is Ty. Scott pulled Ty's hands from the keyboard. A handle. Use a handle like on a CB. Oh, yeah, I forgot, Tyrone lied. This is the FBI. Scott looked on in shock. Tyrone laughed out loud. He already knows who I am. So what? I've always liked saying that anyway. Kier, FBI, where no man has gone before. So I hear. Been to any good banks lately? Repo man, what's up? Can't take a joke. Yah, no problem. Listen, I don't know you from Adam, and you don't have to talk to me, but I am curious. Did your computers really get bashed? Totally, dude. Tyrone pointed his thumb at the computer. Wise guy, eh? Give him a chance. Generation gap. Tyrone didn't take kindly to references to his age. Sensitive area. Why? Call someone thinks. I now submitting that I don't. That's clear. Kanks, do you want to make a formal complaint? Would I do any good? No. Dud. No, think it was First State. USES. Don't you go around poking into other computers too? Sure. So why not someone else? The didn't get into beat Sturble from Repo Man's Arja. He knows who you are? Tyrone asked. Sure. He likes calling me Repo Man for some reason that still escapes me. Where else do you go? Tat would be telling gotcha. Well, I guess that's about it, PHEW. Connect section. Terminated. I guess you scared him off. Scott was amused. Sorry, Tyrone said. He'll call back. Scott waved off the apology. When the coast is clear, fuck off. Their friendship was returning to the level it once had been. Hey, it's getting beyond late. Scott ignored him. What say we get together in a few days and sort through some of this? I know, but one thing. Can you get into your computers at the paper? Yeah, why? Dobbs said that the other victims had had their stock go down pretty dramatically. Can you look up stock prices and perform ANSYS over the last few months? Yeah, do it all the time. Could you? I want to see if there are any names I recognize. No problem. Scott dialed the Times computer and identified himself. After going into the bank computer with Kirk, every time he dialed up his office, he felt an increased sense of power and an increased sense of responsibility. He had access to massive amounts of information that if it got into the wrong hands, he shook the thought. The computer offered the Stocks and Bonds menu, and Scott set up a query in a modified SQL that was simple enough for reporters to use. All stocks losing 35% or more of value in last year. The computer flashed a message, working. Scott leaned back. Takes a few seconds. Oh, as I was saying, when I get back, I'll call and we'll see what we can screw together. Back from where? Tyrone sounded accusatory but jealous. Europe, Amsterdam. Scott checked the computer screen. It was still busy. Rough life. No, it's only for a couple of days. There's a hackers confer in Shea. I've been invited by Kirk, as a matter of fact. Hackers conference. Sounds like tons of fun. Tyrone was not impressed. The best hackers in the world are going to be there. I hope to get some leads on the first date mess. The Freedom BBS is not all it seems. Please stay in touch, Tyrone implored. Sure. Here we go. It's ready. Let's see. There are 267 companies who meet that criterion. I guess that narrows it down for you. Smartass. Can you get those in New York only? The city? Sure. Soar to BVI zip 1066 that'll give us. I know what it means. Tyrone shut Scott up in mock defense. In reality, he didn't know much about computers, but some things were obvious even to the technically naive. That was fast, said Scott, only 17. Help any? Might. Can I get that on paper? Scott gave him the printout of the finances on the several unfortunate companies who had lost more than a third of their net worth in the last year. Tyrone folded it into his jacket pocket. Hey, call me a cab. I'm too drunk to walk. Wednesday, December 30, Lenox, Georgia. A faded blue Ford Econoline van sat in the Lenox Square parking lot. The affluent Atlanta suburb had been targeted from the beginning. Demographically, it fit the bill to a T. From the outside, the van looked like 1,000 other parked cars, empty with their owners shopping in the huge mall. On the inside, though, two men were intently operating a vast array of electronic equipment. Here comes another one, said the first. How many does that make today? 147. Let's do it. The second man watched the enhanced color video image on a small monitor. A well-dressed lady walked up to the ATM. Machine, card in hand. The first man pressed a switch on another monitor, and the snow-filled picture was transformed into an electronic copy of the ATM's video display. Please insert card. The screen in the van echoed the ATM screen. Can you tune it in a bit? Asked the first man. It's a little fuzzy. Yeah, we must have settled. Let me adjust the antenna. His hand grabbed a joystick on one of the tightly packed racks of equipment and gingerly moved it from left to right. Is that better? A small disguised antenna on the roof of the van aligned itself as the joystick commanded. Yeah, no. Yeah, back again. I see it. There. Thanks. Enter personal identification number. A third monitor over the second man's cramped desk came to life as the number 3435 appeared across his screen. Got it. You too? On disk and saved. I'll back it up. Better not. Here comes another one. Busy day. It was a very busy day. Ahmed Shah saw to it that his followers were kept busy 6 days a week, as they had been for months. When his army of 100-plus Econoline vans were not raiding the contents of unsuspecting computers during the day, they became electronic ears which listened in on the conversations between the ATMs and their bank customers. Ahmed's vans were used most efficiently, on the road, doing his bidding 24 hours a day, every day but the Sabbath. Ahmed created cells of 8 loyal anti-American sympathizers, regardless of nationality, to operate with each van. Each group operated as an independent entity, with only one person from each able to communicate privately with Ahmed over cellular modem. No cell knew of any other cell. If one group was apprehended, they couldn't tell what they didn't know. Therefore, the rest of the cells remained intact. Absolute loyalty was an unquestioned assumption for all members of Ahmed's electronic army. It had to be that way for the bigger cause. All day and night, one of Ahmed Shah's computers in his lab at Columbia received constant calls from his cell leaders. During the day, it was the most interesting information that they had captured from computer screens. At night, it was the passcodes to automatic bank tellers' machines and credit card information. Once the passcodes were in hand, making fake ATM cards was a trivial task. Chapter 18, Wednesday, January 6. Amsterdam. Holland Scott Mason had a theory. It didn't matter that no one else believed it, or that they thought him daffy. It worked for him. He believed that jet lag was caused by the human body traveling across mystical magnetic force fields called ley lines. The physics of his theory made common sense to anyone but a scientist. It went like this. The body is electric, and therefore magnetic fields can influence it. Wherever we live, we are subject to the local influence of magnetic, electrical, and ley lines. If we move too quickly, as by plane, through ley lines, the balance of our system is disturbed. The more ley lines you traverse, the more upsetting it is to the system. Thus, jet lag. But Scott had a solution. Or more accurately, his mother had one which she had convinced him of years earlier. Scott carried with him a small box, the size of a pack of cigarettes, that had a switch and a blinking light. It was called an earth resonance generator, or ERG. The literature said the ERG established a negative gravity field through a magnetic Mobius loop. Inside the box was a battery, a loop of wire, a light-emitting diode, and the back side of the switch. In short, nothing of electronic consequence or obvious function. There was no way in hell that this collection of passive components could do anything other than wear out batteries. All for $79.95 plus $4 shipping. Scott first heard his mother proselytize about the magic of the ERG when he was 10 or 12. His father, the role model for Archie Bunker, ignored her completely and said her rantings increased with certain lunar phases. Since his father wouldn't listen to her any longer, she endlessly lectured Scott about the virtues of the ERG whenever she returned from a trip. His father refused to travel and had never even been on a plane. His mother so persisted in her belief that she even tried experiments on one. For trips to Rome, she somehow talked the stewardesses into handing out the 400 questionnaires she'd brought with her onto the plane. It asked the passengers how they felt after the flight and if they do anything special to avoid jet lag. She claims more than 200 were returned and that they overwhelmingly indicated that no one felt jet lag on that trip. She attributed this immense success to the ERG effects, which purportedly spread over 1 acre. In other words, the ERG takes care of an entire 747 or L101 or DC-10. For years, Scott successfully used the ERG to avoid jet lag. Some people put brown paper bags in their shoes. Others eat yogurt and bean sprouts before a long flight. Maybe his solution was psychosomatic, Scott admitted to anyone who asked. But so what? It still works, doesn't it? Scott was forever impressed that airport security had never, once, asked him what this little blinking black box was. Scary thought. He arrived completely refreshed via KLM at the Amsterdam Internationaal Airport at 9:15 a.m. While he had been to Europe many times, he had thus far missed the Amsterdam experience. He had heard that pot was legal in Amsterdam. In fact, it was more than legal. Every morning the marijuana prices were broadcast on the local radio stations, and Scott had every intention of sampling the wares. After 20 years of casual pot use, he preferred it immensely to the effects of drinking, and he was not going to miss out on the opportunity. In New York, no one harassed pot smokers, but technically it still was illegal, while Amsterdam represented the ultimate counterculture. This was the first time since Maggie had left for the coast 3 years ago that Scott felt an independence, a freedom reminiscent of his rebellious teen years. He gave the taxi driver the address of the Eureka Hotel on the Amstel. During the half-hour 50-guilder ride into downtown, the driver continuously chattered. Amsterdam has more canals than Venice, many more. Holland is mostly land reclaimed from the sea. We have the biggest system of dikes in Europe. Don't forget to see our diamond centers. He spoke endlessly with deep pride about his native land. The Eureka is a small 4-story townhouse with only 16 rooms that overlook the Amstel, the largest canal in Amsterdam, similar to the Grand Canal in Venice. The Times had booked it because it was cheap, but Scott felt instantly at home. After settling in, Scott called the local number that Kirk had given him. Hello? A thick Dutch accent answered the phone. Hello, I'm looking for John Grutman. This is Scott Mason. Yeah, this is John. A mutual friend, Kirk, said I should call you. Ah, yeah, repo man, is it not? The voice got friendly. That's what Kirk calls me. Yeah. He said you want to attend our meetings. Yeah? Is that so? John sounded enthusiastic. That's why I swam the Atlantic all 3,000 miles. I would love to. John didn't sound like Scott expected a computer hacker to sound, whatever that was. Huh? John asked. Ah, yeah, a joke. Goot, let me tell you where we meet. The place is small, so it may be very crowded. I hope you do not mind. John sounded concerned about Scott's comfort. Oh no, I'm used to inconvenience. I'm sure it will be fine. Yeah, I expect so. The meetings don't really begin until tomorrow at 9 a.m. Is that good for you? Yes, just fine. What's the address? Scott asked as he readied paper and pen. Yeah, go to the warehouse on the corner of Udi Zijes Voorburgwal and Langniezau. It's around from the Oude Kerpsplein, number 44. Hold it, I'm writing. Scott scribbled the address phonetically. A necessary trick reporters use when someone is speaking unintelligibly. And then what? Just say you're repo man. There's a list. And please remember we don't use our given names. No problem. Fine. Thank you. Yeah. What do you plan for tonight? John asked happily. I hadn't really thought about it, Scott lied. Yay. Well, I think you should see our city. Enjoy the unique pleasures Amsterdam has to offer. I might take a walk or something. Yeah, or something. I understand. I will see you tomorrow. Yeah? John said, laughing. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Do one favor, John asked. Watch your wallet. We have many pickpockets. Thanks for the warning. See you tomorrow. Click. I grew up in New York, Scott thought. Pickpockets, big deal. Scott took a shower to remove the vestiges of the 11-hour trip. An hour ride to Kennedy, an hour and a half at the airport, a half hour on the tarmac, 7 hours on the plane, and an hour getting into town. He dressed casually in the American's travel uniform, jeans, jean jacket, and warm sweater. He laced his new Reeboks knowing that Amsterdam is a walking city. Driving would be pure insanity unless the goal is sitting in 2-hour traffic jams. The single-lane street straddled the miles of canals throughout the inner city, which is arranged in a large semicircular pattern. Downtown, or Old Amsterdam, is a dense collection of charming, clean, almost pristine 4-story buildings built over a period of several hundred years. That's the word for Amsterdam, charming. From late medieval religious structures to townhouses that are tightly packed on almost every street to the various plains where the young crowds congregate in the evenings, Amsterdam has something for everyone. Anne Frank's house to the Rembrandt Museum to a glass-roofed boat. Trip down the canals, through the Diamond District, and out into the Zuider Zee, not to mention those attractions for the more prurient. He ran down the 2 flights to the hotel lobby and found the concierge behind the Heineken bar, which doubled as a registration desk. He wanted to know where to buy some pot. Not to find us selling that here, the Pakistani concierge said in broken English. I know, but where? It was an odd feeling to ask which store sold drugs. You want coffee shop, he helpfully said. Coffee shop? Scott asked, skeptical of the translation. Across bridge, make right, make left. The concierge liberally used his hands to describe the route. Coffee shop, very good. Scott thanked him profusely and made a quick exit, thinking that in parts of the U.S., Texas came to mind. Such a conversation could be construed as conspiracy. He headed out into the cool, damp, late morning weather. The air was crisp, clean, a pleasure to breathe deeply. The Amstel Canal, not a ripple present, echoed the tranquility that one feels when walking throughout the city. There are only a half-dozen or so main streets or boulevards in Amsterdam, and they provide the familiar intense international commercialism found in any major European city. It is when one begins to explore the back streets, the countless alleys and small passageways, the darkened corridors that provide a shortcut to the bridge to the next islet. It is then that one feels the essence of Amsterdam. Scott crossed over the bridge that spans the wide Amstel conscious of the small high-speed car and scooters that dart about the tiny streets. He turned right as instructed and looked at the street names on the left. While Scott spoke reasonable French, Dutch escaped him. Bakkerstraat, was that the name? It was just an alley, but there, a few feet down on the right, was the JPL coffee shop. JPL was the only retail establishment on Bakkerstraat, and it was unassuming, some might call it derelict in appearance. From a distance greater than 10 meters, it appeared deserted. Through the large, dirty plate glass window, Scott saw a handful of patrons lazing on white wrought iron cafe chairs at small round tables. The coffee shop was no larger than a small bedroom. Here goes nothing, Scott thought as he opened the door to enter. No one paid scant attention to him as he crossed over and leaned on the edge of the bar, which was reminiscent of a soda fountain. A man in his young 20s came over and amiably introduced himself as Chris, the proprietor of the establishment. How could he be of service? Ah, I heard I can buy marijuana here, Scott said. Yeah, of course. What do you want? Chris asked. Well, just enough for a couple of days. I can't take it back with me, you know. Scott laughed nervously. Yeah, we also have cocaine, and if you need it, I can get you heroin. Chris gave the sales pitches verbally. There was no printed menu in this coffee shop. No. Scott shot back immediately, until he realized that all drugs were legal here, not just pot. He didn't want to offend. Thanks anyway, just some grass will do. How many grams do you want? Grams? How many grams? Scott mused that the metric Europeans thought in grams and Americans still in ounces and pounds. Okay, 28 grams to an ounce. 2 grams, Scott said. By the way, how late are you open? Scott pushed his rounded spectacles back up his nose. Sometimes 8, sometimes 10, sometimes late, Chris said while bringing a tissue box-sized lockbox to the top of the bar. He opened it, and inside were several bags of pot and a block of aluminum foil the size of a candy bar. You want hashish? Chris offered. Scott shook his head. No. So Chris opened one of the bags instead of the candy bar. You American? A voice came from one of the tables. Scott looked around. Here, the voice said. Me too. The man got up and approached Scott. Listen, they got 2 types of ganja here. Debilitating and coma. I've made the mistake. Yeah, we have 2 kinds, Chris agreed, laughing. This will only get you a little high, he said, holding up a bag. This one, he held up another, will get you stoned. Bullshit, the American said. Their idea of a little high is catatonic for us. Take my word for it. The Mexican shit we smoke, they give it to the dogs. You sold me, Scott said, holding his hands up in surrender. Just a little high is fine by me. 2 grams, please, he said to Chris, pointing at the less potent bag. Thanks for the warning, he said to the American. Where you from? Scott asked. Oh, around. I guess you could call Washington my home. D.C. Yeah, the American nodded. And you? He leaned over the back of his chair to face Scott. Big Apple. The burbs. What brings you here? To Europe, Scott asked. Amsterdam. Sin City. Diamonds. No, I wish, Scott laughed. News. A story brought me here for a couple of days. Chris finished weighing Scott's purchase on a sensitive digital scale that measured the goods down to the nearest hundredth of a gram. Scott handed Chris $10 in guilders and pocketed the pot. Where can I get some papers? Scott asked. Chris pointed to a glass on the bar with a complete selection of assorted paraphernalia. Hey, why don't you join me? The American asked. I've been to Amsterdam before. Is it all right to smoke in here? Scott asked, looking around. Sure, that's what coffee shops are. The only other thing you can buy in here is sodas. No booze. The American spoke confidently as he lit up a joint and passed it to Scott. Thanks, Scott coughed as he handed it back. Oh, I don't think I caught your name. Oh, just call me Spook. The Spook, thought Scott. What incredible synchronicity. Scott's body instantly tensed up, and he felt the adrenaline rush with an associated rise in pulse rate. Was this really the legendary Spook? Is it possible that he fell into a chance meeting with the hacker that Kirk and his friends referred to as the king of hackers? Spook? Gotta stay cool. Could he be that lucky? Was there more than one Spook? Scott momentarily daydreamed, remembering how 15 years before, in Athens, Greece, he had opened a taxi door right into the face, a lady who turned out to be an ex-high school girlfriend. It is a small world, Scott thought tritely. Spook, are you a spy? Scott comically asked, careful to disguise his real interest. If I answer that I'll have to kill you, the Spook laughed out loud in the quiet establishment. Spy? Hardly. It's just a handle. Spook said guardedly. What's yours? Mine? Oh, my handle. They call me Repo Man, but it's really Scott Mason. Glad to meet you. Spook, he added, handing back the intoxicating cigarette. Bingo. Scott Mason in hand without even a search, landing right in his lap. Keep your cool. Deadpan poker face. What unbelievable luck. Don't blow it. Let's play this for all that it's worth. Your life just got very simple. Give both Homo Soto and Mason exactly what they want, with no output of energy. You said you're a reporter, Spook said, inhaling deeply again. What's the story? At least he gets high, Spook thought. Mason could have been a real dipshit nerd. Thank God for small followers. There's a hacker conference that I was invited to, Scott said unabashedly. I'm trying to show the hackers' side of the story. Why they do what they do, how they legitimize it to themselves. Scott's mouth was rapidly drying out, so he ordered a Pepsi. I assume you're a hacker too, Scott broached the issue. Carefully, Spook smiled widely. Yup, and proud of it. You don't care who knows? Scott asked, looking around to see if anyone was paying attention to their conversation. Instead, the other patrons were engrossed in chess or huddled conversation. Only Chris, the proprietor, listened from behind the bar. The Spook is all anyone knows. I like to keep it that way, Spook said as he laid the roach end of the joint in the ashtray. Not bad, huh? He asked Scott. Christ, no. Kinda hits you between the eyes. Scott rubbed them to clear off the invading fog. After a couple of days, it won't get you so bad, Spook said. You said you wanted to do a fair story on hackers, right? Fair? A fair story? I can only try. If hackers act and talk like assholes, then they'll come across like assholes, no matter what I do. However, if they make a decent case, hold a rational, albeit arguable position, then maybe someone may listen. You sound like you don't approve of our activities. The Spook grinned devilishly. Honestly, and I shouldn't say this 'cause this is your grass, Scott said, lighting the joint again. No, I don't approve, but I figure there's at least 10 sides to a story, and I'm here to find that story and present all sides. Hopefully I can even line up a debate or two. Convincing me is not the point. My readers make up their own minds. The word readers momentarily jolted the Spook until he realized Scott meant newspaper readers, not his team of Van Ecking eavesdroppers. Spook took the joint from Scott. You sound like you don't want to approve. Having a hard time with all the crap going down with computers these days, Scott agreed. I guess my attitude comes through in my articles. I've never read your stuff, Spook lied. Mainly in New York. That explains it. Ever been to Amsterdam? No, I was going to get a map and truck around. How about I show you around and try to convince you about the honor of our profession? Spook asked. Great, Scott agreed. But what about? He made a motion to his lips as if he was holding a cigarette. Legal on the streets. You sure? Come on, Spook said, rising from his chair. Chris, see you later, he promised. Chris reciprocated and invited his two new friends to return any time. Scott followed Spook up the alley named Bakkerstraat and into the Rembrandtplein, a huge open square with cafes and street people and hotels. At night, Spook said, Rembrandt and another 4 or 5 planes are the social hub of activity for the younger generation. Wished I had had this when I was a kid. How are your legs? The Spook amorously ogled the throngs of young women 20 years his junior. Fine. Why? I'm going to show you Amsterdam. Scott and the Spook began walking. The Spook knew his way around and described much of the history and heritage of the city, the country, and its culture. This kind of educated hacker was not what Scott had expected. He had thought that today's hackers were nerds, the propeller heads of his day. But he was discovering through the Spook that he may have been wrong. Scott remembered Clifford Stoll's Hanover hack was a well-positioned and seemingly upstanding individual who was selling stolen computer information to the KGB. How many nerds would have the gumption to play in that league? They walked to the outer edge of Old Amsterdam, on the Sinkelgracht at the Leidseplein. Without a map or the Spook, Scott would have been totally lost. The streets and canals were all so similar that, as the old phrase goes, you can't tell the players without a scorecard. Scott followed the Spook onto an electric streetcar. It headed down the Leidsestraat, one of the few heavily commercial streets, and across the Amstel again. The streetcar proceeded up the Nieuwe Spoorbrugwal, a wide boulevard with masses of activities on both sides. This was tourist madness, thought Scott. This is freedom, said the Spook. Freedom? The word instantly conjured his memory of the Freedom League. The BBS he suspected was up to no good. The spook and freedom? At the end of this street is the train station. Thousands of people come through this plaza every day to experience Amsterdam, get whatever it is out of their system. The drugs, the women, the anarchy of a country that relies upon the integrity of its population to work. Can't you feel it? The spook positively glowed as he basked in the aura of the city. Scott had indeed felt it during their several hours together. An intense sense of independence that came from a generation of democratic socialism, government. Regulated drugs, a welfare system that permitted the idle to live nearly as well as the working. Class structures blurred by taxes so extraordinarily high that most everyone lived in similarly comfortable conditions. Poverty is almost non-existent. Yet, as the spook explained to Scott, this is not the world for an entrepreneur. That distinction still belongs to the old red, white, and blue. It's almost impossible to make any real money here. The sun was setting behind the western part of the city, over the church steeples and endless rows of townhouses. Hungry yet? Spook grinned at Scott. Hungry? I got a case of the munchies that won't quit. Let's eat. Scott's taste buds were entering panic mode. Good, the spook said as he lit up another joint on the streetcar. Let's eat. He hastily leapt off the slow-moving vehicle. Scott followed him across the boulevard and dodged cars, buses, and bicycles. They stopped in front of a small Indonesian restaurant, Sarang Mas, ably disguised with a red and white striped awning and darkened windows. Ever had Indonesian food? No, well, maybe in New York, I guess. Miles dragged Scott into the unassuming restaurant, and the calm eeing strains of Eastern music replaced the city noises on the street outside. The red and white plastic checkered tablecloth severely clashed with the gilt of the pagoda-shaped decorations throughout, but only by American tastes. Sarang Mas was a much-touted and reputable restaurant with very fine native Indonesian chefs doing the preparations. Let me tell you something, the spook said. This food is the absolute finest food available anywhere in the world, bar no idyllic island location, better than a trip to Hershey, Pennsylvania, to cure a case of the munchies. It's delicate, it's sweet, it's taste bud heaven, it's 1,000 points of flavor you've never tried before. The spook sounded like a hawker on the Home Shopping Network. Shut up, Scott joked. You're just making it worse. Think of the oral orgasm that's coming. Anticipation. The waiter had appeared and waited patiently. It was still early and the first seating crowd was 2 hours away. Do you mind if I order? No, be my guest. Just make it fast food. Super fast food, Sop begged. Ah, let's have a couple of satay kambings to start. Ah, and we'll share some dagui goreng and some koldak goreng and the guila kambing. And? Spook looked at Scott. A couple of Heinekens? Scott nodded. And if there's any way you could put that order into warp drive, my friend here, he pointed at Scott, would appreciate it muchly. Very good, the dark-skinned Indonesian waiter replied as he scurried back to the kitchen. It still took half an hour for the appetizers to arrive. Scott chewed up 3 straws and tore 2 napkins into shreds while waiting. What is this? Asked Scott as he voraciously dove into the food. Does it matter? No, Scott bit into it. Holy shit, that's good. What is it? Goat parts, the spook said with a straight face. Scott stopped chewing. Which goat parts? He mumbled, staring over the top of his round glasses. The good parts, said the spook, taking 2 big bites. Only the good parts. It's nothing like eyeballs or lips or... Scott was grossing himself out. No, Paysan, eat up. It's safe. The spook made the Italian gesture for eating. Most of the time, the spook chuckled as he ravaged the unidentifiable goat parts on his plate. Scott looked suspiciously at the spook, who seemed to be surviving. How bad could it be? It tasted great, phenomenal, but what is it? Fuck it. Scott wolfed down his goat parts in total ecstasy. The spook was right. This was the best tasting food he had had ever. The rest of the meal was as sensorily exquisite as the appetizer. Scott felt relieved once the waiter had promised that the goat parts were from a goat roast, just like a rib roast or a pork roast. Nothing disgusting like earlobes. Ek ass! So you want to know why we do it, said the spook in between nibbles of Indonesian frog legs. Scott had to think hard to realize that the spook had shifted the conversation to hacking. It had occurred to me, responded Scott. Why do you do it? I've always liked biology, so hacking became the obvious choice, Spook said, laughing. Scott looked perplexed, but that didn't interrupt his voracious attack on the indescribably delicious foods on his plate. How old are you? Asked the spook. The big 4-0 is in range. Good, me too. Remember Marshall McLuhan? The medium is the message guru. Scott had admired him and made considerable effort to attend a few of his highly motivating lectures. Exactly, he predicted it 20 years early, the network sabotage. The spook paused to toss more food into his mouth. How much do you know about computers? I'm learning, Scott said modestly. Whenever asked that question, he assumed that he was truly ignorant on the subject despite his engineering degree. It was just that computers had never held the fascination for him that they did for others. Okay, let me give you the lowdown. The spook sucked down the last of the Heineken and motioned to the waiter for 2 more. He wiped his lips and placed his napkin beside the well-cleaned plate. At what point does something become alive? Alive, Scott mused. When some carbon-based molecules get the right combination of gases in the proper proportions of temperature and pressure. Come on, guy. Use your imagination, the spook scoffed with his eyes twinkling. Biologically, you're right, but philosophically, that's pretty fucking lame. Bart Simpson could come up with better than that. The spook could be most insulting without even trying. Let me ask you, is the traffic light system in New York alive? No way, retorted Scott. It's dead as a doornail, programmed for gridlock. They both laughed at the ironic choice for analogy. Seriously, in many ways it can be considered alive, the spook said. It uses electricity as its source of power or food. Therefore it eats, has a digestive system, and has waste product. Heat? Agreed? Scott nodded. That was a familiar personification for engineering students. And if you turn off the power, it stops functioning. A temporary starvation, if you will. It interacts with its environment, in this case with sensors and switches that react to the conditions at any particular moment. And lastly, and most importantly, it has purpose. Scott raised his eyebrows skeptically. The program, the rules, those are its purpose. It is coincidentally the same purpose that its designers had, but nonetheless it has purpose. That doesn't make it alive. It can't think as we do, and there is no ego or personality, Scott said smugly. So what? Since when does plankton or slime mold join Mensa? That's sentience. Spook walked right over Scott's comment. Okay, Scott acquiesced. I'm here to play devil's advocate, not make a continent of enemies. Listen, you better learn something early on. Spook leaned in over the table. His seriousness caught Scott's attention. You could disagree with us all you want, that's not a problem. Most everyone does. But we do expect fairness, personal and professional. Meaning, the dimples in Spook's smiling cheeks radiated camaraderie. Don't give up on an argument so early if you believe in it. That's a chicken shit way out of taking a position, real kindergarten. The Spook finished off his Heineken in 2 gulps. Scott's tension eased, realizing the Spook wanted the debate, the confrontation. This week could be a lot more fun than he had thought. At any rate, can you buy into that? That the traffic systems are alive? The spook asked again. I'll hold my final judgment in abeyance, but for sake of discussion, let's continue, acquiesced Scott. Fair enough. In 1947, I think that was the year, some guy said that he doubted there would be worldwide market for more than 3 computers. Scott choked on his beer. 3? Ha! What mental moron came up with that? Watson, Thomas Watson, founder of IBM, the spook said deadpan. You're kidding. And what about Phil Estridge? Who's that? Another IBMer, said the spook. He was kind of a renegade, worked outside of the mainstream corporate IBM mold. His bosses told him, hey, we need a small cheat computer to tie to our bigger computers. This little company Apple is selling too many for us not to get involved. By the way, corporate headquarters thinks this project is a total waste of money. They've been against it from the outset. So, you have 8 months. They gave him 8 months to build a computer that would set standards for generations of machines. And he pulled it off. Damned shame he died. So, here we have IBM miscall 2 of the greatest events in their history yet. They still found ways to earn tens of billions of dollars. Today we have, around 100 million computers in the world. That's a shitload of computers. And we're cranking out 12 million more each year. Then we tied over 50 million of these computers together. We used local area networks, wide area networks, dedicated phone lines, gateways, transmission backbones, all in an effort to allow more and more computers to talk to each other. With the phone company as the fabric of the interconnection of our computers, we have truly become a networked society. Satellites further tighten the weave on the fabric of the network. With a modem and telephone, you have the world at your fingertips. The spook raised his voice during his passionate monologue. Now we can use computers in our cars or boats and use cellular phone links to create absolute networkability. In essence, we have a new life form to deal with. The Worldwide Information Network. Here's where we definitely diverge, objected Scott, hands in the air. Arriving at the conclusion that a computer network is a life form requires a giant leap of faith that I have trouble with. Not faith, just understanding, the spook said with sustained vigor. We can compare networks to the veins and blood vessels in our bodies. The heart pumps the blood, the lungs replenish it, the other organs feed off of it. The veins serve as the thoroughfares for blood, just as networks serve as highways for information. However, the network is not static, where a fixed roadmap describes its operation. The network is in a constant state of flux, in all likelihood never to repeat the same pattern of connections again. So you admit, accused Scott, that a network is just a conduit, one made of copper and silicon, just as the vein in a conduit. Yes, a smart conduit, the spook insisted. Some conduits are much smarter than others. The network itself is a set of rules by which information is transmitted over a conductive material. You can't touch a network. Sure, you can touch the computer, the network wire. You can touch the bits and pieces that make up the network, but you cannot touch the network. The network exists as a synergistic byproduct of many dissimilar and physically isolated devices. I must admit, spook. That's Mr. Spook to you, Earthman, joked the spook. Sorry, continue. I could probably nickel and dime you into death by boredom on several points, but I will concede that they are arguable and better relegated for a long evening of total disagreement. For the sake of world peace, I will not press the issue now. How very kind, mocked the spook. Let's get out of here, take a walk, and I'll continue your education. If anyone else spoke to Scott so derogatorily, there would be instant conflict. The spook, though, didn't raise the defense mechanism in Scott. Spook was actually a likable fellow, if somewhat arrogant. They walked back down Usudsvorbergwall and Bearspline very slowly. The spook lit up another joint. What's this? Said Scott appreciatively. An endless supply? When in Rome, replied Spook. The brightly lit Grand Boulevard was a sample of the energy that permeates the Amsterdam nightlife. The train station was still a hub of activity in the winter darkness of early evening. So look at the network. You can cut off its tentacles, that's better than legs and feet in this case, and they will reappear, reconnect somewhere else. Alternate. Routing bypasses trouble spots. Self-diagnostics help the network doctors. Priority and preferences are handled according to a clear set of rules. Spook waved his hands to reinforce his case. That's quite a theory. What do the experts say about this? Scott was teetering on the edge of partial acceptance. Experts? We're the experts. That's why we hack, don't you see? The answer was so obvious it didn't deserve a question. Now, I can only speak for myself, but I find that the network organism itself is what's interesting. The network, the spontaneously grown information organism that covers most of the planet Earth. I believe that is why all hackers start hacking. Innate curiosity about the way things work. Then, before our eyes and behind the back of the world, the planet gets connected, totally connected to each other, and we haven't examined the ramifications of that closeness, computer-wise that is. That's what we do. The spook sounded satisfied with his explanation. Scott thought about it as they crossed Karplan and over canals to the Oude Zij Voorbugwal. Was the spook spouting off a lot of rationalized bullshit, or were he and the likes of him actually performing valuable services, acting as technological sociologists to 5 billion clients? If a network was alive, thought Scott, it was alive in the sense that a town or village is alive, as the sum of its parts, as a society is alive. If the computer terminal and its operator are members of a global village, as are thousands of other computer users, might that not be considered a society? Communications are indeed different, but Scott remembered that Flatland was considered a valid society with a unique perspective on the universe. Is it any different than the telephone which connects everyone on the planet? Shit, spook made some sense. They paused on a bridge by the Boers Bugwal and a few blocks down the canal. Scott saw a concentration of bright lights. "What's that?" he asked. "Poontang," the spook said lasciviously. "Say wah." Scott asked. "This is horny heaven, ode to orgasm, pick a perversion." The spook proudly held his arms out. "Aha, the red light district," Scott added dryly. "Don't take the romance out of it. This is sleaze at its best. Believe me, I know." Somehow Scott had no doubts. With the way Spook was passionately describing the specific acts and services available within the 10-square block hotbed of sex, Scott knew that the spook was no novice. They grabbed a couple of Heinekens from a bar and slowly strolled down one side of the Carney Canal. "I was going to go to the Yab Yub tonight, but since you've never been here before, I figured I owed you a tour." "Yab Yub? Am I supposed to know? The biggest, bestest, baddest whorehouse in Amsterdam," said Spook exuberantly. "Okay, fine, and this is the slums." "Thanks a lot," Scott said sarcastically. "No, this is for middle-class tourist sex. Yab Yub is first class, but this'll do me just fine. How about you?" "Ready for some serious debauching?" the spook queried. "Huh," Scott laughed anxiously. "Oh, I don't know. I've never been terribly fond of hookers. First time when I was 13. My uncle took me to a whorehouse for my birthday. Shit," the spook fondly grinned at the memory. "I'll never forget the look on my mom's face when he told her. She lectured him for a week. Christ," he paused. "It's so funny, you know. My uncle's gay." Scott was enjoying the conversation and the company of the spook. Americans meeting up with kindred Americans in a foreign land is a breath of fresh air, and the spook provided that. Scott window shopped as they walked, sidestepping the very few venturesome cars which attempted to penetrate the horny humanity on the crowded cobblestone streets. The variety of sexual mate reels was beyond comprehension. Spook seemed to be avidly fluent in their description and application. In one, Window. A spiked dildo of immense girth and length dominated the display. Scott grimaced at the weapon while the spook commented on its possible uses at an adult sit-ins pin party. "Here's the live sex show," the spook said invitingly. "Pretty wild. Look at the pictures." Scott leaned over to view a set of graphic photographs that would have caused the Mies Commission on Pornography to double dose on its Geritol. "Damn, they show this stuff on the street, huh?" asked the surprised Scott. He wasn't naive. It was just quite a shock to see such graphic sexuality in such a concentration and in such an open manner. On Sundays, when the red light district is closed until 6 p.m., many Dutch families use the window dressings as the textbook for their children's sex education. "No, let's keep going," Scott said, unconvinced he would partake of the pleasures. "Isn't this great?" the spook blurted out as Scott was looking in the window of one of the 100-plus sex shops. "I just love it. Remember I was telling you about freedom in Amsterdam? It's kind of like the hacker's ethic." Spook was going to equate sex and hacking? "Is that 'cause all hackers are hard up?" Scott laughed. "No, dig it." The spook suddenly stopped to face Scott. "Freedom. Total freedom implies and requires responsibility. Without that, the system would collapse into chaotic anarchy. Hacking is a manifestation of freedom. Once we have cracked a system and are in it, we have the freedom to do anything we want. But that freedom brings responsibility too, and, just like with sex so freely available, legally, it must be handled with care." Spook was sermonizing again, but was making more sense. His parallels were concise and poignant. They walked further into the heart of the district, and the spook was constantly distracted by the quantity of red lights over the basement and first floor. Windows. He wanted to closely examine the contents of everyone. In each window was a girl, sometimes two, clad in either a dental floss, bathing suit, or a see-through peignoir. Scott enjoyed the views, but thought that the spook was acting somewhat obsessively. The calm, professional, knowledge-able hacker had reverted into a base creature, driven by hormonal compulsion. Or then again, maybe they were just stoned. "I gotta pick the right one, just the right one," the spook said. "Let's see what else is available. Gotta find you a good one, too." Scott shook his head. "I don't know." "What? You don't want to get laid? What's the matter with you?" The spook couldn't believe his ears. The sheer intensity of the omnipresent sexual stimulation gave Scott the urge to pause and ask himself why. The desire was physically manifest, but the psychology of hookers, it wasn't his style. In the 3 years since he and Maggie had split, Scott occasioned to spend time with many ladies. He had kept himself in reasonable shape without becoming fanatic about it, and his high metabolism helped keep the body from degenerating ahead of schedule. So he had had his share of companionship and opportunity, but right now he was enjoying the freedom of his work and the pleasures that offered. If a woman was in the cards, so be it. But it was not essential at the moment. "Nothing. It's just that, well, I prefer to know the lady, if you know what I mean." "Oh, no problem." The spook had an answer. "That's an all-nighter, and will cost you 1,000 guilders. No, no," Scott said quickly. "That's not it. I just don't get a charge from hookers. Now, if some friend set it up to like a real pickup, at the beach, a bar, whatever, as long as I didn't know, that could prove interesting." He smiled to himself. "But honestly, I've been a couple of times just for giggles, and boy was it giggles." Scott laughed out loud at the memory. "The first time it was a friend's birthday, and a bunch of us put up enough to get him laid at the chicken ranch. That was the evening Scott had lost almost 2 hours of his life on the drive back to Vegas. He speculated to himself, in private, that he may have been abducted by alien creatures from a UFO. "Right. I know the place," added the spook. "I was designated drunk driver, so I drove him over to the high desert in the company van, about an hour's drive. Before we went in, I insisted on a couple of beers. He was getting laid, and I was nervous. Go figure. At any rate, the security cameras let us in, and two very attractive ladies in slinky gowns lead us over to the couch. They immediately assumed that we were both there for, well, the services. I was too embarrassed to say no, that I wasn't interested, but then out came a line of 20 of the most gorgeous girls you could imagine. The madam, I forget her name, stepped in and begged our indulgence for the interruption. It seems, she said, that the BBC was filming a documentary on brothels, and they had a camera crew in the next room, and would we mind too terribly much if they filmed us? Scott feigned extreme shock. Filmed you? For TV? Even I won't go that far. The spook said, impressed with Scott's story. My movies are all first-run private. Alphabetical, from Adele to Zelda. Not film that, pervert. He had pegged the spook. They only filmed the selection process, the initial meetings, and then the walk down the hallways to the DOS. Bedrooms. So what'd you do? The spook asked with interest. We did the camera bit. Jim got laid and I take the fifth. You chicken shit asshole, hollered the laughing spook. Scott took that as a compliment from the male slut to whom he was speaking. Listen, that was a long time ago, before I was married, and I don't want it to screw up our divorce. 3 years of bliss. The spook kept laughing. You really are a homeboy, huh? He gasped for air. They continued down a side street and back up the Ottersig wall, the other main canal in the district, so Spook could check out more windows. Those with the curtain drawn indicated that either services were being rendered or that it was lunch hour. Hard to tell. As they passed the Guys and Gals sex shop, the spook abruptly stopped and stepped back toward the canal. He whistled to himself in appreciation of the sex goddesses that had captured his attention. In the basement window was a stunning, buxom brunette wearing an invisible G-string and bra. She oozed sexuality with her beckoning lips and fingers when she spotted the spook's interest. In the first-floor window above the brunette were two perfectly voluptuous poster blondes in matching transparent peignoirs. They too saw the spook and attempted to seduce him to their doorway. Scott was impressed that the ladies were so attractive. Some sweet meat, huh? Said the spook, ogling his choices. Well, are you or aren't you? He asked with finality. I'm all systems go. You get first choice, 2 from window A or 1 from window B. What'll it be? Scott responded immediately. I got a safer way. There are 5 billion people on the planet, and at any given time at least 1 million have to be having sex. So all I have to do is tune into the planetary consciousness, the ultimate archetype, and have an orgasm anytime I want. You're a sick mother, laughed the spook. Transcendental group sex. At least I can tell the difference between pussy and praying. He asked Scott again to pick a girl. I have to pass, it's just not my thing. Spook glared at him askance. No, really, go ahead. I'm a bit tired. I just arrived this morning. He had forgotten to take his 3-hour afternoon nap, and it was close to 6 in the morning body time. I'll see you at the conference tomorrow, all right? Fucking A. The spook beamed. I get 'em all. He motioned to the girls that he would like to hire all 3 of them at once. They indicated that that would be a fine idea. Listen, I don't mean to be rude, but, the spook said to Scott as he proceeded up the stairs to meet the female triumvirate, he turned briefly in the open doorway with 2 of the girls tugging at his clothes. Scott, what happens if the medium or the message gets sick? Think about it. The door closed behind the spook as the girls shed their clothes. Medium? Geez, you are really fucked, laughed Scott. Pervert, he called out as the window curtains closed. Scott got directions to the Eureka from a live sex show salesman. For all the walking he and the spook had done, miles and miles, it was odd that they had ended up only a few blocks away from the hotel. Ah, but that would figure, thought Scott. The sex-starved spook was staying at the Europa around the corner from Sin Street. Scott rolled a joint of his own to enjoy for the pleasant evening promenade home along the canals. Spook, what a character! In one breath, perfectly rational, but then the Jekyll and Hyde hormone hurricane. Wow. What Scott Mason could never have imagined, indeed quite the opposite, was that the spook was unable to respond to the three very attentive ladies he had hired for that very purpose. Nothing. No matter what stimuli they affected, the spook's brain could not command his body to respond. His confusion alternated with embarrassment, which made the problem only worse. Never before had the spook had such a problem. Never. One of the ladies spoke to him kindly. Hey, it happens to everyone once in a while. At hearing that, he jumped up, removed the loose condom, and zipped his pants while screaming, "Not to me! It doesn't happen to me!" Scott did not know that the spook bolted into the street and started running, in panic, away from the scene of his most private of failures. He ran all the way, in fact beating Scott to his hotel. He was driven by the terror of the first sexual failure in his life. The spook felt emasculated as he sought a rationalization that would allow him to retain a shred of dignity. He was used to commanding women, not being humiliated by them. What was wrong? Women fell all over him. But why this? This of all things? The spook fell asleep on the top of his bed with his clothes on. Scott did not know that he would not be seeing the spook tomorrow. Wednesday, January 6, Washington, D.C. 8 more! Exclaimed Charlie Sorensen into Martin Templer's space. What the hell is going on? The private office on 20th and Nell Street was well guarded by an efficient receptionist who believed she worked for an international import-export firm. Consulting offices were often easier for senior intelligence officials to use for clandestine, unrecorded meetings than one's own office. In the interest of privacy, naturally, the two NSA and CIA agents from P Street held their clandestine meeting in a plain, windowless office meagerly furnished with a desk, a couple of chairs, and a file cabinet. Charlie turned his back on Templer and sighed. "I'm sorry, Marty. It's not you." He paced to the other side of the small confining room. "I'm getting pressure from all sides. That damned FBI guy is making a nuisance of himself, asking too many questions. The media smells a conspiracy and the director is telling me to ignore it." Sorensen stood in front of Templer. "And, now, no, it's not bad enough, but 8 more of the mothers go off. Shit." He slammed his fist onto the desk. "We can explain 1 to the Pentagon, but 9? Martin asked skeptically. "See what I mean?" Sorensen pointed. Sorensen and Templer attended the ECCO and CERT roundups twice a week since they began after the first EMPT explosion. "These are the SATs?" Templer leaned over to the desk. Corners of several high-resolution satellite photographs sneaked out from a partially open folder. Sorensen opened the folder and spread the photos across the surface. They weren't optical photographs, but the familiar map shapes of the central United States were visible behind swirls and patterns of a spectrum of colors. The cameras and computer had been instructed to look at selected bandwidths, just as infrared vision lets one see at night. In this case, though, the filters excluded everything but frequencies of the electromagnetic spectrum of interest. "Yeah," Sorensen said, pointing at one of the photos. "This is where we found the first one. On one of the photos, where an outline of the United States was visible, a dot of fuzzy light was visible in the Memphis, Tennessee area." "That's an EMPT bomb?" asked Templer. "The electromagnetic signature in certain bandwidths is the same as from a nuclear detonation." Sorensen pulled another photo out. It was a computer-enhanced blow-up of the first satellite photo. The bridges across the Mississippi were clearly visible. The small fuzzy dot from the other photograph became a larger fuzzy cloud of white light. "I didn't know we had geosyncs over us too," Templer said lightly. "Officially, we don't," Sorensen said seriously. Then he showed his teeth and said, "Unofficially, we have them everywhere." "So, who was hit?" "Here," he pointed at Memphis. "Federal Express. A few hours ago. They're down. Can't say when they'll be back in business." Thank God no one was killed. They weren't so lucky in Texas. Sorensen pulled a couple more photographs, and a fuzzy dot and its fuzzy cloud mate were clearly visible in the Houston area. EDES computers, said Sorensen. 6 dead, 15 injured. They do central processing for hundreds of companies, every one gone, and then here, he scattered more photos with the now recognized able fuzzy white dots. Mid-State Farm Insurance, Immigration and Naturalization, National Bank, General Interdynamics, Citibank, and the Sears mail order computers. Sorensen spoke excitedly as he listed the latest victims of the magnetic cardiac arrest that their computer systems and indeed their entire organization suffered. Press? Like stink on shit. What do they know? Too much? What can we do? Get to the bottom of this before Mason does. Chapter 19, Thursday, January 7. Amsterdam, Holland. The following morning, Scott awoke without telephone intervention by the front desk. He felt a little on the slow side, an observation he attributed to either the time difference, not the jet lag, or the minor after effect of copious cannabis consumption. The concierge called a cab, and Scott told the driver where he thought he was going. Yeah, no problem, it's a short ride. To Scott's surprise, he found himself passing by the same sex emporium where he had left the Spook last evening. Scott reminded himself to ask Spook how it went. The taxi stopped in front of an old building that had no signs of use. It was number 44. But just in case, Scott asked the driver to wait a moment. He walked up the door and, finding no bell, rapped on the heavy wooden door. Yeah? A muffled voice asked through the door. Is John there? This is Scott Mason. Scott knowingly looked at the cab driver. Who? Scott looked at the number again, and then remembered what John had told him. Sorry. This is Repo Man. Kirk said you'd expect me. Ah, yeah, Repo Man. The door opened, and Scott happily waved off the cab. Welcome, please, come in. Scott entered a dark chamber as the door closed behind him. I am Clay, that's French for key. Wonderful, thought Scott. Thanks for the invite. Is John here? Everyone is here. I thought it didn't begin until 11, Scott said, looking at his watch. Ah, yeah, well, the Dutch accented Clay said. It is difficult to stop sometimes. We have been here all night. Scott followed Clay up a darkened flight of steps. At Midland, Clay opened a door, and suddenly the dungeon-like atmosphere vanished. Inside the cavernous room were perhaps 200 people, mostly men, excitedly conversing and huddling over computers of every imaginable model. The high ceiling was liberally dressed with fluorescent tubing which accentuated the green hues from many of the computer monitors. The walls were raw brick, and the sparse decorations were all computer-related. Windows at the two ends of the building added enough daylight to take some of the edge off of the pallid green aura. What should I do? Asked Scott, looking around the large room, which was probably overcrowded by modern safety counts. The Flying Dutchman said he will see you a little later, Clay said. Many of our members know Repo Man is a reporter, and you are free to look and ask anything. Please enjoy yourself. Clay quickly disappeared into the congregation. Scott suddenly felt abandoned and wished he could disappear. Like those dreams where you find yourself stark naked in a public place. He felt that his computer naivete was written all over his face, and he would be judged thus, so instead he tried to ignore it by perusing the walls. He became amused at the selection of art, poster art, Scotch taped to the brick. The first poster had Daffy Duck, or reasonable facsimile thereof, prepared to bring a high-speed sledgehammer in contact with the keyboard. Hit any key to continue, was the simple poster's message. Another portrayed a cobweb-covered skeleton sitting behind a computer terminal with a repairman standing over him asking a pertinent question. System been down long? One of the ruder posters consisted of Ronald Reagan with a superimposed hand making a most obscene manual gesture. The poster was entitled, Compute. this. Scott views the walls as if in an art gallery, not a hacker's convention. He openly laughed when he saw a poster from the National Computer Security Center, a working division of the National Security Agency. A red, white, and blue Uncle Sam, finger pointing, beckoned. "We want you to secure your computer." In an open white space on the poster, someone wrote in, "Please list name and date if you have already cracked into an NSA computer." Beneath were a long list of hacker handles with the dates they had entered the super-secret agency's computers. Were things really that bad, Scott asked himself? Repo Man? Scott turned quickly to see a large, barrel-chested, red-haired man with an untamed beard in his early 40s approach him rapidly. The man was determined in his gait. Scott answered, "Yes." "Yay, I'm the Flying Dutchman," he said hurriedly in a large booming voice. "Welcome." He vigorously shook Scott's hand with a wide smile hidden behind the bushy red face. "You enjoyed Amsterdam last night, yeah?" He expected a positive answer. Sex was no crime here. "Well," Scott blushed. "I must say it was a unique experience," he said carefully so as not to offend Holland's proud hosts. "But I think the spook had more fun than I did." The Flying Dutchman's hand went limp. "Spook? Did you say spook?" His astonishment was clear. "Yeah, why?" Scott asked. "The spook? Here, no one has seen him in years." "Yeah, well, he's alive and well, and screwing his brains out with 3 of Amsterdam's finest," Scott said with amusement. "What's the big deal?" "The spook, yeah, this is good," the Flying Dutchman said, clapping his hands together with approval. He was the greatest freak of his day. He retired years ago and has only been seen once or 2 times maybe. He is a legend. "A freak? Oh, yeah." "A freak," he said, speaking rapidly. "Before home computers in the 1960s and 1970s, hacking meant fighting the phone company. In America, you call it Ma Bell, I believe. Captain Crunch was the epitome of phone freaks." These names were a bit much, thought Scott, but might add a sense of levity to his columns. "Captain Crunch?" Scott asked with skepticism. "Yeah, Captain Crunch. He blew the plastic whistle from a Captain Crunch cereal." Box into the phone, the Flying Dutchman held an invisible whistle to his lips, and it opened up an inside line to make long-distance calls. Then he built and sold blue boxes which recreated the tones to make free calls. Freaking and computer hacking, they're the same? Yeah, especially for the older hackers. The Flying Dutchman patted himself on the stomach. You see, hacking, some call it cracking, is taking a system to its limit, exploring it, mastering the machine. The phones, computers, viruses. It's all hacking, you understand? Spook called hacking a technique for investigating new spontaneously generated life forms. He said a network was a living being. We got into quite an argument about it. Scott sounded mildly derisive of the theory. The Dutchman crossed his arms, grinned wide, and rocked back and forth on his heels. Yeah, that sounds like the spook, cutting to the heart of the issue. Yeah. You see, we all have our reasons why we hack, but yeah, spook is right. We forget sometimes that the world is one giant computer with thousands and millions of arms, just like the brain. The neurons, he pointed at his head, are connected to each other with synapses, just like a computer network. The Flying Dutchman's explanation was a little less ethereal than the spooks, and Scott found himself anticipating further enlightenment. The neuron is a computer. It can function independently, but because its capacity is tiny, a neuron is really quite limited in what it can achieve alone. The synapse is like the network wire or phone company wiring. It connects the neurons or computers together. The Dutchman spoke almost religiously as he animatedly drew wires and computers in the air to reinforce the concept. Have you heard of neural networks? Absolutely, Scott said. The smart chips that can learn. Yeah, exactly. A neural network is modeled after the brain, too. It is a very large number of cells, just like the brain cells, that are only connected to each other in the most rudimentary way. Like a baby's brain? Sky offered. Yeah, just like a baby. Very good. So like the baby, the neural net grows connections as it learns. The more connections it makes, the smarter it gets. Both the baby and the network? Yeah, Dutchman laughed. So, as the millions of neural connections are made, some people learn skills that others don't, and some computers are better suited to certain tasks than others. And now there's a global neural network growing. Millions more computers are added and we connect them together until any computer can talk to any other computer. Yeah, the spook is very much right. The network is alive and it is still learning. Scott was entering a world where the machines, the computers, were personified, indeed imbued with a life of their own by their creators and their programmers. A highly complex world where interrelatedness is infinitely more important than the specific function. Connections are issue. Didn't Spook remind him that the medium is the message? But where, questioned Scott, is the line between man and machine? If computers are stupid and man must program them to give them the appearance of intelligence, then the same must be true of the network, the global information network. Therefore, when a piece of the network is programmed to learn how to plan for future network expansion, and that piece of the network calls another computer on the network to inquire as to how it is answering the same problem for different conditions, don't man and machine merge? Isn't the network acting as an extension of man? But then, a hammer is a tool as well, and no one calls a hammer a living being. Unto itself, it is not alive, Scott reasoned. The network merely emulates the growth patterns and behavior of the cranial highway system. He was ready to concede that a network was more alive than a hammer, but he could not bring himself to carry the analogy any further yet. That gives me a lot to think about, Scott assured the Dutchman. Yeah, it does. Do you understand quantum physics? What the hell would make him ask that question, thought Scott. I barely passed Quantum 101. The math was too far out for me, but yes. He laughed kindly. I do remember the basics. Very basic. Goot. In the global network, there is no way to predict where the next information packet will be sent. Will it start here? The Dutchman motioned to his far left. Or here? There's no way to know. All we can say, just as in physics, is that there is a probability of data being transferred between any 2 points. Chance. And we can also view the network in operation as both a wave and a particle. Wait, stop, Scott. You've just gone over my head. But I get the point, I think. You and your associates really believe that this global network is an entity unto itself and that it is growing and evolving on its own as we speak? Yeah, exactly. You see, no one person is responsible for the network, its growth, or its care. Like the brain, many different regions control their own piece of the network. And the network can still function normally even if pieces of it are disconnected. The split brain studies. And you're the caretakers for the network? Doubted Scott. No, as I said, we all have our reasons. The common denominator is that we treat the network as an incredibly powerful organism about which we know very, very little. That is our function to learn. What is it that you do for a living? Yeah. I am professor of technological sociology at the University of Amsterdam. The original proposal for my research came from personal beliefs and concerns about the way the human race has to learn to cope in the face of great technology leaps. NATO is funding the research. NATO? Exclaimed Scott. They fund hacking? No, laughed the Dutchman. They know that hacking is necessary to gather the raw data my research requires, so they pretend not to notice or care. What we are trying to do is predict what the baby, the global network, will look and act like when it grows up. Isn't crystal ball gazing easier? Yeah, it may be, the Dutchman agreed. But now, why don't you look around? I am sure you'll find it most educational." The Dutchman asked again about the spook. "Is he really here in Amsterdam?" "Yup." "And he said he'd be here today?" "Yup." "The spook at the conference?" "He hasn't made an appearance in years." "Well, that's what he told me, he'd be here." Scott profusely thanked his host and assured him that yes, he would ask for anything he needed. Thank you. Kirk had been vindicated, thought Scott, who had expected a group of pimply-faced adolescents with nerd shirts to be bouncing around like spring break in Fort Lauderdale. Scott slowly explored the tables loaded with various types of computer gear. IBM clones were the most common, but an assortment of older machines, a CP/M or two, even a Commodore PET, proved that expensive new equipment was not needed to become a respected hacker. Scott reminded himself that this group was the elite of hackerdom. These were the hackers' hackers. In his discussions with Kirk, Scott figured he would see some of the tools of the trade, but he had no idea of the level of sophistication that was openly, and perhaps illegally, being demonstrated. Then again, maybe that's why they hold their hacker hoedowns in Amsterdam. Scott learned something very critical early on. Once you let one of us inside your computer, it's all over. The system is ours, the universal claim by hackers. Scott no longer had any trouble accepting that, so the security guy's job, one short, balding, middle-aged American hacker said, is to keep us out. "I'm a cracker." "What's that?" "The cracker is kind of like a safe cracker or lockpicker. It's my job to figure out how to get into the computers." Scott had to stifle a giggle when he found out that this slight man's handle was appropriately Waldo. Waldo went on to explain that he was a henpecked CPA who needed a hobby that would bore his wife to tears. So he locked himself in the basement, far away from her, and got hooked on computers. He found that rummaging through other computers was an amusing alternative to watching Honeymooner reruns while his wife kvetched. After a while, he said he discovered that he had a talent for cracking through the front doors of computers. On the professional hacker circuit that made Waldo a valuable commodity. The way it works, he explained, was that he would trade access codes for outlines of the contents of the computers. If he wanted to look further, he maintained a complete indexing system on the contents of thousands of computers worldwide. He admitted it was the only exciting part of his life. "The most fun a CPA has," he said calmly, "is cutting up clients' credit cards. But me," he added proudly, "I've been in and out of the IRS computers more times than Debbie did it in Dallas." "The IRS computers? You've been in there." "Where else does a CPA go but to the scene of the crime?" Waldo laughed at his joke. "At first it was a game, but once I got into the IRS backplane, which connects the various IRS districts together, the things I found scared me. No one is in control over there. No one. They abuse taxpayers, basically honest taxpayers who are genuinely in trouble and need some understanding by their government. Instead, they are on the receiving end of a vicious attack by a low-level government paper slave who gets his thrills by seizing property. The IRS is immune from due process." Scott immediately thought of Tyrone and his constitutional ravings the other night. The IRS's motto is, "Guilty until we cash the check," and IRS management ignores it. Auditors are on a quota basis, and if they don't recover their allotted amounts of back taxes, they can kiss their jobs goodbye. The innocent-looking Waldo, too, had found a cause, a raison d'etre for hacking away at government computers. "You know that for a fact?" asked Scott. This alone was a major story. Such a policy was against everything the Constitution stood for. Waldo nodded and claimed to have seen the internal policy memoranda. "Who was in charge?" "Essentially," said Waldo, "no one. It was anarchy. They have the worst security of any agency that should by all rights have the best. It's a crime against American citizens. Our rights and our privacy have shriveled to nothing." Waldo, the small CPA, extolled the virtues of fighting the system from within. From within, he could battle the computers that had become the system. Have you ever, shall I say, fixed files in the IRS computers? Many times, Waldo said proudly. For my clients who were being screwed, sometimes I am asked to help. It's all part of the job, he said of his beloved avocation. How many systems have you cracked? Asked Scott, visibly impressed. I am, Waldo said modestly, the best. I have cracked 1187 systems in 3 years. 1040 was my personal goal for a while. Then 1099, but it's kind of open-ended now. That's almost one a day. You could look at it like that, but sometimes you can get into 10 or 20 in one day. You gotta remember, Waldo said with pride, a lot of homework goes into this. You just don't decide one day to crack a system, you have to plan it. So how do you do it? Okay, it's really pretty simple. Do you speak software? Listen, you make it real simple, and I won't interrupt. Okay, interrupt. Heh, interrupt. Ha, that's a good one. Here, let me show you on the computer, Waldo said as he leaned over to peck at the keyboard. The first step to getting into computers is to find where they are located, electronically speaking, okay? Scott agreed that you needed the address of the bank before you could rob it. So what we do is search for computers by running a program like an exchange auto dialer. Here, look here, Waldo said, pointing at the computer screen. We select the area code here. Let's say 203, that's Connecticut. Then we pick the prefix, the first 3 numbers, that's the local exchange. So let's choose 968. He entered the numbers carefully. That's Stamford. By the way, I wrote this software myself. Waldo spoke of his software as a proud father would of his firstborn son. Scott patted him on the back, urging him to continue. So we asked the computer to call every number in the 203968 area sequentially. When the number is answered, my computer records whether a voice, a live person answered or a computer answered, or if it was a fax machine. Scott never had imagined that hacking was so systematic. Then the computer records its findings, and we have a complete list of every computer in that area. Waldo concluded. That's 10,000 phone calls, Scott realized. It must cost a fortune and take forever. Nah, not a dime. The phone company has a hole. It takes my program less than a second to record the response and we're off to the next call. It's all free, courtesy of TPC, Waldo bragged. TPC? Questioned Scott. The phone company, Waldo chuckled. I don't see how you can do the entire country that way. 10,000 calls at a shot. In New York, there must be 10 million phones. Yes, agreed Waldo. It is a never-ending job. Phone numbers change, computers come and go, security gets better. But you have to remember, there are a lot of other people out there doing the same thing, and we all pool our information. You could ask for the number to almost any computer in the world, and someone in our group, somewhere, will have the number and likely the passwords. Jesus, I run my program at night, every night when I sleep. On a good night, if the calls are connected quickly enough, I can go through about 1,000 phone numbers. I figure roughly a month per prefix. I am amazed, simply amazed. Truly impressed, said Scott. You know, you always kind of imagine these things are possible, but until it stares you in the face, it's black magic. You want to know the best part? Waldo said teasingly. I get paid for it too. Waldo crouched over and spoke to Scott secretively. Not everyone here approves, but I sell listed junk fax mail order houses. They want the fax lists. On a good night, I can clear a couple hundred while my modem does the dialing. The underground culture of Scott's day, demonstrating against the war, getting gassed while marching by George Washington University, Getting thrown out of a Nixon rally at Madison Square Garden seemed so innocent in comparison. He continued to be in awe of the possible applications for a technology not as benign as his creators had intended. Scott met other hackers. They were proud of the term, even with the current negative connotations it carried. He saw how System IC attacks against the front door to computers were the single biggest challenge to hackers. The proverbial chase before the catch, the romance too many. At another tabletop laden with computers, Scott learned that there are programs designed to try passwords according to certain rules. Some try every possible combination of letters and numbers, although that is considered an antique method of brute force. More sophisticated hackers use advanced algorithms, which try to open the computer with the likely passwords. My. It was all very scientific, the approach to the problem, thought Scott. He met communications gurus who knew more about the switching networks inside the phone company than AT&T engineers. They had complete diagrams and function calls and source code for even the latest software revisions on the 4ESS and the new 5ESS switches. Once you're into the phone computers, one phone freak X tatled, you have an immense amount of power at your fingertips. Incredible. Let me give you an example. The speaker was another American, one that Scott would have classified as an ex-Berkeley hippie, still living in the past. His dirty shoulder-length hair capped a skinny frame which held his jeans up so poorly that there was no question where the sun didn't shine. You know that the phone company is part of the Trilateral Commission, working with Kissinger and the Queen of England to control the world, right? His frazzled speech was matched by an annoying habit of sweeping his stringy hair off his face every few words. It's up to us to stop them. Scott listened politely as Janice, who adopted the moniker from his favorite singer, rewrote history with tortured explanations of how the phone company is the hidden seat of the American government and how they have been lying to the public for decades. And the Rockefellers are involved too, he assured Scott. They could declare martial law today and take over the accounts try. Those who control the communications control the power, he oracled. Did you know? He took Scott into his confidence that phones are always on and they have computers recording everything you say and do in your own home. That's illegal, Janice bellowed. Not to mention crazy, thought Scott. One of Janice's associates came over to rescue Scott. Sorry, he's a little enthusiastic and has some trouble communicating on the earthly plane. Alva, as he called himself, explained coherent that with some of the newer security systems in place, it is necessary to manipulate the phone company's switches to learn system passwords. For example, when we broke into a Bell computer that used CI SIMs, it was tough to crack. But now they've added new security that in itself is flawless, albeit crackable, Alva explained. Once you get past the passwords, which is trivial, the system asks you 3 unique questions about yourself for final identification. Pretty smart, huh? Scott agreed with Alva, a voice of apparent moderation. However, we were already in the phone switch computer, so we programmed in forwarding instructions for all calls that dialed that particular computer. We then intercepted the call and connected it to our computer, where we emulate the security system and watch the questions and answers go back and forth. After a few hours, you have 100 different passwords to use. There are a dozen other ways to do it, of course. Of course, Scott said sarcastically. Is nothing sacred? Not in this world, it's not. All's fair in love, war, and hacking. The time flew as Scott learned what a tightly knitted clique the hackers were. The ethos honor among thieves held true here, as it did in many adolescent societies, most recently the American Old West. As a group, perhaps even a subculture, they were arduously taming new territory, each with their own vision of a private digital homestead. Each one taking on the system in their own way. They still needed each other. Thus they looked aside if another's techno-social behavior was personally distasteful. The network was big enough for everyone, a working anarchy that heralded the standard of John Paul Jones as their sole commandment, "Don't tread on me." He saw tapping devices that allowed the interception of computer data, which traveled over phone lines. Line monitors and sniffers were commercially available and legal. Equipment that was nominally designed to troubleshoot networks. In the hands of a hacker, though, it graduated from being the tool of repair to an offensive weapon. Small handheld radios were capable of listening in to the increasingly popular remote RF networks which do not require wires. Cellular phone eavesdropping devices permitted the owner to scan and focus on the conversation of his choice. Scott examined the electronic gear to find a manufacturer's identification. "Don't bother, my friend," said a long-haired German youth of about 20. "Excuse me? I see you are looking for marks, yes? Well, yes. I wanted to see who made these." "I make them. He makes them. We all make them," he said almost giddily. "This is not available from Radio Shack," he giggled. "Who needs them from the establishment when they are so easy to build?" Scott knew that electronics was indeed a garage operation, and that many high-tech initiatives had begun in entrepreneurs' basements. The thought of home hobbyists building equipment which the military defends against was anathema to Scott. He merely shook his head and moved on, thanking the makers of the eavesdropping machines for their demonstrations. Over in a dimly lit corner, dimmer than elsewhere, Scott saw a number of people fiddling with an array of computers and equipment that looked surprisingly familiar. As he approached, he experienced an immediate rush of déjà vu. This was the same type of equipment that he had seen on the van before it was blown up a couple of months ago. Tempest busting, he thought. The group was speaking in German, but they were more than glad to switch to English for Scott's benefit. They sensed his interest as he poked around the assorted monitors and antennas and test equipment. "Ah, you are interested in Van Eck?" asked one of the German hackers. They maintained a clean-cut appearance, and through discussion, Scott learned that they were funded as part of a university research project in Frankfurt. Scott watched and listened as they set up a compelling demonstration. First, one computer screen displayed a complex graphic picture. Several yards away, another computer displayed a foggy image that cleared as one of the students adjusted the antenna attached to the computer. "Aha! Luck!" one of them said, announcing that the second computer would now display everything that the first computer did. The group played with color and black and white graphics, word proclamation screens, and spreadsheets. Each time, in a matter of seconds, they locked into the other computer successfully. Scott was duly impressed and asked them why they were putting effort into such research. "Very simple," the apparent leader of the Frankfurt group said. "This work is classified in both your country and mine, so we do not have access to the answers we need. So we build our own, and now it's no more classified. You see, why do you need it?" "To protect against it," they said in near unison. "The next step is to build efficient methods to fight the Van Eck. Doesn't Tempest do that?" "Tempest?" the senior student said. "Ha! It makes the computer weigh 1,000 pounds and the monitor hard to read. There are better ways to defend." "To defend, we must first know how to attack. That's basic." "Let me ask you something," Scott said to the group after their lengthy demonstration. "Do you know anything about electromagnetic pulses? Strong ones?" "Yeah. You mean like from a nuclear bomb?" "Yes, but smaller and designed to only hurt computers." "Oh, yeah. We have wanted to build one, but it is beyond our means." "Well," Scott said smugly, "someone is building them and setting them off." "Your stock exchange." "We thought that the American government did it to prove they could." An hour of ensuing discussion taught Scott that the technology that the DoD and the NSA so desperately spent billions to keep secret and proprietary was in common use. To most engineers, and Scott could easily relate, every problem has an answer. The challenge is to accomplish the so-called impossible. The engineer's pride. John, the Flying Dutchman, finally rescued Scott's stomach from implosion. How about lunch? A few of the guys want to meet you. Give you a heavy dose of propaganda, he threatened. Thank God, I'm famished and haven't touched the stuff all day. Love to, it's on me, Scott offered. He could see Doug having a cow. How could he explain a $1,000 dinner for 100 hungry hackers? Say that too loud, cautioned the bearded Dutchman, and you'll have to buy the restaurant. Hacking isn't very high on the pay scale. Be easy on me. I gotta justify lunch for an army to my boss, or worse yet, the bean counters. Dutchman didn't catch the idiom. Never mind, let's keep it to a small regiment, all right? He never figured out how it landed on his shoulders, but Scott ended up with the responsibility of picking a restaurant and successfully guiding the group there. And Dutchman had skipped out without notifying anyone. Damned awkward, thought Scott. He assumed control, limited though it was, and led them to the only restaurant he knew, the Serang Mas. The group blindly, and happy life followed. They even let him order the food, so he did his very best to impress them by ordering without looking at the menu. He succeeded with his savant phonetic memory to order exactly what he had the night prior, but this time he asked for vastly greater portions, as they were sating their palates and commenting on what a wonderful choice this restaurant was. Scott popped the same question to which he had previously been unable to receive a concise answer. Now that he had met this bunch, he would ask again. And if lucky, someone might respond and actually be comprehensible. I've been asking the same question since I got into this whole hacking business, Scott said, savoring goat parts and sounding quite nonchalant. And I've never gotten a straight answer. Why do you hack? He asked. Other than the philosophical credo of network is life, why do you hack? Scott looked into their eyes. Or are you just plain nosy? I'd bloody well am, said the one called Pinball, who spoke with a thick Liverpudlian accent. His jeans were in tatters, in no better shape than his sneakers. The short, pudgy man was mid-20-ish, and his tall crew cut was in immediate need of reshaping. Nosy, that's why you hack? Asked Scott in disbelief. Yeah, that's it, mate. It's great fun. A game the size of life. Pinbar looked at Scott as if to say, that's it. No hidden meaning, it's just fun. He swallowed more of the exquisite food. Sounds like whoever dies with the most hacks wins, Scott said facetiously. Right. You got it, mate. Pinball never looked up from his food while talking. Scott scanned his luncheon companions for reaction. A couple of grunts, no objection. What an odd assortment, Scott thought. At least the Flying Dutchman had been kind enough to assemble an English-speaking group for Scott's benefit. We each have our reasons to hack, said the one who called himself Che too. By all appearance, Che too seemed more suited to a BMW than a revolutionary cabal. He was a well-bred American, dressed casually, but expensively. We may not agree with each other or anyone, but we have an underlying understanding that permits us to cooperate. I can tell you why I hack, said the sole German representative at the table, who spoke impeccable English with a thick accent. I am a professional ethicist. It is people like me who help governments formulate rules that decide who lives and who dies in emergency situations. The right or wrong of weapons of mass destruction. Ethics is a social moving target that must constantly be re-examined as we as a civilized people grow and strive to maintain our innate humanity. So you equate hacking and ethics in the same breath? Scott asked. I certainly do, said the middle-aged German hacker known as Solon. I am part of a group that promotes the hacker ethic. It is really quite simple, if you would be interested. Scott urged him to continue. We have before us, as a world, a marvelous opportunity to create a set of rules, behavior, and attitudes towards this magnificent technology that blossoms before our eyes. That law is the ethic. Some call it the code. Kirk had called it the code, too. The code is quite a crock, interrupted a tall, slender man with disheveled white hair who spoke with an upper crust, ever so proper British accent. Unless everybody follows it, from A to Z, it simply won't work. There can be no exceptions. Otherwise, my friends, we will find ourselves in a technological Lord of the Flies. Ah, but that is already happening, said a gentleman in his mid-50s, who also sported a full beard, bushy mustache, and long, well-kept salt and pepper hair to his shoulders. We are already well on the road to a date with Silicon Armageddon. We didn't do it with the bomb, but it looks like we're sure as hell gonna do it with technology for the masses. In this case, computers. Going only. By Dave, he was a philosophy professor at Stanford. In many ways, he spoke like the early Timothy Leary, using technology instead of drugs as a mental catalyst. Scott, though, of Dave as the futurist in the group. He's right. It is happening right now. Long live the revolution, shouted Chasey too. Hacking keeps our personal freedoms alive. I know I'd much prefer everyone knowing my most intimate secrets than have the government and TRW and the FBI and the CIA control it and use only pieces of it for their greed-sucking reasons. No way. I want everyone to have the tools to get into the government's Big Brother computer system and make the changes they see fit. Scott listened as his one comment spawned a heated and animated discussion. He wouldn't break in unless they went too far afield, wherever that was, or he simply wanted to join in on the conversation. How can you support freedom without responsibility? You contradict yourself by ignoring the code. Solon made his comment with Teutonic matter-of-factness in between mouthfuls. It is the most responsible thing we can do, retorted Chitu. It is our moral duty, our responsibility to the world to protect our privacy, our rights, before they are stripped away as they have been since the Republicans bounced in, but not out, over a decade ago. He turned in his chair and glared at Scott. Maybe 30 years old, she too was mostly bald, with great bushes of curly dark brown hair encircling his head. The lack of hair emphasized his large forehead which stood over his deeply inset eyes. Shaitu called the Boston area his home, but his cosmopolitan accent belied his background. The proper British man known as Dr. Drdr on the BBSs was over 6'5" with an unruly frock of thick white hair which framed his ruddy pale face. I do beg your pardon, but this so violates the tenets of civilized behavior. What this gentleman proposes is the philosophical antithesis of common sense and rationality. I suggest we consider the position that each of us in actual fact is working for the establishment, if I may use such a politically descriptor. Dr's comment hushed the table. He continued, "Is it not true that security is being installed as a result of many of our activities?" Several nods of agreement preceded a small voice coming from the far end of the table, if you want to call it security. A small pre-adolescent spoke in a high-pitched whine. "What do you mean? I'm sorry, I don't know what to call you," asked Scott. "Wiz, the security is a toy." Wiz spoke unpretentiously about how incredibly simple it is to crack any security system. He maintained that there are theoretical methods to crack into any, and he emphasized any, computer. It's impossible to protect a computer 100%, can't be done, so that means that every computer is crackable. He offered to explain the math to Scott, who politely feigned ignorance of decimal points. In short, I, or anyone, can get into any computer they want. There is always a way. Isn't that a scary thought? Scott asked to no one in particular. Scott learned from the others that Gwiz was a 16-year-old high school junior from Phoenix, Arizona. He measured on the high end of the genius scale, joined Mensa at 4, and already had in hand scholarships from Westinghouse, Milan, Caltech, MIT, Stanford, to name a few. At the tender age of 7, he started programming and was now fluent in 11 computer languages. Wiz was regarded with an intellectual awe from hackers for his theoretical analysis that he had turned into hacking tools. He was a walking encyclopedia of methods and techniques to both protect and attack computers. To Gwiz, straddling the political fence by arming both sides with the same weapons was a logical choice. Scott viewed it as a high-tech mod mutual assured destruction, computer-wise. "Don't you see," said the British DRDR, continuing as if there had been no interruption, "the media portrays us as security-breaking freaks, and that's exactly what we are. And that works for the establishment as well. We keep the designers and security people honest by testing their systems for free. What a great deal, don't you think? We, the hackers of the world, are the good housekeeping seal of security systems by virtue of the fact that either we can or we cannot penetrate them. If that's not working for the system, I don't know what is." He's heading down the right path," Dave the futurist spoke up. "Even though he does work for GCHQ. GCHQ, Scott asked quickly. "The English version of your NSA," said Pinball, still engrossed in his food. "I do not," protested DRDR. "Besides, what difference would it make if I did?" he asked more defensively. "None. None at all," agreed Dave. "The effect is the same. However, if you are an MI5 or MI6 or whatever, that would show a great deal of unanticipated foresight on the part of your government. I wish ours would think farther ahead than today's headlines. I have found that people everywhere in the world see the problem as one of hackers rather than the fundamental issues that are at stake. We hackers are manifestations of the problems that technology has bequeathed us. If any of our governments were actually responsive enough to listen, they would have a great deal of concern for the emerging infrastructure that doesn't have a leader. Now, I'm not taking a side on this one, but I am saying that if I were the government, I would sure as all hell want to know what was going on in the trenches. The U.S. especially, everyone seemed to agree with that. But they're too caught up in their own meaningless self-sustained and parasitic lives to realize that a new world is shaping around them. When Chi Tu spoke, he spoke his mind, leaving no doubt as to how he felt. They don't have the smarts to get involved and see it firsthand, which is fine by me because, as you said, he said, pointing at DRDR, it doesn't matter. They wouldn't listen to him anyway. It gives us more time to build in defenses. Defenses against what? Asked Scott. Against them, of course, responded Chi Tu. The fascist military-industrial establishment keeps us under a microscope. They're scared of us. They have spent tens of billions of dollars to construct huge computers, built into the insides of mountains, protected from nuclear attack. In them are databases about you and me and him and hundreds of millions of others. There are a lot of these systems. IRS, the Census Department has one, the FBI, the DIA, the CIA, the NSA, the OBM, I can go on. Chi Tu's voice crescendoed, and he got more demonstrative as the importance he attributed to each subject increased. These computers contain the most private information about us all. I, for one, want to prevent them from ever using that information against me or letting others get at it either. Unlike those who feel that the Bill of Rights should be reinterpreted and reshaped and repackaged to feed their power frenzy, I say it's worked for 200 years and I don't want to fix something if it ain't broke. One needs to weigh the consequences of breaking and entering a computer. Assay the purpose, evaluate the goal against the possible negatives before wildly embarking through a foreign computer. That is what we mean by the code. Sawin spoke English with Teutonic precision and a mild lilt that gave his accented words additional credibility. He sounded like an expert. I believe quite strongly that it is not so complicated to have a major portion of the hacker community live by the code. Unless you are intent on damage, no one should have any trouble with the simple credo, leave things as you found them. You see, there is nothing wrong with breaking security as long as you're accomplishing something useful. Hold on, interrupted Scott. Am I hearing this right? You're saying that it's all right to break into a computer as long as you don't do any damage and put everything right before you leave? That's about it. It is so simple, yet so blanketing in its ramifications. The beauty of the code, if everyone lived by it, would be a maximization of computer resources. Now, that is good for everyone. Wait, I can't stand this. Wait, said Scott, holding his hands over his head in surrender. He elicited a laugh from everyone but Shetcher. That's like saying it's okay for you to come into my house when I'm not there, use the house, wash the dishes, do the laundry, sweep up and split. I have a real problem with that. That's an invasion of my privacy, and I would personally resent the shit out of it. Scott tried this line of reasoning again as he had with Kirk. Just the point, said Dr. When someone breaks into a house, it's a civil case. But this new bloody Computer Misuse Act makes it a felony to enter a computer. Parliament isn't 100% perfect, he added comically. Dr. referred to the recent British attempts at legislative guidelines to criminalize certain computer activities. As you should resent it, Dave jumped in, speaking to Scott. But there's a higher purpose here. You resent your house being used by an uninvited guest in your absence, right? Scott agreed. Well, let's say that you're going to Hawaii for a couple of weeks, and someone discovers that your house is going to be robbed while you're gone. So instead of bothering you, he house sits. Your house doesn't get robbed, you return, find nothing amiss, totally unaware of your visitor. Would you rather get robbed instead? Well, I certainly don't want to get robbed, but I know what it is. I'm out of control and my privacy is still being violated. I don't know if I have a quick answer. Scott looked and sounded perplexed. Goot, you should not have a quick answer, for that answer is the core, the essence of the ultimate problem that we all investigate every day. Solon gestured to their table of 7. That question is security versus freedom. Within the world of Acade Maya, there is a strong tendency to share everything. Your ideas, your thoughts, your successes and failures, the germs of an idea thrown away, and the migration of a brainstorm into the tangible. They therefore desire complete freedom of information exchange. They do not wish any restrictions on their freedom to interact. However, the governments of the world want to isolate and restrict access to information. Right or wrong, we acknowledge their concern. That is the other side, security with minimal freedom. The banks also prefer security to freedom, although they do it very poorly and give it a lot of lip service. Everyone agreed that describing a bank's security as lip service was entirely too complimentary, but for the sake of brevity, they let it go uncontested. Then again, business hasn't made up its mind as to whether they should bother protecting information assets or not. So, there are now 4 groups with different needs and desires which vary the ratio of freedom to security. In reality, of course, there will be hundreds of opinions, Solon added for accuracy's sake. Mathematically, if there is no security, dividing by 0 results in infinite freedom. Any security at all and some freedom is curtailed. So the problem to be solved. At what cost freedom? It is an age-old question that every generation must ask, weigh, and decide for itself. This generation will do the same for information and freedom. They are inseparable. Scott soaked in the words and wanted to think about them later, at his leisure. The erudite positions taken by hackers was astonishing compared to what he had expected. Yes, some of the goals and convictions were radical to say the least, but the arguments were persuasive. Let me ask you, Scott said to the group, what happens when computers are secure? What will you do then? They won't get secure, was said. As soon as they come up with a defense, we will find a way around it. Won't that cycle ever end? Technology is in the hands of the people, commented Chitu. This is the first time in history when the power is not concentrated with a select few. The ancients kept the secrets of writing with their religious leaders. Traveling by ship in the open sea was a hard-learned and noble skill. Today, weapons of mass destruction are controlled by a few madmen who are no better than you or I. But now, computers, access to information, that power will never be taken away. Never! It doesn't matter. Dave was viewing the future in his own mind. I doubt that computers will ever be secure, but instead, the barrier, the wall, the time and energy it takes to crack into them will become prohibitive for all but the most determined. Anyway, there will be new technology to explore. Like what? Asked Scott. Satellites are pretty interesting. They are a natural extension of the computer network, and cracking them will be lots easier in a couple of years. DR saw understanding any new technology as a personal challenge. How do you crack a satellite? What's there to crack? How about beaming your own broadcast to millions of people using someone else's satellite? DR speculated. It's been done before, and as the equipment gets cheaper, I can assure you that we'll be seeing many more political statements illegally being made over the public airwaves. The BBC and NBC will have their hands full. In the near future, I see virtual realities as an ideal milieu for next-generation hackers. I agree, said Solon, and with virtual realities, the ethical issues are even more profound than with the global network. Scott held up his hands. I know what I think it is, but before you go on, I need to know how you define a virtual reality. The hackers looked at each until Dave took the ball. A virtual reality is fooling the mind and body into believing something is real that isn't real. Scott's face was blank. Ever been to Disneyland? Dave asked. Scott nodded. And you've ridden Star Tours? Scott nodded again. Well, that's a simple virtual reality. Star Tours fools your body into thinking that you are in a spaceship careening through an asteroid belt. But in reality, you are suspended on a few guy wires. The projected image reinforces the sensory hallucination. Now imagine a visual field. Currently, it's done with goggles that creates real-life pictures in real time and interacts with your movements. Scott's light bulb went off. That's like the holodeck on Star Trek. That is the ultimate in virtual reality, yes. But before we can achieve that, imagine sitting in a virtual cockpit of a virtual car and seeing exactly what you would see from a race car at the Indy 500. The crowds, the noises, and just as importantly, the feel of the car you are driving. As you drive, you shift, and the car reacts. You feel the car react. You actually follow the track in the path that you steer. The combination of sight, sound, and hearing, even smell, creates a total illusion. In short, there is no way to distinguish between reality and delusion. Flight simulators for the people, chimed in Chitu. I see the day when every mall in America will have virtual reality parlors where you can live out your fantasies. No more than 5 years, Dave confidently prognosticated. Scott imagined the spook's interpretation of virtual realities. He immediately conjured up the memory of Woody Allen's orgasmatron in the movie Sleeper. The hackers claimed that computer-generated sex was less than 10 years away. And that will be an ideal terrain for hackers. That kind of power over the mind can be used for terrible things, and it will be up to us to make sure it's not abused. She, too, maintained his position of guardian of world freedom. As they finished their lunch and Scott paid the check, they thanked him vigorously for the treat. They might be nuts, but they were polite and genuine. I'm confused about one thing, Scott said as they left the restaurant and walked the wide boulevard. You all advocate an independence, an anarchy where the individual is paramount, and the government is worse than a necessary evil. Yet I detect disorganization, no plan, more like a leaf in a lake, not knowing where it will go next. There were no disagreements with his summary. Assessment. Don't any of you work together? As a group? A kind of a gang? It seems to me that if there was an agenda, a program, that you might achieve your aims more quickly. Scott was trying to avoid being critical by his inquisitiveness. Then we would be a government too, and that's not what we want. This is about individual power, responsibility. At any rate, I don't think you could find two of us in enough agreement on anything to build a platform. As usual, Solon maintained a pragmatic approach. Well, Scott mused out loud, what would happen if a group, like you, got together and followed a game plan, built a hacker's guidebook and stuck to it, all for a common cause, which I realize is impossible. But, for argument's sake, what would happen? That would be immense power, said Shih Tzu. If there were enough, they could do pretty much what they wanted, very political. I would see it as dangerous, potentially very dangerous, commented Dr. He pondered the question. The effects of synergy in any endeavor are unpredictable. If they worked as group, a unit, it is possible that they would be a force to be reckoned with. There would be only one word for it, Dave said with finality. They could easily become a strong and deadly opponent if their aims are not benevolent. Personally, I would have to call such a group terrorists. Sounds like the Freedom League, Pinball said offhandedly. Scott's head jerked toward Pinball. What about the Freedom League? He asked pointedly. All I said is that this political hacking sounds like the Freedom League, Pinball said innocently. They bloody well go on for a fortnight and a day about how software should be free to anyone that needs it and that only those that can afford it should pay. Like big corporations. I've heard of freedom before, piped Scott. The Freedom League is a huge BBS, mate. They have hundreds of local BBSs around the states and even a few across the pond in God's country. Quite an operation, if I say. Pinball had Scott's full attention. They run the BBSs and have an incredible shareware library, thousands of programs, and they give them all away. It's very impressive. Dade said, giving credit where credit was due. They prove that software can be socially responsible. We've been saying that for years. What does anybody know about this Freedom League? Scott asked suspiciously. What's to know? They've been around for years, have a great service, fabulous BBSs, and reliable software. It just sounds too good to be true, Scott mused as they made it back to the warehouse for more hours of education. Until late that night, Scott continued to elicit viewpoints and opinions and political positions from the radical underground elements of the 1990s he had traveled 3,000 miles to meet. Each encounter, each discussion, each conversation yielded yet another perspective on the social rationale for hacking and the invasion of privacy. Most everyone at the intergalactic Hackers Confer and Say had heard about Scott, the repo man, and knew why he was there. He was accepted as a fair and impartial observer, thus many of them made a concerted effort to preach their particular case to him. By midnight, overload had consumed Scott, and he made a polite exit, promising to return the following day. Still, no one had heard from or seen the spook. Scott walked back to his hotel through the red light district and stopped to purchase a souvenir or two. The sexually explicit T-shirts would have both made Larry Flynt blush and be banned on Florida beaches, but the counterfeit $1 bills, with George Washington and the pyramid replaced by close-ups of impossible oral sexual acts, was a compelling gift. They were so well made that without a close inspection, the pornographic money could easily find itself in the till at a church bake sale. There was a message waiting for Scott when he arrived at the Eureka. It was from Tyrone and marked urgent. New York was 6 hours behind, so hopefully Ty was at home. Scott dialed USA Connect, the service that allows travelers to get to an AT&T operator rather than fight the local phone system. Make it good. Tyrone answered his home phone. Hey guy, you rang, Scott said cheerily. Shit, it's about time. Where the hell have you been? Tyrone whispered as loud as he could. It was obvious he didn't want anyone on his end hearing. You can thank your secretary for telling me where you were staying. Tyrone spoke quickly. I'll give her a raise, lied Scott. He didn't have a secretary. The paper used the poll for all the reporters. What's the panic? Then you don't know. Tyrone caught himself. Of course you didn't hear, how could you? How could I hear what? The shit has done hit the fan, Tyrone said, drawling his words. 2 more EMPT bombs. The Atlanta Regional IRS office and a payroll service in New Jersey. 250,000 folks aren't getting paid tomorrow, and I'll tell you, these folks is mighty pissed off. Christ, Scott said, mentally chastising himself for not having been where the action was. What lousy timing, so dig this. Did you know that the Senate was having open subcommittee hearings on privacy and technology protection? No. Neither do a lot of people. It's been a completely underplayed and underpromoted effort, until yesterday, that is. Now the eyes of millions are watching, starting tomorrow. Tomorrow, Scott yelled across the Atlantic. That's the 8th. Congress doesn't usually convene until late January. Used to, Ty said. The Constitution says that Congress shall meet on January 3rd after the holidays. Since the Gulf War, Congress has returned in the first week. About time they did something for their paychecks. Damn, Scott thought out loud. I knew that would excite you, Tyrone said sarcastically. And there's more. Congressman Rickfield, you know who he is? Asked Tyrone. Yeah, sure. Long-timer on the Hill. Got as many enemies as he does friends. Wields an immense amount of power, Scott recalled. Right, exactly. And that little weasel is the chair. I guess you're not on his Christmas list, Scott observed. I really doubt it, Tyrone said. But that's off the record. He's been a Southern racist from day one, a real Hoover man. During the riots in the early 60s, he was not exactly a proponent of civil rights. In fact, that slimeball made Wallace look like Martin Luther King. Tyrone sounded bitter and derisive in his description of Rickfield. He has no concept what civil rights are. He makes it a black-white issue instead of one of constitutional law. Stupid bigots are the worst kind. The derision in Ty's voice was unmistakable. Sounds like you're a big fan. I'll be a fan when he hangs high. Besides my personal and racial beliefs about Rickfield, he really is a lowlife. He and a few of his cronies are one on the biggest threats to personal freedom the country faces. He thinks that the Bill of Rights should be edited from time to time, and now's the time. He scares me, especially since there's more like him. It was eminently clear that Tyrone Duncan had no place in this life for Merrill Rickfield. I know enough about him to dislike him, but on a crowded subway he'd just be another ugly face. Excuse my ignorance. Then it hit him. Rickfield. His name had been in those papers he had received so long ago. What had he done, or what was he accused of doing? Damn, what is it? There were so many. Yes, it was Rickfield. But what was the tie-in? I think you should be there at the hearings, Tyrone suggested. Tomorrow? Are you out of your mind? No way, Scott loudly protested. I'm 3,000 miles and 8 hours away, and it's the middle of the night here. Scott bitched and moaned. Besides, I only have to work one more day, and then I get the weekend to myself. Ah, shit! Tyrone ignored Scott's infantile objections. He attributed them to jet lag and an understandable urge to stay in Sin City for a couple more days. Hollister and Adams will be there, and a whole bunch of white shirts and black hats and Trublows. Trublow, did you say? Yeah, that's what it says here. If he's there, then it becomes my concern, too. Good. Glad you thought of it, joked Tyrone. If you catch an early flight, you could be in D.C. by noon. He was right, thought Scott. The time difference works in your favor in that direction. You know, said Scott, with what I found out here, today alone maybe. Jeez, Scott said, cringing in indecision. Hey, get your ass back here, boy. Pronto. Tyrone's friendly authority was persuasive. You know you don't have any choice. The guilt trip. Yeah. Scott called his office and asked for Doug. He got the voicemail instead and debated about calling him at home. Nah, he thought, I'll just leave a message. This way, I'll just get yelled at once. Hi, Doug. Scott here. Change in plans. Heard about EMPT. I'm headed to Washington tomorrow. The story here is better than I thought and dovetails right into why I'm coming back early. I expect to be in D.C. until next Tuesday, maybe Wednesday. I'll call when I have a place. Oh, yeah, I learned a limerick here you might like. The spook says the kids around here say it all the time. Mary had a little lamb, its fleece was white as snow, and everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go. It followed her to school one day, and a big black dog fucked it. That's Amsterdam. Bye. Chapter 20, Friday, January 8. Washington, D.C. The new Senate office building is a moderately impressive structure on the edge of one of the worst sections of Washington. Visitors find it a perpetual paradox that the power seat of the Western world is located within a virtual shooting gallery of drugs and weapons. Scott arrived at the NSOB near the Capitol just before lunchtime. His press identification got him instant access to the hearing room and into the privileged locations where the media congregated. The hearings were in progress and as solemn as he remembered other hearings broadcast on late-night C-SPAN. He caught the last words of wisdom from a government employee who worked for NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology. The agency was formerly known as NBS, National Bureau of Standards, and no one could adequately explain the change. The NIST employee droned on about how seriously the government, and more specifically, his agency cared about privacy and information security, and that the government was doing all it could to provide the requisite amount of security commensurate with the perceived risk of disclosure and sensitivity of the information in question. Scott ran into a couple of fellow reporters who told him he was lucky to show up late. All morning, the government paraded witnesses to read prepared statements about how they were protecting the interests of the government. It was an intensive lobbying effort, they told Scott, to shore up whatever attacks might be made on the government's inefficient bungling in distinction to its efficient bungling. To a man, the witnesses assured the Senate committee that they were committed to guaranteeing privacy of information and unconvincingly assuring them that only appropriate authorized people have access to sensitive and classified data. 7 sequential propagandized statements went unchallenged by the 3 senior committee members throughout the morning, and Senator Rickfield went out of his way to thank the speakers for their time, adding that he was personally convinced the government was indeed doing more than necessary to obviate such kinds. The under-advertised Senate Select Subcommittee on Privacy and Technology Protection convened in Hearing Room 3 on the second floor of the NSOB. About 400 could be accommodated in the huge lightwood, paneled room on both the main floor and in the balcony that wrapped around half of the room. The starkness of the room was emphasized by the glare of arc and fluorescent lighting. Scott found an empty seat on a wooden bench directly behind the tables from which the witnesses would speak to the raised wooden dais. He noticed that the pulsazette attendance was extraordinarily low by both the public and the press, probably due to the total lack of exposure. As the session broke for lunch, Scott asked why the TV cameras. He thought this hearing was a deep, dark secret. A couple of fellow journalists agreed, and the only reason they had found out about the Rickfield hearings was because the CNN producer called them, asking if they knew anything about them. Apparently, Scott was told, CNN received an anonymous call, urging them to be part of a blockbuster announcement. When CNN called Rickfield's office, his staffers told CNN that there was no big deal and that they shouldn't waste their time. In the news business, that kind of statement from a congressional power broker is a sure sign that it is worth being there. Just in case. So CNN assigned a novice producer and a small crew to the first day of the hearings. As promised, the morning session was an exercise in terminal boredom. The afternoon session was to begin at 1:30, but Senator Rickfield was nowhere to be found, so the assistant chairperson of the committee, Junior Senator Nancy Deer, assumed control. She was a 44-year-old grandmother of two from New England who had never considered entering politics. Nancy Deer was the consummate wife, supporter, and stalwart of her husband Morgan Deer, an up-and-coming national politician who had the unique mixture of honesty, appeal, and potential. She had spent full time on the campaign trail with Morgan as he attempted to make the transition from state politics to Washington. Morgan Deer was heavily favored to win after the three-term incumbent was named a co-conspirator in the rigging of a defense contract. Despite the pending indictments, the race continued with constant pleadings by the incumbent that the trumped-up charges would shortly be dismissed. In the first week after the grand jury was convened, the voter polls indicated that Deer led with a 70% support factor. Then came the accident. On his way home from a fundraising dinner, Morgan Deer's limousine was run off an icy winter road by a drunk driver. Deer's resulting injuries made it impossible for him to continue the campaign or even be sure that he would ever be able to regain enough strength to withstand the brutality of Washington politics. Within days of the accident, Deer's campaign manager announced that Nancy Deer would replace her husband. Due to Morgan's local popularity and the fact that the state was so small that everyone knew everyone else's business, and that the incumbent was going to jail, and that the elections were less than 2 weeks away, there was barely a spike in the projections. No one seemed to care that Nancy Deer had no experience in politics. They just liked her. What remained of the campaign was run on her part with impeccable style. Unlike her opponent, who spent vast sums to besmirch her on television, Nancy's campaign was largely waged on news and national talk shows. Her husband was popular, as was she, and the general interest in her as a woman outweighed the interest in her politics. The state's constituency overwhelmingly endorsed her with their votes, and Senator Nancy Deer, one of the few women ever to reach that level as an elected official, was on her way to Washington. Nancy Deer found that many of the professional politicians preferred to ignore her. They were convinced she was bound to be a one-termer once the GOP got someone to run against her. Others found her to be a genuine pain in the butt, not due to her naivete. Far from that, she adeptly acclimated to the culture and the system. Rather, she was a woman, and she broke the rules. She said what she felt. She echoed the sentiments of her constituency, which were largely unpopular politically. Nancy Deer didn't care what official Washington thought. Her state was behind her with an almost unanimous approval, and it was her sworn duty to represent them honestly and without compromise. She had nothing to lose by being herself. After more than a year in Washington, she learned how the massive Washington machinery functioned and why it crawled with a hurry-up-and-wait engine. In Rickfield's absence, at 1:40 p.m., Senator Nancy Deer called the session to order. Her administrative demeanor gave no one pause to question her authority. Even the other sole Congress solo representative on the subcommittee fell into step. While Senator Stanley Padlusi technically had seniority, he sat on the committee at Rickfield's request and held no specific interest in the subject matter they were investigating. He accepted the seat to mollify Rickfield and to add to his own political resume. "Come to order, please," she announced over the ample sound system. The voluminous hearing room reacted promptly to the authoritative command that issued forth from the petite auburn-haired Nancy Deer, who would have been just as comfortable octaning donated goods at her church. She noticed that, unlike the morning session, the afternoon session was packed. The press pool was nearly full, and several people were forced to stand. What had changed, she asked herself. After the procedural formalities were completed, she again thanked those who had spoken to the committee in the morning and then promised an equally informative afternoon. Nancy, as she liked to be called on all but the most formal of occasions, introduced the committee's first afternoon witness. "Our next speaker is Ted Hamaker, a recognized expert on the subject of computer and information security. During 17 years with the government, Mr. Hammaker worked with the Defense Investigatory Agency and the National Security Agency as a DoD liaison. He is currently a security consultant to industry and the government, and is the author of hundreds of articles on the subject. As was required, Nancy Deer outlined Hammaker's qualifications as an expert, and then invited him to give his opening statement. The television in Rickfield's office was tuned to C-SPAN, which was broadcasting the hearings as he spoke into the phone. "Only a couple more, and then I'm off to spend my days in the company of luscious maidens on the island of my choice," he bragged into the phone. The senator listened intently to the response. "Yes, I am aware of that, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm calling it quits. I cannot, I will not, continue the charade." He listened quietly for several minutes before interjecting. "Listen, General, we've both made enough money to keep us in style for the rest of our lives, and I will not jeopardize that for anything. Got it?" Again he listened. "I don't know about you, but I do not relish the idea of doing 10 to 20, regardless of how much of a country club the prison is. It is still a prison." He listened further. "That's it, I've had it. Don't make me use that file to implicate you, the guys over at State and our import." "Hey!" Rickfield turned to Ken Boyers. "Who started the afternoon session?" He pointed at the TV. "It looks like Senator Deer," Ken said. "Deer? Where does that goddamn bitch get off?" He remembered the phone. "General, I have to go. I've got a suffragette usurping a little power, and I have to put her back in her place. You understand? But, on that other matter, I'm out." "Done. Finny, too. Do what you want, but keep me the fuck out of it." Rickfield hung up abruptly and stared at the broadcast. "Some housebroken homemaker is not going to make me look bad." "God damn it, Ken," Rickfield said as he stood up quickly. "Let's get back out there." "Thank you, Senator Deer, and committee members. I am honored to have a chance to speak to you here today. As a preface to my remarks, I think that a brief history of security and privacy from a government perspective may be in order. One of the reasons we are here today is due to a succession of events that since the introduction of the computer have shaped an ad hoc anarchism, a laissez-faire attitude toward privacy and security, rather than a comprehensive national policy. Despite the valiant efforts of a few able congressmen, the United States of America has allowed itself to be lulled into technical complacency and indifference. Therefore, I will, if the committee agrees, provide a brief chronological record. "I, for one, would be most interested," said Senator Deer. "It appeared that this morning our speakers assumed we were more knowledgeable than we are. Any clarifications will be most welcome." The crowd agreed silently. Much of the history was cloaked in secrecy. The distinguished Ted Hammaker was an accomplished orator, utilizing the best that Washington diplomatic speak could muster. At 50 years old, his short-cropped white hair kept a proper military bearing, even though he had maintained a civilian status throughout his Pentagon associations. "Thank you, Madam Chairman." He glanced down at the well-organized folder and turned a page. Concerns of privacy can be traced back thousands of years, with perhaps the Egyptian pyramids as the first classic example of a brute force approach towards privacy. The first recorded attempts at disguising the contents of a written message were in Roman times when Julius Caesar encoded messages to his generals in the field. The Romans used a simple substitution cipher where one letter in the alphabet is used in place of another. The cryptograms found in the Sunday paper use the same techniques. Any method by which the contents of a message is scrambled is known as encryption. The CNN producer maintained the sole camera shot and his attention on Ted Hammaker. He missed Senator Rickfield and his aide reappear on the dais. Rickfield's eyes penetrated Nancy Deer, who imperceptibly acknowledged his return. "You should not overstep your bounds." Rickfield leaned over and said to her, "You have 5 years to go. Stunts like this will not make your time any easier." Senator, she said to Rickfield as Hamaker spoke, you are obviously not familiar with the procedures of Senate panel protocol. I was merely trying to assist the progress of the hearings in your absence, I assure you. Her coolness infuriated Rickfield. Well then, thank you, he sneered. But, now, I am back. I will appreciate no further procedural interference. He sat up brusquely, indicating that his was the last word on the subject. Unaware of the political sidebar in progress, Hamacher continued ed. Ciphers were evolved over the centuries until they reached a temporary plateau during World War II. The Germans used the most sophisticated message encoding or encryption device ever devised. Suitably called the Enigma, their encryption scheme was nearly uncrackable until the Allies captured one of the devices, and then, under the leadership of Alan Turing, a method was found to regularly decipher intercepted German high command orders. Many historians consider this effort as being instrumental in bringing about an end to the war. In the years immediately following World War II, the only perceived need for secrecy was by the military and the emerging intelligence services, namely the OSS, as they became the modern CIA, the British MI5 and MI6, and of course our opponents on the other side. In an effort to maintain a technological leadership position, the National Security Agency funded various projects to develop encryption schemes that would adequately protect government information and communications for the foreseeable future. The first such requests were issued in 1972, but it wasn't until 1974 that the National Bureau of Standards accepted an IBM proposal for an encryption process known as Lucifer. With the assistance of the NSA, who is responsible for cryptography, the data encryption standard was approved in November of 1976. There was an accompanying furor over the DES, some saying that the NSA intentionally weakened it to ensure that they could still decrypt any messages using the approved algorithm. In 1982, a financial group, FIMUS, endorsed a DES-based method to authenticate electronic funds transfer, or EFT. Banks move upwards of $1 trillion daily, and in an effort to ensure that all monies are moved accurately and to their intended destinations, the technique of message authentication coding was introduced. For still unknown reasons, it was decided that encrypting the contents of the messages or transfers was unnecessary. Thus, financial transactions are still carried out with no protection from eavesdropping. Excuse me, Mr. Hamaker, I want to understand this. Interrupt at Senator Deere. Are you saying that, since 1976, we have had the ability to camouflage the nation's financial networks, yet as of today, they are still unprotected? Rickfield looked over at Nancy in disgust, but the single camera missed it. Yes, ma'am, that's exactly the case, replied Hamaker. What does that mean to us, the government or the average citizen? In my opinion, it borders on insanity. It means that for the price of a bit of electronic equipment, anyone can tap into the details of the financial dealings of banks, the government, and every citizen in this country. Senator Deere visibly gulped. Thank you. Please continue. In 1984, President Reagan signed National Security Decision Directive 145, NSDD 145 and SDD 145, established that defense contractors and other organizations that handle sensitive or classified information must adhere to certain security and privacy guidelines. A number of advisory groups were established, and to a minimal extent, the recommendations have been implemented, but I must emphasize, to a minimal extent. Can you be a little more specific, Mr. Hamacher? Asked Senator Deere. No, ma'am, I can't. A great deal of these efforts are classified, and by divulging who is not currently in compliance would be a security violation in itself. It would be fair to say, though, that the majority of those organizations targeted for additional security measures fall far short of the government's intentions and desires. I'm sorry I cannot be more specific. I understand completely. Once again, Nancy said to Hamaker, I am sorry to interrupt. Not at all, Senator. Hamacher sipped from his water glass. As you can see, The interest in security was primarily from the government and more specifically the defense community. In 1981, the Department of Defense chartered the DoD Computer CQ Ready Center, which has since become the National Computer Security Center, operating under the auspices of the National Security Agency. In 1983, they published a series of guidelines to be used in the creation or evaluation of computer security. Officially titled the Trusted Computer Security Evaluation Criteria, it is popularly known as the Orange Book. It has had some minor updates since then, but by and large it is an outdated document designed for older computer architectures. The point to be made here is that while the government had an ostensible interest and concern about the security of computers, especially those under their control, there was virtually no overt significance placed upon the security of private industry's computers. Worse yet, it was not until 1987 that any proposed criteria were developed for networked computers. So, as the world tied itself together with millions of computers and networks, the government was not concerned enough to address the issue. Even today, there are no secure network criteria that are universally accepted. Mr. Hamaker. Senator Rickfield spoke up for the first time. You appear to have a most demeaning tone with respect to the United States government's ability to manage itself. I, for one, remain unconvinced that we are as derelict as you suggest. Therefore, I would ask that you stick to the subject at hand, the facts, and leave your personal opinions at home. Nancy Deer, as well as much of the audience, listened in awe as Rickfield slashed out at Hamaker, who was in the process of building an argument. Common courtesy demanded that he be permitted to finish his statement. Even if his conclusions were unpopular or erroneous, Hamaker did not seem fazed. Sir, I am recounting the facts, and only the facts. My personal opinions would only be further damning, so I agree that I will refrain. He turned a page in his notebook and continued. Several laws were passed, most notably Public Law 102(5), the Computer Security Act of 1987. This weak law called for enhanced cooperation between the NSA and NIST in the administration of security for the sensitive but unclassified world of the government and the private sector. Interestingly enough, in mid-1990 it was announced that after a protracted battle between the two security agencies, the NCSC would shut down and merge its efforts with its giant super-secret parent, the NSA. President Bush signed the directive, effectively replacing Reagan's NSDD 145. Because the budgeting and appropriations for both NSA and the former NCSC are classified, there is no way to accurately gauge the effectiveness of this move. It may still be some time before we understand the ramifications of the new executive order. To date, every state has some kind of statute designed to punish computer crime, but prosecutions that involve the crossing of state lines in the commission of a crime are far and few between. Only 1% of all computer criminals are prosecuted, and less than 5% of those result in convictions. In short, the United States has done little or nothing to forge an appropriate defense against computer crime, despite the political gerrymandering and agency shuffling over the last decade. That concludes my opening remarks. Hamaker sat back in his chair and finished the water. He turned to his lawyer and whispered something Scott couldn't hear. Mr. Hamaker, before you continue, I would like ask a few questions. Do you mind? Senator Nancy Deer was being her usual gracious self. Not at all, Senator. You said earlier that the NSA endorsed a cryptographic system that they themselves could crack. Could you elaborate? Senator Nancy Deer's ability to grasp an issue at the roots was uncanny. I'd be pleased to. First of all, it is only one opinion that the NSA can crack DSS. It has never been proven or disproven. When DS was first introduced, some theoreticians felt that NSA had compromised the original integrity of IBM's Lucifer encryption project. I am not qualified to comment either way, but the reduction of the key length and the functional feedback mechanisms were less stringent than the original. If this is true, then we have to ask ourselves, why? Why would the NSA want a weaker system? A number of heads in the hearing room nodded in agreement with the question. Others merely acknowledged that it was NSA bashing time again. Hamaker continued. There is one theory that suggests that the NSA, as the largest eavesdropping operation in the world, wanted to make sure that they could still listen in on messages once they have been encrypted. The NSA has neither confirmed or denied these reports. If that is true, then we must ask ourselves, if DS is so weak, why does the NSA have the ultimate say on export control? The export of DES is restricted by the Munitayans Control Department of State, and they rely upon DEEE, the NSA, for approval. The export controls suggest that maybe NSA cannot decrypt DES, and there is some evidence to support that. For example, in 1985, the Department of Treasury wanted to extend the validation of DES for use throughout the Treasury, the Federal Reserve System, and member banks. The NSA put a lot of political muscle behind an effort to have DES affirmed and replaced with newer encryption algorithms. Treasury argued that they had already adapted DES. Their constituents had spent millions on DES, equipment for EFT, and it would be entirely too cumbersome and expensive to make a change now. Besides, they asked, what's wrong with DES? They never got an answer to that question, and thus they won the battle, and DES is still the approved encryption methodology for banks. It was never established whether DES was too strong or too weak for NSA's taste. Later, in 1987, the NSA received an application for export of a DES-based device that employed a technique called infinite encryption. In response to the frenzy over the strength or weakness of DES, one company took DES and folded it over and over on itself using multiple keys. The NSA had an internal hemorrhage. They forbade this product from being exported from the United States in any form whatsoever, period. It was an extraordinary move on their part, and one that had built-in contradictions. If DES is weak, then why not export it? If it's too strong, why argue with Treasury? In any case, the multiple DES issue died down until recently when NSA, beaten at their own game by too much secrecy, developed a secret internal program to create a multiple DES encryption standard with a minimum of 3 sequential iterations. Further embarrassment was caused when an Israeli mathematician found the trapdoor built into DES by the NSA and how to decode messages in seconds. This quite clearly suggests that the government has been listening in on supposedly secret and private communications. Then we have to look at another event that strongly suggests that NSA has something to hide. "Mr. Hamaker," shouted Senator Rickfield, "I warned you about that." "I see nothing wrong with his comments, Senator," Deere said, careful to make sure that she was heard over the sound system. "I am the chairman of this committee, Ms. Deere, and I find Mr. Hamaker's characterization of the NSA as unfitting this forum. I wish he would find other words or eliminate the thought altogether. Mr. Hamaker, do you think you are capable of that?" Hamaker seethed. "Senator, I mean no disrespect to you or this committee. However, I was asked to testify, and at my own expense I am providing as accurate information as possible. If you happen to find anything I say not to your liking, I do apologize, but my only alternative is not to testify at all. We accept your withdrawal, Mr. Hamaker. Thank you for your time." Hushed silence covered the hearing room. This was not the time to get into it with Rickfield, Nancy thought. He has sufficiently embarrassed himself and the media will take care of the rest. Why the hell is he acting this way? He is known as a hard-ass, a real case, but his public image was unblemished. Had the job passed him by? A stunned and incensed Hamaker gathered his belongings as his lawyer placated him. Scott overheard bits and pieces as they both agreed that Rickfield was a flaming asshole. A couple of reporters hurriedly followed them out of the hearing room for a one-on-one interview. "Is Dr. Sternman ready?" Rickfield asked. A bustle of activity, and a man spoke to the dais without the assistance of a microphone. Yasir, I am. Sternman was definitely the academic type, Scott noted. A crumb-plaid, ill-fitting brown suit covering a small, hunched body that was no more than 45 years old. He held an old, scratched briefcase and an armful of folders and envelopes. Scott was reminded of the studious high school student that jocks enjoyed tripping with their feet. Dr. Sternman busied himself to straighten the papers that fell onto the desk, and his performance received a brief titter from the crowd. "Ah, yes, Mr. Chairman," Sternman said. "I'm ready now." Rick Fields looked as bored as ever. "Thank you, Dr. Sternman. You are, I understand, a computer virus expert. Is that correct?" "Yes, sir. My doctoral thesis was on the subject, and I have spent several years researching computer viruses, their proliferation and propagation." Rickfield groaned to himself. Unintelligible mumbo-jumbo. "I also understand that your comments will be brief as we have someone else yet to hear from today." It was as much a command as a question. "Yes, sir, it will be brief." "Then please, enlighten us. What is a virus expert and what do you do?" Rickfield grinned menacingly at Dr. Les Sternman, Professor of Applied Theoretical Mathematics, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. "I believe the committee has received an advance copy of some notes I made on the nature of computer viruses and the danger they represent." Rickfield hadn't read anything, so he looked at Boyers, who also shrugged his shoulders. "Yes, Dr. Sternman," Nancy Deer said, "and we thank you for your consideration." Rickfield glared at her as she politely upstaged him yet again. "May I ask, though, that you provide a brief description of a computer virus for the benefit of those who have not read your presentation?" She stuck it to Rickfield again. "I'd be happy to, Madam Chairwoman," he said nonchalantly. Rickfield's neck turned red at the inadvertent sudden rise in Senator Deer's stature. For the next several minutes Sternman solemnly described what a virus was, how it worked, and a history of their attacks. He told the committee about worms, Trojan horses, time bombs, logic bombs, stealth viruses, crystal viruses, and an assorted family of similar surreptitious computer programs. Despite Sternman's sermonly manner, his audience found the subject matter fascinating. "The reason you are here, Dr. Sternman, is to bring us up to speed on computer viruses, which you have done with alacrity, and we appreciate that." Rickfield held seniority, but Nancy Deer took charge due to her preparation. "Now that we have an understanding of the virus, can you give us an idea of the type of problems that they cause?" "Ah, yes, but I need to say something here," Sternman said. "Please proceed," Rickfield said politely. "When I first heard about replicating software, viruses, and this was over 15 years ago, I, as many of my graduate students did, thought of them as a curious anomaly, a benign subset of computer software that had no anticipated applications. We spent months working with viruses, self-cloning software, and built mathematical models of their behavior, which fit quite neatly in the domain of conventional set theory. Then an amazing discovery befell us. We proved mathematically that there is absolutely no effective way to protect against computer viruses and software. Enough of the spectators had heard about viruses over the past few years to comprehend the purport of that one compelling statement. Even Senator Rickfield joined Nancy and the others in their awe. "No way to combat viruses? Dr. Taberry." Sternman had dropped the bombshell on them. "Dr. Sternman," said Senator Deer, "could you repeat that?" "Yes, yes," Sternman replied, knowing the impact of his statement. "That is correct. A virus is a piece of software, and software is designed to do specific tasks in a hardware environment. All software uses basically the same techniques to do its job. Without all of the technicalities, if one piece of software can do something, another piece of software can undo it. It's kind of a computer arms race. I build a virus, and you build a program to protect against that one virus. It works. But then I make a small change in the virus to attack or bypass your software, and poof, I blow you away. Then you build a new piece of software to defend against both my first virus and my mutated virus, and that works until I build yet another. This process can go on forever, and frankly, it's just not worth the effort. What is not worth the effort, Doctor? Asked Nancy Deer. You paint a most bleak picture. I don't mean to at all, Senator. Dr. Sternman smiled soothingly up at the committee and took off his round horn-rimmed glasses. I wasn't attempting to be melodramatic. However, these are not opinions or guesses. They are facts. It is not worth the effort to fight computer viruses with software. The virus builders will win because the virus busters are the ones playing catch-up. Virus busters? Senator Rickfield mockingly said, conspicuously raising his eyebrows. His reaction elicited a wave of laughter from the hall. Yes, sir, said Dr. Sternman to Rickfield. Virus busters, that's a term to describe programmers who fight viruses. They mistakenly believe they can fight viruses with defensive software, and some of them sell some incredibly poor programs. In many cases, you're better off not using anything at all. You see, there is no way to write a program that can predict the potential behavior of other software in such a way that it will not interfere with normal computer operations. So the only way to find a virus is to already know what it looks like and go out looking for it. There are several major problems with this approach. First of all, the virus has already struck and done some damage. 2, it has already infected other software and will continue to spread. 3, a program must be written to defeat the specific virus, usually using a unique signature for each virus, and the vaccine for the virus must be distributed to the computer users. This process can take from 3 to 12 months, and by the time the virus vaccine has been deployed, the very same virus has been changed, mutated, and the vaccine is useless against it. So you see, the virus boosters are really wasting their time, and worst of all, they are deceiving the public. Dr. Sternman completed what he had to say with surprising force. Dr. Sternman, Senator Rickfield said with disdain, all of your theories are well and good, and perhaps they work in the laboratory. But isn't it true, sir, that computer viruses are an overblown issue, that the media has sensationalized, and that they are nothing more than a minor inconvenience? Not really, Senator. The statistics don't support that conclusion, Dr. Sternman said with conviction. That is one of the worst myths. Nancy Deer smiled to herself as the dorky college professor handed it right to a United States senator. The incidence of computer viruses has been on a logarithmic increase for the past several years. If a human disease infected at the same rate, we would declare a medical state of emergency. Doctor, implored Rickfield, aren't you exaggerating? No, Senator. Here are the facts. There are currently over 5,000 known computer viruses and strains that have been positively identified. Almost 5,000, Senator. The good doctor was a skilled debater, and Rickfield was being sucked in by his attack on the witness. The figure 3,000 impressed everyone. A few low whistles echoed through the large chamber. Stupid move, Merrill, though, Nancy. It is estimated, sir, that at the current rate there will be over 100,000 active viruses in 5 years. Dr. Sternman dryly spoke to Rickfield that every single network in the United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom is infected with at least one computer virus. That is the equivalent of having one member of every family in the country being sick at all times. That is an epidemic, and one that will not go away. No, sir, it will not. Sternman's voice rose. It will not go away. It will only get worse. That is a most apoplectic prophecy, Doctor. I think that many of us would have trouble believing the doom and gloom you portend. Rickfield was sloughing off the doctor, but Sternman was here to tell a story, and he would finish. There is more, Senator. Recent reports show that over 75% of the computers in the People's Republic of China are infected with deadly and destructive software. Why? The look on your face asks the question. Because almost every piece of software in that country is bootleg, illegal copies of popular programs. That invites viruses. Since vast quantities of computers come from the Pacific Rim, many with prepackaged software, new computer equipment is a source of computer viruses that was once considered safe. Modern manufacturers have accidentally had viruses on their communications software. Several major domestic software manufacturers have had their shrink-wrap software infected. If you recall, in 1989, NASA brought virus busters to Cape Canaveral in Houston to thwart a particular virus that threatened a space launch. A year later, as everyone remembers, NASA computers were invaded, forcing officials to abort a flight. The attacks go on, and they inflict greater damage than is generally thought. Again, these are our best estimates that over 90% of all viral infections go unreported. Doctor, 90%? Isn't that awfully high? Nancy asked. Definitely, yes, but imagine the price of speaking out. I have talked to hundreds of companies, major corporations, that are absolutely terrified of anyone knowing that their computers have been infected, or they have been the target of any computer crime for that matter. They feel that the public, their customers, maybe even their stockholders, might lose faith in the company's ability to protect itself. So, most viral attacks go unreported. It's akin to computer rape. Dr. Sternman had a way with words to keep his audience attentive. Years of lecturing to sleeping freshmen had taught him a few tricks. A computer virus is uninvited. It invades the system and then has its way with it. If that's not rape, I don't know what is. Your parallels are most vivid, said a grimacing Nancy Deer. Let's leave that thought for now, and maybe you can explain the type of damage that a virus can do. It sounds to me like there are thousands of new diseases out there, and every one needs to be isolated, diagnosed, and then cured. That appears to me to a formidable challenge. I could not have put it better, Senator. You grasped things quickly. Sternman was genuinely complimenting Nancy. The similarities to the medical field cannot go unnoticed if we are to deal with the problem rationally and effectively. And like a disease, we need to predict the effects of the infection. What we have found in that area is as frightening. The first generation of viruses were simple in their approach. The designers correctly assumed that no one was looking for them, and they could enter systems without any deterrence. They erase files, scramble data, reformat hard drives, make the computer data useless. Then a second generation of viruses came along with the nom de guerre stealth. These viruses hid themselves more elaborately to avoid detection and had a built-in self-preservation instinct. If the virus thinks it's being probed, it self-destructs or hides itself even further. In addition, second-generation viruses learned how to become targeted. Some viruses had been designed to only attack a competitor's product and nothing else. Is that possible? Asked Nancy Deer. It's been done many times. Some software bugs in popular software are the result of viral infections. Others may be genuine bugs. Imagine a virus whose sole purpose is to attack Lotus 123 spreadsheets. The virus is designed to create computational errors in the program's spreadsheets. The user then thinks that Lotus is to blame, and so he buys another product. Yes, ma'am, it is possible and occurs every day of the week. Keeping up with it is the trick. Other viruses attack on Friday the 13th. Some attack only at a specified time. The damage to be done is only limited by imagination of the programmers. Third-generation viruses were even more sophisticated. They were designed to do damage not only to the data, but to the computer hardware itself. Some were designed to overload communications ports with tight logical loops. Others were designed to destroy the hard disk by directly overdriving the disk, or would cause a monitor to self-destruct. There is no limit to the possibilities. You sound as though you hold their skills in high regard, Doctor. Rakefield continued to make snide remarks whenever possibly. Yes, sir, I do. Many of them have extraordinary skills that are unfortunately misguided. They are a new breed of bored criminal. You mentioned earlier, Doctor, that there were over 5,000 known viruses. How fast is the epidemic, as you put it, spreading? Senator Nancy Deer asked while making prolific notes throughout. For all intents and purposes, Senator, they spread unchecked. There is a certain amount of awareness of the problem, but it is only superficial. The current viral defenses include signature identification, cyclic redundancy checks, and intercept verifica, TION, but the new viruses can combat those as a matter of rule. If the current rate of viral infection continues, it will be a safe bet that nearly every computer in the country will be infected 10 times over within 3 years. Dr. Arnold Sternman spent the next half hour answering insightful questions from Nancy Deer, and even Puglisi became concerned enough to ask a few. Rickfield continued with his visceral comments to the constant amazement of the gallery and spectators. Scott could only imagine the raking Rickfield would receive in the press, but being Friday, the effects will be lessened. Besides, it seemed as if Rickfield just didn't give a damn. Rickfield dismissed and perfunctorily thanked Dr. Sternman. He prepared for the next speaker, but Senator Deer leaned over and asked him for a 5-minute conclave. He was openly reluctant, but as she raised her voice, he conceded. In a private office off to the side, Nancy Deer came unglued. "What kind of stunt are you pulling out there, Senator?" she demanded as she paced the room. "I thought this was a hearing, not a lynching." Rickfield slouched in a plush leather chair and appeared unconcerned. "I am indeed sorry," he said with the pronounced drawl of a Southern country gentleman, "that the young senatoress finds cross-examination unpleasant. Perhaps if we treated this like a neighborhood gossip session, it might be easier." "Now, one damned minute," she yelled while pointing a finger right at Rickfield. "That was not cross-examination, it was harassment, and I for one am embarrassed for you. And 2, do not, I repeat, do not ever patronize me. I am not one of your cheap call girls." She could not have knocked Rickfield over any harder with a sledgehammer. "You bitch!" Rickfield rose to confront her standing 9 inches taller. "You stupid bitch, you have no idea what's at stake. None. It's bigger than you. At this rate, I can assure you, you will never have an ear in Washington. Never. You will be deaf, dumb, and blind in this town. I have been on this hill for 30 years and paid my dues, and I will not have a middle-aged June Cleaver undermine a lifetime of work just because she smells her first cause." Undaunted, Nancy stood her ground. "I don't know what you're up to, Senator, but I do know that you're sandbagging these hearings. I've raised 4 kids in half a neighborhood, plus my husband talked in his sleep. I learned a lot about politicians, and I know sandbagging when I see it. Now, if you got stuck with these hearings and think they're a crock, that's fine. I hear it happens too. Everyone, but I see them as important, and I don't want you to interfere. You are in no position to ask for anything. I'm not asking, I'm telling." Where did she get the gumption, she asked herself. Then it occurred to her, I'm not a politician. I want to see things get fixed. I will take issue with you, take you on publicly if necessary. I was president of the PTA for 8 years. I am fluent in dealing with bitches of every size and shape. You're just a bastard. Chapter 21, Friday, January 8. Washington, D.C. As the hour is late, I am tempted to call a recess until tomorrow morning, Senator Merrill Rickfield said congenially from the center seat of the hearing room dais. His blow-up with Nancy left him in a rage, but he ably disguised the anger by replacing it with overcompensated manners. "However," he continued, "I understand that we scheduled someone to speak to us who has to catch a plane back to California." Rickfield quickly glanced about the formal dais to espy someone who could help him fill in the details. Ken Boyers was engrossed in conversation and had to be prodded to respond. "Ken," Rickfield whispered while covering the microphone with his hand. He leaned over and behind his seat. "Is that right? This true blue guy flew in for the day and he's out tonight?" Ken nodded. "Yes, it was the only way we could get him." What makes him so bloody important? Rickfield acted edgy. He's one of the software industry's leading spokesmen. He owns Draft, Ken said, making it sound like he was in on a private joke. So fucking what? What's he doing here? Rickfield demanded. Keeping it to a whisper was hard. Industry perspective. We need to hear from all possible viewpoints in order to, Ken explained. Oh, all right, whatever. If this goes past 5, have someone call my wife and tell her I'll see her tomorrow. Rickfield sat back and smiled, a politician hiding something smile. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, a little scheduling confusion. I guess there's a first time for anything. Rickfield's chuckle told those in the know that it was. Time to laugh now. If Rickfield saw someone not laughing at one of his arthritic jokes, he would remember. Might cost a future favor, so it was simpler to laugh. The mild titter throughout the hall that followed gave Rickfield the few seconds he needed to organize himself. Yes, yes. Page 239. Everyone there? Rickfield scanned the other committee members and aides, flipping pages frantically to find the proper place. We now have the pleasure of hearing from Pierre. Now correct me if I say this wrong. Blow. Rickfield looked up over his glasses to see Pierre seated at the hearing table. Is that right? Scott had been able to keep his privileged location for the busier afternoon session by occupying several seats with his bags and coat. He figured correctly that he would be able to keep at least one, as the room filled with more people than had been there for the morning session. Trouble, yes, Senator. Very good. Pierre had turned on 110% charm. Cameras from the now busy press pool in front of the hearing tables strobe lit the room until every photographer had his first quota of shots. Troubadour was still the computer industry's golden boy. He could do no wrong. Watching the Raytheon to Pierre's mere presence, Senator Rickfield instantly realized that True Blue here was a public relations pro and could be hard to control. What was he gonna say anyway? Indus try perspective, my ass. This hearing was as good as over before it started, until the television people showed up, Rickfield thought to himself with disgust. Mr. Miss. True Blow flew in extra special for this today, Rickfield orated. And I'm sure we are all anxious to hear what he has to say. His southern twang rang of boredom. Scott, who was sitting not 6 feet from where Pierre and the others testified, overheard Troubleau's attorney whisper, "Sarcastic bastard." Rickfield continued. He is here to give us an overview of the problems that software manufacturers face. So, unless anyone has any comments before Mr. Troubleau, I will ask him to read his opening statement. I do, Mr. Chairman, Senator Nancy Deer said. She said it with enough boom to come across more dynamic on the sound system than did Rickfield. Political upstaging. Rickfield looked annoyed. He had had enough of her today. One thing after another, and all he wanted was to get through the hearings as fast as possible, make a take-no-action recommendation to the committee, and retire after Election Day. Mrs. Deer was making that goal increasingly difficult to reach. I recognized the junior senator. He said the word junior as if it was scrawled on a men's room wall. His point was lost on nobody, and privately, most would agree that it was a tasteless tactic. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator Nancy Deer said, poising herself. I, too, feel indeed grateful and honored to have Mr. Troubadour here today. His accomplishments over the last few years, legendary in some circles I understand, have been in no way inconsequential to the way that America does business. By no means do I wish to embarrass Mr. Troubadour, and I do hope he will forgive me. Pierre gave Nancy a forgiving smile when she glanced at him. However, I do feel it incumbent upon this committee to enter into the record the significant contributions he has made to the computer industry. If there are no objections, I have prepared a short biography. No one objected. Mr. Troubadour, a native Frenchman, came to the United States at age 12 to attend Juilliard School of Music on scholarship. Since founding Draft Inc. with the late Max Jones, DeGraff and Mr. Troubelos have received constant accolades from the business community, the software industry, and Wall Street. It sounded more to Scott that she was reading past achievements before she handed out a Grammy. Entrepreneur of the Year, 1984, 1985, 1986, 1988. Cupertino Chamber of Commerce. Entrepreneur Year of the Year, California State Trade Association, 1987. Technical Achievement of the Year, IEEE, 1988. Senator Deere read on about Pierre the Magnificent and the house that Draft built. If this was an election for sainthood, Pierre would be a shoe-in. But considering the beating that Rickfield had inflicted on a couple of earlier speakers, it looked like Nancy was trying to bolster Pierre for the upcoming onslaught. And he has just been appointed to the President's Council on Competitive Excellence. She closed her folder. With that number of awards and credentials, I dare say I expect to be inundated with insights. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we thank you, Rickfield barbed, for that introduction. Now, if there are no further interruptions, he glared at Nancy. Mr. Troubelos, would you care to read your prepared statement? No, Senator, Pierre came back. A hush descended over the entire room. He paused long enough to increase the tension in the room to the breaking point. I never use prepared notes. I prefer to speak casually and honestly. Do you mind? Pierre exaggerated his French accent for effect. After years of public appearances, he knew how to work and win a crowd. The cameras again flashed as Pierre had just won the first round of verbal gymnastics. It is a bit unusual not to have an advanced copy of your statements. And then Rickfield stopped himself in mid-sentence. Never mind, I'm sorry. Please, Mr. Troubelos, proceed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pierre scanned the room to see how much of it he commanded. How many people were actually listening to what he was going to say, or were they there for the experience and another line item on a resume? This was his milieu, a live audience and a TV audience as an extra added bonus. But he had planned it that way. He never told anyone that he was the one who called the TV stations to tell them that there would be a significant news development at the Rickfield hearings. If he concentrated, Pierre could speak like a Native American with a Midwest twang. He gave CNN, NBC, CBS, and ABC down-home pitches on some of the dirt that might come out. Only CNN showed up. They sent a junior producer. So what? Everyone has to start somewhere. And this might be his big break. Mr. Chairman, committee members. His eyes scanned the dais as he spoke. Honored guests, he looked around the hall to ensure as many people present felt as important as possible, and interested observers, I thank you for the opportunity to address you here today. In seconds, he owned the room. Pierre was a captivating orator. I must plead guilty to the overly kind remarks by Senator Deere. Thank you very much. But I am not feigning humility when I must lavish similar praises upon the many dedicated friends at DeGraff whom have made our successes possible. Mutual Admiration Society, thought Scott. What a pile of DC horseshit. But this Pierre was playing the game better than the congressional denizens. As Pierre spoke, the corners of his mouth twitched, ever so slightly, but just enough for the observer to note that he took little of these formalities seriously. The lone TV camera rolled. My statement will be brief, Mr. Chairman, and I am sure that after it is complete you will have many questions, Pierre said. His tone was kind, the words ominous. I am not a technical person. Instead, I am a dreamer. I leave the bits and bytes to the wizards who can translate dreams into a reality. Software designers are the alchemists who can in fact turn silicon into gold. They skillfully navigate the development of thoughts from the amorphous to the tangible. Veritable artists who, like the painter, work from tabula rasa, a clean slate, and have a picture in mind. It is the efforts of tens of thousands of dedicated software pioneers who have pushed the frontiers of technology to such a degree that an entire generation has grown up in a society where software and digital interaction are assimilated from birth. We have come to think, perhaps incorrectly, in a discrete, quantized, digital, if you will, framework. To a certain extent, we have lost the ability to make a good guess. Pierre paused. Think about a watch with a second hand, the analog type. When asked for the time, a response might be about 3:30, or it's a quarter after, or it's almost 10. We approximate the time. With a digital watch, one's response will be more accurate. 1:23, or 4 minutes before 12, or it's 9:33. We don't have to guess anymore. And that's a shame. When we lose the ability to make an educated guess, take a stab at, shoot from the hip, we cease using a valuable creative tool, imagination. By depending upon them so completely, we fall hostage to the machines of our creation. We maintain a constant reliance upon their accuracy and infallibility. I am aware of the admitted parallel to many science fiction stories where the scientist machines take over the world. Those tales are, thankfully, the products of vivid imaginations. The technology does not yet exist to worry about a renegade computer. HAL 9000 series computers are still far in the future. As long as we, as humans, tell the computer to open the pod bay doors, the pod bay doors will open. Pierre elicited a respectful giggle from the stand-in-room only crowd, many of whom came solely to hear him speak. Rickfield doodled. Yet there is another viewpoint. It is few people indeed who can honestly claim to doubt the answer displayed on their calculator. They have been with us for over 20 years, and we instinctively trust in their reliability. We assume the computing machine to be flawless. In many ways, theoretically it is perfect. But when man gets involved, he fouls it up. Our fingers are too big for the digital keypad on our wristwatch, calculator, timer, TV. Since we can't approximate the answer, we have lost that skill. We can't guess. It becomes nearly impossible to know if we're getting the right answer. We trust our computers. We believe it when our spreadsheet tells us that we will experience 50% annual growth for 5 years. We believe the automatic bank teller that tells us we are overdrawn. We don't question it. We trust the computer at the supermarket. As far as I know, only my mother adds up her groceries by hand while still at the checkout counter. While the image sank in for his audience, Pierre picked up the glass of ice water in front of him and sipped enough to wet his whistle. The crowd ate him up. He was weaving a web, drawing a picture, and only the artist knew what the climax would be. Excuse me. Pierre cleared his throat. We as a people believe a computer printout is the closest thing to God on earth. Divinely accurate, piously error-free. Computerized bank statements, credit card reports, phone bills. Our life is stored away in computer memories, and we trust that the information residing there is accurate. We need to believe that the machines that switch the streetlights, the ones that run the elevator, the one that tells us we have to go to traffic court, we want to believe that they are right. Then on yet another hand, we all experience the frustration of the omnipresent complaint. I'm sorry, the computer is down. Can you call back? Again, the audience emotionally related to what Pierre was saying. They nodded at each other and in Pierre's direction to indicate concurrence. As many of us have, I am sure, arrived at a hotel or an airport or a car rental agency and been told that we don't have a reservation. For me, there is an initial embarrassment of having my hand slapped by the computer terminal via the clerk. Then I react strongly. I will raise my voice and say that I made a reservation 2 days ago. I did it myself. Then the clerk will say something like, "It's not in the computer." How do you react to that statement? Suddenly your integrity is being questioned by an agglomeration of wire and silicon, your veracity comes into immediate doubt. The clerk might think that you never even made a reservation. You become a liar because the computer disagrees with you, and to argue about it is an exercise in futility. The computer cannot reason. The computer has no ability to make a judgment about you or me. It is a case of being totally black or white. And for the human of the species, that value system is unfathomable, paradoxical. Nothing is black and white. Yes, the computer is black and white. Here and again, the mind prefers the analog, the continuous, rather than the digitally discrete. In these cases, the role is reversed. We blame the computer for making errors. We tend to be verbally graphic in the comments we make about computers when they don't appear to work the way we expect them to. We distrust them. Pierre gestured with his arms to emphasize his point. The crescendo had begun. The sociological implications are incredible. As a people, we have an inherent distrust of computers. They become an easy scapegoat for modern irritations. However, the balancing side of the scale is an implicit trust in their abilities. The inherent trust we maintain in computers is a deeply emotional one, much as a helpless infant trusts the warmth of contact with his parents. Such is the trust that we have in our computers, because, like the baby, without that trust, we could not survive. He let the words sink in. A low rumbling began throughout the gallery and hall. Pierre couldn't hear any of the comments, but he was sure he was starting a stink. It is our faith in computers that lets us continue. The religious parallels are obvious. The evangelical computer is also the subject of fiction, but trust and faith are inextricably meshed into flavors and degrees. A brief sampling of common everyday items and events that are dependent on computers might prove enlightening. Without computers, many of life's simple pleasures and conveniences would disappear. Cable television, movies like Star Wars, special effects by computer, magic money cards. Imagine life without them. A nervous giggle met Pierre's social slam. Call holding. Remember dial phones? No computers needed. CDs? The staple diet of teenage America is the bread and butter of the music industry, mail. Let's not forget the post office and other shippers. Without computers, Federal Express would be no better than the Honest Will Be Here Tomorrow cargo company. Oh, and yes, Pierre said dramatically, let's get rid of the microwave ovens, the VCRs, and video cameras. I think I'd made my point. I wish you would, Mr. Trueblow, Senator Rickfield caustically interjected. What is the point? Rickfield was making no point staking on Pierre Troublot. He was too popular. Thank you, Senator. I am glad you asked. I was just getting there. Pierre's sugary treatment was an appropriate slap in Rickfield's face. Please continue. The senator had difficulty saying the word, please. Yes, sir. So, the prognostications made over a decade ago by the likes of Steve Jobs that computers would alter the way we play, work, and think have been completely fulfilled. Now, if we look at those years, we see a multi-billion-dollar industry that has made extraordinary promises to the world of business. Computerize, they say. Modernize. Get with the times. Make your operation efficient. Stay ahead of the competition. And we listened and we bought. With a projected life cycle of between only 3 and 5 years, technology progresses that fast. Once computerized, computerized. To keep up with the competitive Joneses, maintaining technical advantages requires upgrading to subsequent generations of computers. The computer salespeople told us to run our businesses on computers, send out social security checks by computer, replace typewriters with word processors, and bank at home. Yet, somewhere, in the heady days of phenomenal growth during the early 1980s, someone forgot. Someone, or more than likely most of Silicon Valley, forgot that people were putting their trust in these machines, and we gave them no reason to. I include myself and my firm among the guilty. Very simply, we have built a culture, an economic base, the largest GNP in the world on a system of interconnected computers. We have placed the wealths of our nations, the backbone of the fabric of our way of life. We have placed our trust in computers that do not warrant that trust. It is incredible to me that major financial institutions do not protect their computer assets as well as they protect their cash on hand. I find it unbelievable that the computers responsible in part for the defense of this country appear to have more open doors than 1,000 churches on Sunday. It is incomprehensible to me that privacy, one of the founding principles of this nation, has been ignored during the information revolution. The massive databases that contain vast amounts of personal data on us all have been amply shown to be not worthy of trust. All it takes is a home computer and elbow grease, and you or I or he, Pierre pointed at various people seated around the room, can have a field day and change anybody's life history. What happens if the computer disagrees with you then? It staggers the imagination that we have not attempted any coherent strategy to protect the lifeblood of our society. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a crime. We spent $3 trillion on weapons in 1 decade, yet we do not have the foresight to protect our computers. It is a crime of indifference by business leaders, a crime against common sense by Congress, who passes laws and then refuses to fund their enactment. Staggeringly idiotic. Pardon me. Pierre drained the water from his glass as the tension in the hearing room thickened. We live the paradox of simultaneously distrusting computers and being required to trust them and live with them. We are all criminals in this disgrace. Maybe draft more than most. Permit me to explain my involvement. The electricity in the room crackled, and the novice CNN producer instructed the cameraman to get it right. Trablo, a man's gruff, accented voice elongated the syllables as he shouted from the balcony in the rear. 1,000's eyes jerked to the source of the sound up above. Trablo himself turned in his seat to see a middle-aged dark man wearing a turban, pointing a handgun in his direction. Scott saw the weapon and wondered which politician was the target. Who was too pro-Israel this week? He immediately thought of Rickfield. No, he didn't have a commitment either way. He only rode the wave of popular sentiment. Pierre, too, wondered who was the target of a madman's suicide attack. It had to be suicide. There was no escape. Scott's mind raced through 1,000 thoughts during that first tenth of a second, not the endless minutes he later remembered. In the next split second, Scott realized, more accurately he knew, that Pierre was the target, the would-be victim. As the first report from the handgun echoed through the cavernous chamber, Scott was mid-leap at Pierre. Hell of a way to grab an exclusive, he thought. He fell into Pierre as the second shot exploded. Scott painfully caught the edge of the chair with his shoulder while pushing Pierre over sideways. They crumpled into a heap on the floor when the third shot fired. Scott glanced up at the turbaned man, vehemently mouthing words to an invisible entity skyward. The din from the panic in the room made it impossible to hear. Still brandishing the pistol, the assailant began to take aim again at Scott and Pierre. Scott attempted to wiggle free from the tangle of Pierre's limbs and the chairs around them. He struggled to extricate himself, but found it impossible. A fourth shot discharged. Scott cringed, awaiting the worst, but instead heard the bullet ricochet off a metal object above him. Scott's adrenal relief was punctuated by a loud and heavy sigh. He noticed that the assailant's shooting arm had been knocked upwards by a quick-moving Capitol policeman, who violently threw himself at the turbaned man so hard that they both careened forward to the edge of the balcony. The policeman grabbed onto a bench, which kept him from plummeting 20 feet below. His target was hurtled over the edge and landed prone on 2 wooden chairs, which collapsed under the force. The shooting stopped. Scott groaned from discomfort and pain as he slowly began to pull away from Pierre. Then he noticed the blood, a lot of blood. He looked down at himself to see that his white pullover shirt, the one with Mickey Mouse instead of an alligator over the breast pocket, was wet with red, as was his jacket. His left hand had been on the floor, in a pool of blood that was oozing out of the back of Pierre's head. Scott tried to consciously control his physical revulsion to the body beneath him and the overwhelming urge to regurgitate. Then Pierre's body moved. His chest heaved heavily and Scott pulled himself away completely. Pierre had been hit with at least 2 bullets, one exiting from the front of his chest and one stripping away a piece of skull, exposing the brain. Gruesome. He's alive. Get a doctor, Scott shouted. He lifted himself up to see over the tables. The mad shuffle to the exits continued. No one seemed to pay attention. Hey! Is there a doctor in the house? Scott looked down at Pierre and touched the veins in his neck. They were pulsing, but not with all of life's vigor. Hey, Scott said quietly. You're gonna be all right. We got a doctor coming. Don't worry. Just hang in there. Scott lied, but 40 years of movies and television had pre-programmed the sentiments. Dr. Tefipar, Scott heard Pierre gurgle. What? What did you say? Scott leaned his ear down closer to Pierre's mouth. Di Garo. Take it easy, Scott said to comfort the badly injured Pierre Trobolo. No. Pierre's limp body made a futile attempt at movement. Scott held him back. Hey, Pierre, you don't mind if I call you Pierre? Scott adapted a mock French accent. New DNGRAFJG. Good. Why don't you just lay back and wait? The doctor'll be here in a second. Sick. Pierre managed to get out one word. Sick? Sick? Pierre managed to get out one word. Sick? Sick? Yeah, you're sick, Scott agreed sympathetically. D-graph, sick. The effort caused Pierre to pant quickly. D-graph, sick? What does that mean? Scott asked. Sick. D-graph, sick. Pierre's voice began to fade. Sick. Don't use it. Don't use. What do you mean don't use it? D-graph. Ha! Hey! Scott lightly shook Pierre. You still with us? Come on, what'd you say? Tell me again. Sick? Pierre's body was still. The bullshit put out by the government was beyond belief, thought Miles. How could they sit there and claim that all was well? It was common knowledge that computer security was dismal at best throughout both the civilian and military agencies. With the years he spent at NSA, he knew that security was a political compromise and not a fiscal or technical reality. And these guys lied through their teeth. Oh, well, he thought, that would all change soon. The report issued by the National Research Council in November of 1990 concurred with Miles's assessment. Security in the government was a disaster, a laughable travesty if it weren't for the danger to national security. The report castigated the results of decades of political infighting between agencies competing for survival and power. He and Perky spent the day watching the hearings at Miles's high-rise apartment. They had become an item in certain circles that Miles traveled, and now they spent a great deal of time together. After several on-again, off-again attempts at a relationship consisting of more than just sex, they decided not to see each other for over a year. That was fine by Miles. He had missed the freedom of no commitments. At an embassy Christmas party months later, they ran into each other and the old animal attraction between them was re-released. They spent the weekend in bed, letting their hormones loose to run rampant on each other. The two had been inseparable since. She was the first woman, who was able to tolerate Miles's inflated ego and his constant need for emotional gratification. Perky had little idea by design of the work that Miles was doing for Homosoto. She knew he was a computer and communications wizard, but that was all. Prying was not her concern. During his angry outbursts venting frustration with Homosoto's pettiness, Perky supported him fully, unaware of his ultimate goal. Perky found the testimony by Dr. Sternman to be educational. She actually began to understand some of the complicated issues surrounding security and privacy. In many ways it was scary, she told Miles. He agreed, saying if we're up to him, things would get a lot worse before they get any better. She responded to his ominous comment with silence until Pierre Troublot began his testimony. As well known as Bill Gates, as charismatic as Steve Jobs, Pierre Troublot was regarded as a sexy, rich, and eligible bachelor ready for the taking. Stephanie Perkins was more stirred by his appearance and bearing than his words, so she joined Miles in rapt attention to watch his orations on live television. When the first shot rang out, their stunned confusion echoed the camera's erratic framing. As the second shot came across the TV, Perky sprang up and shouted, "No!" Tears dripped from the corners of her eyes. "Miles, what's happening? They're shooting him." "I don't know." A third shot, and then the image of Scott and Pierre crumbling. "Holy shit, it's an assassination. Miles, what's going on here?" Stephanie cried. "This is fucking nuts. He's killing him." Miles stared at the screen and spoke in a dull monotone. "I can't believe this is happening. It's not part of the plan." "Miles, Miles!" she screamed, desperately trying to get his attention. "Who? Miles! Who's killing him? What plan?" "Fucking Homo Soto, that yellow-skinned prick." Homo Soto? She stopped upon hearing the name. Miles leapt up from the couch and raced over to the corner of the room with his computers. He pounced on the keyboard of the Nipcom computer and told it to dial Homo Soto's number in Japan. That son of a bitch better be there. Answer, damn it. Apocalyptic conversation. Homo Soto. The delay seemed interminable as Miles waited for him to get online. Perky followed him over to the computer and watched as he made contact. She knew that Miles and Homo Soto spoke often over the computer, too often for Miles' taste. Homo Soto whined to Miles almost every day about one thing or another, and Miles complained to her about how irritating his childish interference was. But throughout it all, Perky had never been privy to their conversations. She had stayed her distance until this time. Miles had been in rages before. She had become unwillingly accused Tom to his furious outbursts. Generally, they were unfocused eruptions, a sophomoric way of releasing pent-up energy and frustration. But this time, Miles's face clearly showed fear. Stephanie saw the dread. "Miles, what does Homo Soto have to do with this?" "Miles, please." She pleaded with him to include her. The screen finally responded. "Mr. Falster. An unexpected Pelasher. You imperial motherfucker. Exclamation. Please. You're a fucking murderer." "I take case exception to that." "Take exception to this, Jack. What the hell did you kill him for?" "I assume you have been watching television. Aren't we the Einstein of Sushi Land?" "Your manners. You killed him. Why?" Stephanie read the monitor and wept quietly as the conversation scrolled before her. She placed her hands on Miles's shoulders in an effort to feel less alone. IT was a necessary evil. He could not be permitted to speak, not beat. "So you killed him. One of my people got a little overzealous. It is regrettable, but necessary. It is not necessary to kill anyone. Nowhere in the plan does it call for murder. That was part of our deal. The winds blow. Conditions change. The wind blows up your ass. That does not change the fact that he was going to tell what he knew. What the hell does he know? D. Drafe. D-Graph? That's impossible. That's the most popular program in the world. How did you infect it? I boogits e. You own D-Graph. I thought that Data Tech owned them. OSOOO Alminestata. You did not listen to your own advice. I balked it after you visited me for the second time. It seemed prudent. Walso bought a half dozen other small, promising show companies, just as you suggested. Very good plan, and Troublot's knows. Of course, he hadn't it nid him. So you try to kill him? He lost his incentive. It was necessary. He was going to talent, as you say, has going to fill, and as you said, secrecy is paramount. Your words, yes, secrecy, but not murder. I can't be part of that, but you are Mr. Foster. I hope that this is an isolated incident that will not be not be repeated. It had damn well better be. Do not forget, Mr. Foster, that you have a sizable payment coming. I would hate to see you lose that when things are so close. Son of a bitch, Miles said out loud. Son of a bitch. What's going on, Miles? Perky followed him back to the couch in front of the TV and sat close with her arm around him. She was still crying softly. It's going to start. That's amazing. He blankly stared forward. What's going to start, Miles? Did you kill someone? Oh, no. He turned to her in sincerity. That bastard Soto did. Jesus, I can't believe it. What are you involved in? I thought you were a consultant. I was. Tomorrow I will be a very rich retired consultant. He pulled her hands into his and spoke warmly. Listen, it's better that you don't know what's going on. Much better. But I promise you that Soto is behind it. Not me. I couldn't ever kill anyone. You need to believe that. Miles, I do, but you seem to know more than. I do, and I can't say anything. Trust me, he said as he brought her close to him. This will all work out for the best, I promise you. Look at me, he said, and pulled up her chin so she gazed directly into his eyes. I have a lot invested in you and this project. More than you could ever know, and now that it is nearly over, I can put more time into you. After all, you bear some of the responsibility. Miles' loving attitude was a contradiction from his usual self-centered preoccupation. Me? She asked. Who got me involved with Soto in the first place? He said, glaring at her. I guess I did, but... I know I'm kidding, he said, squeezing her closer. I'm not blaming you for anything. I didn't know he could resort to murder, and if I did, I never would have gotten involved in the first place. Miles, I love you. That was the first time in their years of on-again, off-again contact that she told him how she felt. Now she had to decide if she would tell him that he was just another assignment and that in all likelihood she had just lost her job too. I really do love you. The last goddamn time this happened was in the 1950s when Puerto Rican revolutionaries started to shoot 'em up in the old gallery, the president shouted. Phil Musgrave and Quentin Chambers listened to the angry Dent. His tirade began minutes after he summoned them both to his office. They were as frustrated and upset as he was, but it was their job to listen until the president had blown off enough steam. I am well aware a true democracy, is subject to extremist activists, but, the president sighed, this is getting entirely out of hand. What is it about this computer stuff that stirs up so much emotion? He waited for an answer. I'm not sure that computers are to blame, sir, said Phil. First of all, the assailant used a ceramic pistol, no way for our security to detect it without a physical search, and that wouldn't go over well with anyone. The brilliant Musgrave was making a case for calm rationality in the light of the live assassination attempt. Second, at this point there is no connection between Troubadour and his attacker. We're not even 100% sure that Troubadour was the target. That's a crock, Phil, asserted the president. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that there is an obvious connection between this computer crap and the Rickfield incident. I want to know what it is, and I want to know fast. Sir, Chambers said quietly, we have the FBI and the CIA investigating, but until the perpetrator regains consciousness, which may be doubtful because his spine was snapped in the fall, we won't know too much. The president frowned. Does it seem odd to you that Mason, the Times reporter, was there with Troubadour at the exact time he got shot? No, sir, just a coincidence. It seems that computer crime has been his hot button for a while, Musgrave said. I don't think he's involved at all. I'm not suggesting that, the president interrupted. But he does seem to be where the action is. I think it would be prudent if we knew a bit more of his activities. Do I need to say more? No, sir. Consider it done. Chapter 22, Friday, January 8. Washington, D.C. It seemed that everyone in the world wanted to speak to Scott at once. The FBI spent an hour asking him inane questions. Why did you help him? Do you know Trebelos? Why were you at the hearings? Why didn't you sit with the rest of the press? Where's your camera? Can we read your notes? Scott was cooperative, but he had his limits. You're the one who's been writing those computer stories, aren't you? What's in this for you? Scott excused himself, not so politely. If you want me for anything else, please contact the paper, he told the FBI agents who had learned nothing from anyone else either. He escaped from other reporters who wanted his reporters in sight, thus learning what it was like to be hounded relentlessly by the press. Damned pain in the ass, he thought, and damned stupid questions. How did you feel? Were you scared? Why did you? The exhausted Scott found the only available solace in a third-floor men's room stall where he wrote a piece for the paper on his GRD laptop computer. Nearly falling asleep on the toilet seat, he temporarily refreshed himself with ice-cold water from the tap and changed from his blood-soaked clothes into fresh jeans and a pullover from his hanging bag that still burdened him. One reporter from the Washington Post thought himself lucky to have found Scott in the men's room. But when Scott finished bombasting him with his own verbal assault, the shell-shocked reporter left well enough alone. After the Capitol Police were through questioning Scott, he wanted to make a swift exit to the airport and get home. They didn't detain him very long, realizing Scott would always be available, especially since this was news, his. Pocket shuttle schedule showed there was a 6:30 flight to Westchester Airport. He could then grab a limo home and be in bed by 10, that is, if the exhaustion didn't take over somewhere along the way. 3 days in Europe on next to no sleep. Rush back to public Senate hearings that no one has ever heard about. Television cameras appear. No one admits to calling the press. And then Pierre. He needed time to think, alone. Away from the conflict and influences that were tearing at him. On one hand, his paper expected him to report and investigate the news. On another, Tyrone wanted help on his investigation because official Washington had turned their backs on him. And spook. Why is that so familiar? Then he had to be honest with his own feelings. What about this story had so captivated him that he had let many of his other assignments go by the wayside? Doug was pleased with Scott's progress, and after today, well, what editor wouldn't be pleased to have a potential star writer on the national news? But Scott was drowning in the story. There were too many pieces, from every conceivable direction, with none too many of them fitting neatly together. He thought of the ever-determined Hercule Poirot, Agatha Christie's detective, recalling that the answers to a puzzle came infinitely easier to the fictional sleuth than to him. Scott called into Doug. "Are you all right?" Doug asked with concern, but didn't wait for an answer. "I got your message. Next time call me at home." "I thought you were going to be in Europe till Wednesday." "Hold your horses," Scott said with agitation. Doug shut up and listened to the distraught Scott. "I had the story all written for you. Both of them are going into surgery, and the Arab is in pretty bad shape." The committee made itself scarce real fast, and there's no one else to talk to. I've had to make a career out of avoiding reporters. Seems like I'm the only one left with nothing to say. Doug heard the exhaustion in Scott's voice. "Listen," Doug said with a supportive tone. "You've been doing a bang-up job, but I'm sending Ben down there to cover the assassination attempt. I want you to go to bed for 24 hours, and that's an order. I don't want to hear from you till Monday." Scott gratefully acknowledged Doug's edict and might have suggested it himself if it weren't for his dedication to the story he had spent months on already. "Okay," Scott agreed. "I guess not much will happen." "That's right. I want you fresh anyway." Doug said with vigor. "If anything major comes up, I'll see that we call you. Fair enough?" Scott checked his watch as his cab got caught up in the slow late afternoon rush hour traffic on the George Washington Parkway. If he missed this flight, he thought, there was another one in an hour. The pandemonium of Friday afternoon National Airport had become legendary. Despite extensive new construction, express services and modernized terminals, the airport designers in their infinite wisdom had neglected in any way to improve the flow of automobile traffic in and out of the airport. As they approached, Scott could see the American terminal several hundred yards away from his cab. They were stuck behind an interminable line of other taxis, limousines, cars, and minibuses that had been stacking for 10 minutes. Scott decided to hike the last few yards, and he paid the driver, who tried to talk him into remaining till the ride was over. Scott weaved through the standstill traffic jam until he saw the problem. So typical, a stretch Mercedes 560 was blocking the only 2 lanes that were passable. Worse yet, there was no one in the car. No driver, no passengers. Several airport police were discussing their options when a tall, slender black man dressed in an impeccably tailored brown suit came rushing from the terminal doors. "Diplomatic immunity," he called out with a thick, overbearing Cambridge accent. The startled policeman saw the man push several people to the side, almost knocking one elderly woman to the ground. Scott reached the Mercedes and stayed to watch the upcoming encounter. "I said diplomatic immunity," he said authoritatively. "Put your tickets away." "Sir, are you aware that your car has been blocking other cars from—" "Take it up with the embassy," the man said as he roughly opened the driver's door. "This car belongs to the ambassador, and he is immune from your laws." He shut the door, revved the engine, and pulled out, squealing his tires. Several pedestrians had to be fleet of foot to miss being sideswiped. "Fucking camel jockeys," said one younger policeman. "He's from Equatorial Africa, Einstein," said another. "It's all the same to me." "Foreigners telling us how to live our lives," the third policeman said angrily. "You know I can get 10 days for spitting on the ground, but these assholes can commit murder and be sent home a hero. It's a fucking crime," the younger one agreed. "Okay, guys, leave the politics to the thieves on Capitol Hill. Let's get this traffic moving," the senior policeman said as they started the process of untangling airport gridlock. Another day in the nation's capital, Scott thought. A melting pot that echoed the days of Ellis Island. Scott carried his briefcase, laptop computer, and garment bag through the crowded terminal and made a left to the men's room next to the new blue neon bar. Drinks were poured especially fast in the National Airport bar. Flyers were traveling on such tight schedules that they had to run to the bar, grab 2 quick ones, and dash to the gate. The new security regulations placed additional premiums on drinking time. The bar accommodated their hurried needs well. Scott put down his baggage next to the luggage pile and stole a barcy from a patron rushing off to catch his flight. One helluva chaotic day. He ordered a beer and sucked down half of it at once. The thirst quenching was a superior experience. Brain dulling would take a little longer. The clamorous rumble of the crowd and the television blaring from behind the bar further anesthetized Scott's racing mind. He finally found himself engrossed in the television, blissfully ignorant of all going on around him. Scott became so absorbed in the local news that he didn't notice the striking blonde sit next to him. She ordered a white wine and made herself comfortable on the oversized stool. Scott turned to the bartender and asked for another beer during the commercial. It was then he noticed the gorgeous woman next to him and her golden shoulder-length hair. Lightly tanned skin with delicate crow's feet at the edges of her penetrating blue eyes gave no indication of her age. An old 20 to a remarkable 45. Stunning, he thought. Absolutely stunning. He shook the thought off and returned his attention to the Tel Aviv Scion. He heard the announcer from Channel 4, the local NBC affiliate, topping tonight's stories, shooting at Senate hearing. The picture changed from the anchorman to a live feed from outside the new Senate office building where Scott had just been. Bringing it to us live is Shauna Miller. Shauna? Thank you, Bill, she said, looking straight into the camera, holding the microphone close to her chin. Behind her was a bevy of police and emergency vehicles and their personnel in a flurry of activity. As we first reported an hour ago, Pierre Trebulot, president of DGraph, one of the nation's leading software companies, was critically injured while giving testimony to the Privacy and Technology Containment Subcommittee. At 3:15 Eastern Time, an unidentified assailant, using a 9mm Beretta, shot Mr. Trebulot 4 times from the visitor's balcony which overlooks the hearing room. Mr. Trebulot was answering questions about. Scott's mind wandered back to the events of a few hours ago. He still had no idea why he did it. The television replayed the portion of the videotape where Pierre was testifying. While he spoke, the shots rang out and the camera image suddenly blurred in search of the source of the sound. Briefly, the gunman is seen. And then the picture swings back to Pierre being pushed out of his chair by a man in a blue sports jacket and white shirt. As 2 more gunshots ring out, the figure covers Pierre. 2 more shots and the camera finally settles on Pierre Trebulot's bleeding profusely from the head, his eyes open and glazed. Scott shuddered at the broadcast. It captured the essence of the moment and the terror that he and the hundreds of others at the hearing had experienced. Shauna Miller reappeared. And we have here the man who dove to Mr. Trebulot's rescue when the shooting began. The camera angle pulled back and showed Scott standing next to the newswoman. This is Scott Mason, a reporter from the New York City Times who was attending the hearings on behalf of his paper. Scott. She turned away from the camera to speak directly to Scott. How does it feel being the news instead of reporting it? She stuck the microphone into his face. Scott stammered. What an asinine question, he thought. It does give me a different perspective, he said, his voice hollow. Yes, I would think so, Shauna added. Can you tell us what happened? More brilliance in broadcast journalism. Sure, be happy to, Scott smiled at the camera. One of the country's finest software executives just had part of his head blown off so his brains could leak on my coat, and the scumbag that shot him took a sayonara swan dive that broke every bone in his body. How's that? He said devilishly. Shauna hesitated. Very graphic. This isn't Geraldo, she thought, just the local news. Do you have anything to add? Yeah? I got to get some sleep. The camera zoomed into a close-up of Shauna Miller. Thank you, Mr. Mason. She brightened up. Mr. Trebulot and the alleged gunman had been taken to Walter Reed Medical Center where they are undergoing surgery. Both are listed in critical condition, and Mr. Trebulot is still in a coma. Shauna droned on for another 30 seconds with filler nonsense. How did she ever get on the air, Scott thought. And why does she remain? That was you. Scott started at the female voice. He turned to the left and only saw salesmen and male lobbyists drinking heartily. He pivoted in the other direction and came face to face with Sonia Lindstrom. Sorry? That was you, she said, widening her smile to expose a perfect crest ad. An electric tingle ran up Scott's legs and through his torso, the pit of his stomach felt suddenly empty. He gulped silently, and his face reddened. What was me? She pointed at the television. That was you at the hearing today, where Trebulot got shot. Yeah, afraid so, he said. The camera treats you well. I was at the hearing too, but I just figured out who you were. Her earnest compliment came as a surprise to Scott. He raised his eyebrows in bewilderment. Who I am? He questioned. Oh, sorry. She extended her hand to Scott. I'm Sonia Lindstrom. I gather you're Scott Mason. He gently took her hand and a rush of electricity rippled up his arm till the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Guilty as charged, he responded. He pointed his thumb at the television. Great interview, huh? She epitomizes the stereotype of the dumb blonde. Sonia turned her head slightly. I hope you're not prejudiced? Prejudiced. She picked up her wine glass and sipped gingerly. Against blondes. No, no. I was married to one, he admitted. But I won't hold that against you. Scott wasn't aggressive with women, and his remark surprised even him. Sonia laughed appreciatively. It must have been rough, Sonia said empathetically. I mean the blood and all. Not exactly my cup of tea. I don't do the moored shift. Scott shuddered. I'll stick to computers not nearly so adventurous. And hacker bashing, she said firmly. She took another sip of wine. How would you know that? Scott asked. She turned and smiled at Scott. You're famous. You're known as the hacker smacker by quite a few in the computer field. Not everyone appreciates what you have to say. Sonia, ever so politely, challenged Scott. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn, he smirked. That's the spirit, she encouraged. Not that I agree with everything you have to say. I assume you have read my drivel upon occasion. Upon occasion, yes, she said with a coy sweetness. So, since you know so much about me, I stand at a clear disadvantage. I only know you as Sonia. You're right. That's not fair at all. She straightened herself on the bar stool. Sonia Lindstrom, dual citizenship, U.S. and Denmark, born May 11, 1964, Copenhagen. Moved here when I was 2. Studied political science at George Washington, minored in sociology. Currently a public relations consultant to Computer Jocks. I live in D.C., but I'm rarely here. Lucky for me, Scott ventured. Sonia didn't answer him as she slowly drained the bottom of her wineglass. She glanced slyly at him, or was that his imagination? Can a girl buy a guy a drink? The clock said there was 15 minutes before Scott's flight took off. No contest. I'd be honored, Scott said as he nodded his head in gratitude. Sonia Lindstrom bought the next 2 rounds and they talked. No serious talk, just carefree, sometimes meaningless banter that made them laugh and relish the moment. Scott didn't know he had missed his second flight until it was time for the 8:15 plane to LaGuardia. It had been entirely too long, longer than he cared to remember since he had relaxed, disarmed himself near a woman. There was an inherent distrust, fear of betrayal that Scott had not released until now. So, about your wife, she asked after a lull in their conversation. My wife. Scott shrank back. Humor me, she said. Nothing against her. It just didn't work out. What happened? Sonia pursued. She was an artist, a sculptor, and if I say so myself, an awful one. A 3-year-old could do as well with stale Play-Doh. You're a critic too? Sonia bemused. Only of her art. She got into the social scene in New York, gallery openings, the she segged. You know what I mean? Sonia nodded. So, when I decided to make a career shift, well, she wasn't in complete agreement with me. Even though in 8 years she had never sold one single piece of art, she was convinced, by her socialite pals, that her work was extraordinarily original and would become, without any doubt, the next pet rock of the elite. So she gets the bug to go to the coast and make her mark. I think some of her Park Avenue pals went to Beverly Hills and wanted her to come out to be their entertainment. She expected me to follow her hallucinations, but I just couldn't play that part. She's a little left of the Milky Way for me. How long has it been? Sonia asked with warmth. 3 years now. So, what have these years been like? Oh, fine, he said. Sonia gave him a disbelieving, dirty look. Okay. Kinda lonely. I'm not complaining, mind you. But when she was there, no matter how inane our conversations were, not matter how far out in the stratosphere her mind was, at least she was someone to talk to, someone to come home to. She's a sweet girl. I loved her. But she had needs that, well, it wasn't all bad. We had a great few years. I just couldn't let her madness, harmless though it was, run my life. We're still friends. We talk fairly often. I hope she becomes the next Ali. That's very gracious of you, Sonia said sincerely. Not really. I really feel that way. It's her life, and she never wanted or tried to hurt me. She was just following her star. Has she sold any of her art? Sonia asked. It's on perpetual display, she says, Scott said. Why don't you buy one to make her feel good? Ha, she feels fine. Beverly Hills is not the worst place in the world to be accepted. He lost himself in thought for a moment. I think it has worked out for both of us. Except you're lonely, she came back. I got into my work. A career shift at my age, I had a lot to learn. So I've really put myself into the job, and I've been getting a lot out of it. He stared at the gorgeous woman to whom he had been telling his personal feelings. But yes, I do miss the companionship, he hinted. The clock over the bar announced it was 10:15. Hey, Scott turned to face Sonia squarely. I gotta go. You don't know how much I don't want to, but I gotta. He spoke with a pained sincerity. No, you don't, she said exuberantly. Huh. Sonia's entire face glowed. Have you ever done anything crazy? Sure, of course, Scott nonchalantly said. No, I mean really crazy. Totally off the wall. Spontaneous. She grabbed Scott's shoulders. Haven't you ever wanted to go off the deep end and not care what anybody thinks? Scott felt himself getting captured by her exuberance. This absolutely stunning blonde bombshell exuded enough sexual enthusiasm for the entire NFL, and yet he was playing it cool. He wondered why. I was a real hellraiser as a kid. Listen, Scott. Her demeanor turned serious. Are you willing to do something outrageous right now? And go through with it? Here was one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen, asking him to make a borderline insane promise. Her painted lips broke into a lush smile. 10 minutes to the last flight. I'm game. What is it? Scott played along. He could always say no. Right? Wait here a minute. Sonia grabbed her purse and dashed out of the bar. Scott's eyes followed her in stunned amazement. Scott finished his beer, and the clock indicated that the last flight to New York had left. He wondered what was keeping Sonia so long, and then she suddenly whisked back into the bar. Come on, we have to hurry. Sonia shuffled papers in and out of her purse. She threw enough money on the bar to cover their drinks. Scott scooted off of his bar stool, laughing. Hurry, where are we going? Shh, get your bags, Sonia said urgently. You do have a passport, don't you? She asked with concern. I just came from Europe, yeah. His bewilderment was clear while he retrieved his luggage. Good, follow me. Sonia dashed through the terminal to the security check with Scott struggling to keep up. The view of her exquisite figure was noticed by more than just Scott, but she left him little time to relish the view. She tossed her purse on the conveyor belt as a dazed Scott struggled with his own 2 bags. She darted from the security station, leaving Mason to reorganize himself. His ability to run was encumbered by his luggage, so he watched carefully to see into which gate she was headed. Gate. Where am I going, and why? He would have laughed if he wasn't out of breath from wind sprinting through the airport. He followed Sonia into Gate 3. She handed a couple of tickets to the attendant. We're the last ones. Hurry up, Mason, Sonia giggled. Where are we going? Where did the tickets? How are you? Scott stumbled through his thoughts. Just get on the plane, we'll talk. She held out her hand, beckoning him seductively. The attractive flight attendant stared at Scott. His hesitancy was holding up the flight. He looked at Sonia. This is insane, he said quietly. So it is. Where is this plane headed? Jamaica, she beamed. Oh, Sonia, Come on, this isn't real. Why the hell was he trying to talk himself out of a fantasy in the making? I'm getting on. I need a weekend to cool out, and I know you do. After what happened, Sonia took the separated boarding pass and looked back once before she left. Scott stood still. He stared as Sonia disappeared down the tunnel to the plane. The flight attendant appeared quite annoyed. Well, are you or aren't you? Scott reasoned that if he reasoned out the pros and the cons, the plane would be gone regardless of his decision. Fuck it, he said, and he walked briskly down the ramp. He entered the Airbus behind the cockpit and turned right to find Sonia. It didn't take long. She was the only person sitting in first class. Fancy running. Enter you here, she said, waving from the plush leather seat. Quite, he said in his well-practiced West London accent. Dare I guess how long it's been? He placed his bags in the empty first-class storage compartment. Too long. Much too long. You had me worried, Sonia said melodramatically. I still have me worried. I thought you might chicken out, she said. I still might. The 3-hour flight was replete with champagne, brie, and similar delicacies. They munched and sipped to their heart's content. 1 flight attendant, 2 passengers. Light talk, innocuous flirtations, not so innocuous flirtations. More chatting time passed, hours disguised as seconds. Half Moon Bay is a 1-hour cab ride from the airport and, true to Jamaican hospitality, the hotel staff expected them. They were led to 2 adjoining rooms after being served the obligatory white rum punch with a yellow umbrella. It was nearly 3 a.m. Scott was working on 60 hours with little or no sleep. Scott? Sonia asked as they prepared to go into their respective rooms. Yes, he said. Thank you. For what? For tomorrow night. After 4 hours sleep, Sonia knocked on Scott's door. Rise and shine. Beach time. Scott swore to himself, looked at the clock on the nightstand, and then swore again. Ugh. Scott forced himself out of bed and opened the door. The vision of Sonia Lindstrom in a bathing suit that used no more than 4 square inches of material was instantly arousing. Despite 39-plus years of morning aversions, Scott readied himself at breakneck speed, thinking that reality and fantasy were often inseparable. The question was, what was this? Was he really in the Caribbean? No, he thought. This is real. Holy shit, this is real. I wasn't as drunk as I thought. Intoxication takes many forms, and this appears to be a delicious wine. During breakfast, she managed to talk him into going to the nude beach, about a half-mile down Half Moon Bay. God, you're uptight, she said as she shed her G-string on the isolated, pristine coastline. She was a natural blonde with a dancer's body, where the legs and buttocks merge into one. I am not, he defended. I bet you can't take them off. For personal reasons, she laughed out loud, pointing at the baggy swimsuit he borrowed from the resort. She lay down on her back, perfectly formed breasts pointing at the sky. Scott noticed only the faintest of tan lines, several inches below her belly button. She patted the huge towel, inviting Scott to join her. There was room enough for 3. Well, he agreed, it might prove embarrassing. I thought my intentions were honorable. Bull, neither are mine. She arched her back and patted the towel again. Fuck it, he said laughingly as he dropped his bathing suit and dropped quickly, face down next to Sonia. Ouch, he yelled louder than the hurt was worth. I hate it when that happens, he said, checking to make sure that the pieces were still intact. They spent the next 2 days exploring Half Moon Bay, the lush green hills behind the resort and each other. Scott forgot about work, forgot about the hackers, forgot about Tyrone. He never thought about Kirk, Spook, or any of the blackmail schemes he was so caught up in investigating. And, he forgot, at least temporarily, about the incident with Pierre. The world consisted of only 2 people, mutually radiating a glow flush with passion, retreating into each other so totally that no imaginable distraction could disturb their urgings. They slept no more than an hour all Saturday night, "I told you I wanted to thank you for tomorrow night," she said. They made it to the water's edge early Sunday morning. Scott's body was redder in some places than it had ever been, and Sonia's tan line all but disappeared. They both knew that the fantasy was going to be over in the morning, a 7 a.m. flight back to reality. But neither spoke of it. The here and now was the only reality that they wanted to face. "I'm impressed," Sonia said, turning to face Scott on the beach towel. No matter in which direction she turned, her body stood tall and firm. "Impressed? With what?" Scott giggled. "I had 2 days to loosen you up before you went back to that big bad city. I'm ahead of schedule." "What schedule?" "Scott, we need to talk." Sonia reached over and touched Scott's shoulder. He couldn't take his eyes off of her magnificent nude figure. "Did you ever work on something for a very long time? Really get yourself involved, dedicated, and then find out and was all for the wrong reasons? That's how I feel now." Saturday, January 10. It is not uncommon for the day employees at the CIA in Langley to arrive at their desks before 6 a.m., even on a Saturday. Today, Martin Templer arrived early to prepare for an update meeting with the director. Nothing special, just the weekly report. He found that he could get more done early in the morning. He enjoyed the time alone in his quiet office so he could complete the report without constant interruption. Not 15 minutes into his report, his phone rang. "Damn," he thought, "it's starting already." "Yeah?" Templer said gruffly into the mouthpiece. "Martin, yeah, who's this?" "Alex. Alex." Templer had almost forgotten about their meeting. Will small wonders never cease? "Where have you been?" "Still in Europe. I've been looking for some answers as we discussed." "Great. What have you got?" Templer grabbed a legal pad. "Nothing," Alex said with finality. "Nothing. Nobody knows of any such operation, not even a hint." Alex had mastered the art of lying 20 years ago. "But I'll tell you," he added. "I think that you may be on to something." "If there's nothing, how can there be something?" asked Martin Templer. This was Alex's opportunity to throw the CIA further off the track. Since he and Martin were friends, as much as is possible in this line of work, Alex counted on being believed, at least for a while. Everybody denies any activity, and that in itself is unusual. Even if nothing is happening, enough of the snitches on Street will claim to be involved to bolster their own credibility. However, my friend, I doubt a handful even know about your radiation, but it has gotten a lot of people thinking. I get the feeling that if they didn't know about your problems, they will soon enough. I wish I could be of further help, but it was all dead ends. I understand. It happens. Besides, it was a long shot. Martin sighed. "Do me a favor and keep your eyes and ears open." "I will, and this one is on the house," said Alex. After he hung up, something struck Martin as terribly wrong. In 20 years, Alex had never ever done anything for free. Being a true mercenary, it wasn't in his character to offer assistance to anyone without sufficient motivation, and that meant money. Martin noted the event and reminded himself to include that in his report to the director. The television coverage of the Senate hearings left Taki Homosoto with radically different emotions. He had to deal with them both immediately. Dialing. It what? Autocrat conversation. I am not placed. Ahmed Shah heard his communications computer beep at him. He pushed the joystick control on his wheelchair and steered over to read Homosoto's message. "Greetings, that was a most sloppy job. Some things cannot be helped. Why is he not dead?" "It was a difficult hit. Ah yes, that what you tell Arafat when you miss? I do not work for Arafat. Your man's alive, too? Yea, man is alive too, yes, fortunately. No, that is unfortunate. Eliminate him. And make sure that Troublemaker X is taken care of. He must not speak to anyone. He is in a coma. People wake up. I do not want him to wake up. It will be done, I promise you. I do not want promises. I want them both dead. To rub legs must not be permit to spake to anyone. Is that clear? Yes, it will be done. For your sake, I hope so. I do not tolerate sloppiness. Weekends, Kenmort. Naquire. Connection terminated. Homo Soto dialed his computer again to a number inside Germany. The encryption and privacy keys were automatically set before Alex Speridon's computer answered. To Homo Soto's surprise, Alex was there. Mr. Alex? Yes. Congratulations. Rick Fiends is being most cooperative. He has many reasons to. Millions of reasons. We merely gave him the incentive to cooperate. I do not expect that he will maintain his position for very long. Your handling of him has been excellent. I have not seen the U.S. newspaper. How do they reach to Caper? How do they reach to his committee? He took a small beating from a couple of papers, but nothing damaging. It's the way Washington works. W.H.O. Eisenschneider, dear, she could present approval. I don't think so. Between her and Rickfield, the sum total will be a big zero. There will be confusion and dissension. I think it works in our favor. I will follow the progress with interest. When are the herons to conceal you? Next week. One other thing. You asked that I get to Scott. Consider it done. You found a most attractive weakness and he succumbed instantly. But I should say I don't think it was necessary. He is doing fine on his own. I think it is necessary. It is done. We have a conduit. Keep the pipeline full. Connection terminated. Sunday, January 10, New York City Times. What's wrong with Ford? By Scott Mason. Ford is facing the worst public relations disaster for an automobile manufacturer since the Audi acceleration problem made international news. Last month in Los Angeles alone, over 1,200 Ford Taurus and Mercury Sable cars experienced a total breakdown of the electrical system. Radios as well as anti-skid braking controls and all other computer-controlled functions in the automobiles ceased working. To date, no deaths have been attributed to the car's epidemic failures. Due to the notoriety and questions regarding the safety of the cars, sales of Tauruses have plummeted by almost 80%. Unlike the similar Audi situation where the alleged problem was found in only a few isolated cases, the Taurus failures have been widespread and catastrophically sudden. According to Ford, there has never been a problem with the Taurus electronics system. We are examining all possibilities in determining the real cause of the apparent failures. What else can Ford say? Chrysler struck by Ford failures by Scott Mason. Chrysler cars and minivans have been experiencing sudden electrical malfunctions. Mercedes electrical systems follow. Ford by Scott Mason. Mercedes owners have already organized a legal entity to force the manufacturer to find answers as to why so many Mercedes are having sudden electrical failures. Following in the footsteps of Ford and Chrysler, this is the first time that Mercedes has not issued an immediate fix to its dealer. 3 deaths were reported when, Sunday, January 10, National Security Agency. What do you make of this Mason piece? I'd like to know where the hell he gets his information, said the aide. That's what I make of it. Someone's obviously leaking it to him, Marvin Jacobs, director of the National Security Agency, said to his senior aide. Someone with access to a great deal of sensitive data. The disdain in his voice was unmistakable. Even though it was Sunday, it was not unusual for him to be at his office. His more private endeavors could be more discreetly pursued. A 3-decade career at the agency had culminated in his appointment to the directorship, a position he had eyed for years. We have specialists who use HERF technology, the aide said. It's more or less a highly focused computer gun. An RF field on the order of 200 volts per meter is sufficient to destroy most electrical circuits, literally blow them up from the inside out. Spare me the details. Sir, we can stop a car from 1,000 yards by pointing electricity at it. I don't really care about the details. You should, sir. There's a point to this. Well, get on with it. Jacobs was clearly annoyed. Unlike the EMPT technology, which is very expensive and on the absolute edge of our capabilities. And someone else's? Granted, the aide said, sounding irritated with the constant interruptions. But HERF can be generated cheaply by anyone with an elementary knowledge of electronics. The government even sells surplus radio equipment that will do the job quite nicely. Jacob smiled briefly. You look pleased, the aide said with surprise. Jacobs hid his pleasure behind a more serious countenance. Oh no, it's just the irony of it all. We've been warning them for years and now it's happening. Who, sir? Never mind, Jacobs said, dismissing the thought momentarily. Go on. Jacobs arrogantly leaned back in his executive chair, closed his eyes and folded his hands over his barrel chest. This was his way of telling subordinates to talk, spill their guts. The real worry about cheap HERF is what it can do in the wrong hands. The aide obliged the ritual. One transmitter and antenna and a small truck can wipe out every computer on Main Street during the leisurely drive. Cash registers, electric typewriters, alarms, phones, traffic lights. Anything electronic a HERF is pointed at. Poof, good as dead. What if someone used a HERF gun at an airport, pointing up, or at the tower, from up to a distance of over a kilometer too, 10 kilometers with better equipment? So it works, muttered Jacob so softly under his breath his aide didn't hear. It's reminiscent of drive-by shootings by organized crime. In this case, though, the target is slightly different. I see. Jacobs kept his eyes closed as the aide patiently waited for his boss to say something or allow him to return to his family. I gather we use similar tools ourselves? Yes, sir. Very popular technique. Better kept quiet. Not anymore, not anymore. Chapter 23, Monday, January 11. Washington, D.C. I don't think you're going to be pleased, Phil Musgrave said at their early morning conclave before the president's busy day began. What else is new? Asked the president acerbically. Why should I have an easy today any more than any other day? His dry wit often escaped much of the White House staff, but Musgrave had been exposed to it for over 20 years and took it in stride. Pre-coffee grumps. The president poured himself more hot decaf from the silver service. What is it? Computers. The president groaned. Don't you ever long for the old days when a calculator consisted of 2 pieces of sliding wood or 100 beads on rods? Musgrave ignored his boss's frustration. Over the weekend, sir, we experienced a number of incidents that could be considered non-random in nature, Musgrave said cautiously. In English, Phil, insisted the president, Milnet has been compromised. The Optimus database at Pentagon has been erased, as has been Aniston Air Force Systems Command and a dozen other computers tied through ARPANET. The president sighed. Damage report? About a month. We didn't lose anything too sensitive, but that's not the embarrassing part. If that's not, then what is? The IRS computers tied to Treasury over the Consolidated Data Network? The president indicated to continue. The Central Collection Services computer for the Dallas district has had over 100,000 records erased, gone, and? The president said wearily. The IRS has had poor backup procedures. The OMB and GAO reports of 1989 and 1990 detailed their operational shortcomings. The president waited for Phil to say something he could relate to. It appears that we'll lose between $500 million and $2 billion in revenues. Christ, that's it! The president shouted. Enough is enough. The 2 weeks is up as of this moment. He shook his head with his eyes closed in disbelief. "How the hell can this happen?" he asked rhetorically. "Sir, I think that our priority is to keep this out of the press. We need plausible deniability." Stop with the Pentagon speak bullshit and just clamp down. No leaks. I want this contained. The last damn thing we need is for the public to think that we can't protect our own computers and the privacy of our citizens. If there is one single leak, I will personally behead the offender, the president said with intensity enough to let Phil know that his old friend and comrade meant what he said. Issue an internal directive, lay down the rules. Who knows about this? Too many people, sir. I am not convinced that we can keep this completely out of the public eye. Isolate them. Sir, you heard me. Isolate them. National security. Tell them it'll only be few days. Christ. Make up any damn story you want, but have it taken care of. Without my knowledge. Yes, sir. Then, find somebody who knows what the hell is going on. Monday, January 11. Approaching New York City, Scott called Tyrone from the plane to discover that the hearings were being delayed a few days, so he flew back to New York after dropping Sonia off in Washington. They tore themselves apart from each other, she tearfully, at National Airport where they had met. He would be back in a few days, once the hearings were rescheduled. In the meantime, Scott wanted to go home and crash, while being in Jamaica with Sonia was as exhilarating as a man could want. Relaxing and stimulating at once, he still was going on next to no rest. While the plane was still on the tarmac in Washington, Scott had fallen fast asleep. On the descent into New York, he half-awakened to a hypnagogic state. Scott had learned over the years how to take advantage of such semi-conscious conditions. The mind seemingly floated in a place between reality and conjecture where all possibilities are tangible, unencumbered by earthly concerns. The drone of the jet engines, even their occasional revving, enhanced the mental pleasure Scott experienced. Thoughts weightlessly drifted into and out of his head, some of them common and benign and others surprisingly original, if not out-and-out weird. In such a state, the conscious mind becomes the observer of the activities of the unconscious mind. The ego of Scott Mason restrained itself from interfering with the sublime mental processes that bordered on the realm of pure creativity. The germ of a thought, the inchoate idea, had the luxury of exploring itself in an infinity of possibilities, and the conscious mind stood on the sidelines. The blissful experience was in constant jeopardy of being relegated to a weak memory, for any sudden disturbance could instantly cause the subconscious to retreat back into a merger with the conscious mind. Thus, he highly valued these spontaneous meditations. Bits and pieces of the last few days wove themselves into complex patterns that reflected the confusion he felt. He continued to gaze on and observe as the series of mental events that had no obvious relationships assumed coherency and meaning. When one does not hold fixed preconceived notions, when one has the ability to change perspective, then, in these moments, the possibilities multiply. Scott watched himself with the hackers in Amsterdam, with Kirk and Tyrone at home. He watched himself both live and die with Pierre in Washington. Then the weekend that had just ended, the unbelievable weekend with Sonia. It was when he relived the sexual intensity on the Half Moon Bay beach in what was becoming an increasingly erotic state that his mind entailed. Extraordinary bliss. The rear tires of the plane hitting the runway was enough to snap Scott back to a sober reality. But he had the thought, and he remembered it. Scott hired a stretch limousine at LaGuardia and slept all the way to Scarsdale. But lacking the good sense God gave him, he checked the messages on his phone machine. Doug called to find out if Scott still worked for the paper, and Ty called requesting, almost pleading, that Scott call as soon as he got back. He had to see him, post haste. The call to Doug was simple. "Yes, I'm back. The hackers are real. They are a threat. Pierre is still alive. I have more material than we can use. I did take notes, and my butt is sunburned. If there's nothing else, I'm dead on my feet and I will see you in the morning. Click. Now, he wanted to talk to Tyrone as much as it sounded like Ty wanted to speak to him. Where was he? Probably at the office. He dialed quickly. Tyrone answered with equal speed. Are you back? Ty asked excitedly. Yeah, just got in. I need to talk to you. Not as much as we do, buddy. Where are you now? Home. Why? I'll see you in an hour. Wait there. The FBI man was in control. Where the hell else am I going to go? Scott thought. Scott piddled around making piles for his maid, unpacking and puttering around the kitchen. Everything in the fridge needed cooking, and there was not enough energy for that, so he decided to take a shower. That might give him a few more hours before he collapsed. Exactly 1 hour later, as promised, Tyrone Duncan rang Scott's doorbell. They exchanged a few pleasantries and then plunged into intense information exchange. They grabbed a couple of beers and sat opposite each other in overstuffed chairs by Scott's wide fireplace. Boy, have I learned a lot, said Scott. I think you may be right, said Tyrone. Of course I am. I did learn a lot, Scott said with a confused look on his face. No, I mean about what you said. I haven't said anything yet. I think there's a conspiracy. Scott winced too. Himself as he said the one word that was the bane of many a reporter. I said I think you were right and are right. What the devil are you talking about? Scott was more confused than ever. Remember a few months back on the train we were talking? Of course we were talking. Scott recognized the humor in the conversation. No, I mean we were. Shit, shut up and listen or I'll arrest you. On what charge? CRS. Yeah, can't remember shit. Shut up. Scott leaned back in his chair, sipping away. He had gotten to Ty, hooked him, reeled him in, and watched him flop on the deck. It pissed Ty off to no end to allow himself to be suckered into Scott's occasional inanity. When this whole blackmail thing started up, there was no apparent motivation, Tyrone began. One day you said that the motivation might be a disruption of normal police and FBI operations. I think you might be right. It's looking more and more that the blackmail stuff was a diversion. What makes you think so now? Scott asked. We had a ton of cases in the last few weeks, same victims as before, who were being called again, but this time with demands. They were being asked to cough up a lot of cash in a short time and stash it in a very public place. We had dozens of stakeouts watching the drop points for a pickup. It read like the little bastards were finally getting greedy. You know what I mean? Scott nodded in agreement, thinking, where is this going? So we had a couple hundred agents tied up waiting for the bad guys to show up. And you know what? No one showed. No one, damn it. There must have been 50 million in cash, sitting in bus terminals, train stations, health clubs, you name it, and no one comes to get any of it. There's something wrong with that picture. And you think it's a cover? Right? Scott grinned wide. For what? Ty shrank back in mild sublimation. Well, he began, that is one small piece of the puzzle I haven't filled in yet. But I thought you might be able to help with that. Tyrone Duncan's eyes met Scott's and said, I am asking as a friend as well as an agent. Come on, we both win on this one. Stop begging, Ty. It doesn't benefit a member of the president's police force. Scott teased. Of course I was going to tell you. You're going to read about it soon enough, and I know, he said half seriously, you won't screw me again. Ouch, thought Tyrone. Why not pour in the salt while you're at it? I wouldn't worry. No one thinks there's a problem. I keep shouting and being ignored. It's infinitely more prudent in the government to fuck up by non-action than by taking a position and acting upon it. I'm on a solo. Good enough, Scott assured Ty. Another beer? It felt good. They were back friends again. Yeah, it's 6 o'clock somewhere, Tyrone sighed. So what's your news? You know I went over to this hackers conference. In Amsterdam, added Tyrone. Right, and I saw some toys that you can't believe, Scott said intently. The term hacker should be replaced with Dr. Hacker. These guys are incredible. To them, there is no such thing as a locked door. They can get into and screw around with any computer they want. Nothing new there, said Ty. Bullshit, they're organized. These characters make up an entire underground society that admittedly has few rules, but it's the most coherent bunch of anarchists I ever saw. What of it? Remember that van, the one that blew up, and how can I forget? And then my Tempest article. Yeah, I know, I'm sorry, Tyrone said sincerely. Fuck it, it's over. Wasn't your fault. Anyway, I saw the equipment in actual use. I saw them read computers with antennas. It was absolutely incredible. It's not bullshit. It really works. Scott spoke excitedly. You say it's Tempest? No, anti-Tempest. These guys have got it down. Regardless, the stuff works. So what? It works. So let's say if the hackers use these computer monitors to find out all sorts of dirt on companies, Scott slowly explained as he organized his thoughts. Then they issue demands and cause all sorts of havoc and paranoia. They ask for money. Then they don't come to collect it. So what have they achieved? Scott asked rhetorically. They tied up one shitload of a lot of police time, I'll tell you that. Exactly why? Diversion. That's where we started, Ty said. But who is the diversion for? The light bulb went off in Tyrone's head. The hackers. Right, agreed Scott. They're the ones who are going to do whatever it is that the diversion is covering. Did that make sense? No, laughed Ty, but I got it. Why would the hackers have to be covering for themselves? Couldn't they be working for someone else? I doubted. This is one independent bunch of characters, Scott affirmed. Besides, there's more. What happened in D.C.? True below, interrupted Ty. Bingo. And there's something else, too. What? I've been hearing about a computer system called the Freedom League. Nothing specific, just that everything about it sounds too good to be true. It usually is. And one other thing. If there is some sort of hacker plot, I think I know someone who's involved. Did he admit anything? No, nothing. But, well, we'll see. Scott hesitated and stuttered. Trouble, he said something to me. Excuse me? Ty said with disbelief. I thought his brains were leaking out. Thanks for reminding me. I had to buy a new wardrobe. And Atan, where've you been? Well, Scott blushed. That's another story. Okay, Romeo, how did he talk? What did he say? Ty asked doubtfully. He told me that Draf was sick. Who's D-Graf? D-Graf, laughed Scott, is how your secretary keeps your life organized. It's the most popular piece of software in the world. Troubelos founded the company. And I think I know what he meant. He's a nerdy whiz kid, huh? Joked Tyrone. Just the opposite. Mongo's sex appeal to the ladies. No, his partner was the... Scott stopped mid-sentence. Hey, I just remembered something. Troubelow had a partner. He founded the company with him. A couple of days before they went public, his partner died. Shook up the industry. Shortly thereafter, Datatech bought them. And you think there's a connection? Maybe, I can't remember exactly, Scott said. Hey, you can find out. How? Your computers. They're at the office. Scott pointed to his computer and Tyrone shook his head. Violently, I don't know how to. Ty, Scott said calmly. Call your secretary. Ask her for the number and your passwords. Scott persuaded Ty to be humble and dial his office. He was actually able to guide Ty through the process of accessing one of the largest collections of information in the world. How did you know we could do that? Ty asked after they logged into the FBI computer from Scott's study. Good guess. I figured you guys couldn't function without remote access. Lucky. Tyrone scowled kiddingly at Scott. You going over to the other side, boy? You seem to know an awful lot. That's how easy this stuff is. Anyone can do it. In fact, I heard a story about octogenarian hackers who work from their nursing homes. I guess it replaces sex. Bullshit, Tyrone said, pointing at his chest. This is one dude who knows the real thing. No placebos for me. They both laughed. You know how to take it from here? Asked Scott once a main menu appeared. Yeah, let me at it. What the hell did you want to know anyway? I imagine you have a file on D-Graph somewhere inside the over 400,000 active files maintained at the FBI. I'm beginning to worry about you. That's classified. It's all in the company you keep, Scott chided. Just ask it for a draft. Tyrone selected an inquiry database and asked the computer for what it knew about D-Graph. In a few seconds, a submenu appeared entitled D-Graph Inc. Under the heading App appeared several options. 1. Company history. 2. Financial records. 3. Products and services. 4. Management. 5. Stockholders. 6. Activity. 7. Legal. 8. Comments. Not bad. Chided Scott. Got that on everyone? Tyrone glared at Scott. You shouldn't even know this exists. Hey, do me a favor, will ya? When I have to lie later, at least I want to be able to say you weren't staring over my shoulders. Dick. No problem, Scott said as he pounced on the couch in front of the desk. He knocked a few days of mail onto the floor to make room. Okay, who founded the company? Founded 1984, Pierre Troubadour and Max Jones. That's it, exclaimed Scott. Max Jones. Where? Cupertino, California. What date did they go public? Scott asked quickly. August 6th, 1987. Anything else, Massaw? Tyrone jibed. Can you tie into the California Highway Patrol computers? What if I could? Well, if you could, I thought it would be interesting to take a look at the police reports. Because, as I remember, there was something funny about Max Jones, Scott said, and then added mockingly, but that's only if you have access to the same information that anyone can get for $2. It's all public information anyway. You know I'm not supposed to be doing this, Tyrone said as he pecked at the keyboard. Bullshit, you do it all the time. Not as a public service. The screen darkened and then announced that Tyrone had been given access to the CHPP computers. So suppose I could do that. I suppose you'd want a copy of it. Only if the switch on the right side of the printer is turned on and if the paper is straight. Otherwise, I just wouldn't bother. Scott stared at the ceiling. While the dot matrix printer sang a high-pitched song as the head traveled back and forth, Tyrone scanned the print out coming from the computers in California. You have one Fukuva memory, shit. Scott sat up quickly. What does it say? Scott pressured. It appears that your friend Max Jones was killed in an automobile accident on Highway 275 at 12:30 a.m. Ty stopped for a moment to read more. He was found, dead, at the bottom of a ravine where his car landed after crashing through the barriers, pretty high speed, and the brake lines were cut. Holy shit, Scott said, rising from his chair. Does two a pat turn make? You mean Troubadour and Max? Asked Tyrone. Yeah, they'll do. In my mind, it would warrant further investigation. He made a mental note. Anything else there? Scott asked. This is the kicker, Ty added. The investigation lasted 2 days. Upstairs, told the department to make it a quick and clean, open and shut case of accident. I assume no one from D-Graph had any reason to doubt what the police told them. It sounds perfectly rational. Why should they if nobody kicked up a stink? Ty said to himself. Hey, he said to Scott, you think he was murdered, don't you? You bet your ass I do, Scott affirmed. Think about it. The two founders of a company the size of D-Graph, they're huge, one dead from a suspicious accident. and the other the target of an assassination and in deep shit in the hospital. And it was the hackers, right? Laughed Tyrone. Maybe, Scott said seriously. Why not? It's all tying together. There's no proof, Tyrone said. No, and I don't need it yet, but I sense the connection. That's why I said there's a conspiracy. He used that word again. And who was behind it and why? Pray tell? Tyrone needled Scott. Nothing's even happened, and you're already spouting conspiracy. I need to do something. 2 things. Scott spoke firmly but vacantly. I need to talk to Kirk. I think there's something wrong with Drath, and he can help. And 2? I'd like to know who I saw in Amsterdam. Why? Tia asked. Because he's got something to do with whatever it is. He as much as admitted it. I think I can help with that one, offered Ty. Huh. Scott looked surprised. How about we go into my office and see who this guy is? Tyrone enjoyed the moment. One-upping Scott. Tomorrow, Scott decided that the fastest way to reach Kirk, he really needed Kirk, was to write a queue in an article. Scott dialed the paper's computer from his house and opened a file. He hadn't planned on writing today. God, how long have I been? Awake? This was the easiest way to contact Kirk now, but that was going to change. Tyrone left early enough for Scott to write a quick piece that would be sure to make an inside page, page 12 or 14. Tuesday, January 12. The Computer as Weapon, by Scott Mason. Since the dawn of civilization, man has had the perverse ability to turn good into bad, white into black, hot into cold, life into death. History bears out that technology is falling into the same trap. The bow and arrow, the gun, they were created to help man survive the elements and feed himself. Today, millions of guns are bought with no purpose other than to hurt another human being. The space program was going to send man to the stars. Instead, we have Star Wars. The great advantages that technology has brought modern man have been continuously subverted for malevolent uses. What if the same is true for computers? Only yesterday, in order to spy on my neighbor or my opponent, I would hire a private eye to perform the surveillance. And it was a constant danger of his being caught. Today, I'd hire me the best computer hacker I could get my hands on and sic him on the targets of my interest through their computers. For argument's sake, let's say I want advanced information on companies so I can play the stock market. I have my hacker get inside the SEC computers. He can get in from literally thousands of locations nationwide and read up on the latest figures before they're reported to the public. Think of betting the whole wad on a race with only one horse. I would imagine, and I am no lawyer, that if I broke into the SEC offices and read through their file cabinets, I would be in a mighty poke of trouble. But catching me in their computer is an extraordinary exercise in resource, frustration, and usually futile. For unlike the burglar, the computer criminal is never at the scene of the crime. He is 10 or 100 or 1,000 miles away. Besides, the better computer criminals know the systems they attack so well that they can cover their tracks completely. No one will ever know they were an uninvited guest. Isn't then the computer a tool, a weapon, of the computer crimi now? I can use my computer as a tool to pry open your computer, and then once inside I use it to perhaps destroy pieces of your computer or your information. I wonder then about other computer crimes, and I will include viruses in that category. Is the computer or the virus the weapon? Is the virus a special kind of computer bullet? The intent and the result is the same. I recall hearing an articulate man recently make the case that computers should be licensed and that not everyone should be able to own one. He maintained that the use of a computer car ride with it an inherent social responsibility. What if the technology that gives us the world's highest standard of living, convenience, and luxury was used instead as a means of disruption, a technological civil disobedience, if you will? What if political's strength came from the corruption of an opponent's computer systems? Are we not dealing with a weapon as much as a gun is a weapon? my friend pleaded. Clearly the computer is friend, and the computer by itself is not bad, but recent events have clearly demonstrated that it can be used for sinister and illegal purposes. It is the use to which one puts the tool that determines its effectiveness for either good or bad. Any licensing of computers' information, temps, would be morally abhorrent, a veritable decimation of the Bill of Rights. But I must recognize that the history of industrialized society does not support my case. Automobiles were once not licensed. Do we want it any other way? I am sure. Many of you wish that driver's licenses were harder to come by. Radio transmitters have been licensed for most of this century, and many a civil libertarian will make the case that because they are licensed, it is a restriction on my freedom of speech to require approval by the government before broadcast. On the practical side, does it make sense for 10 radio stations all trying to use the same frequency? Cellular phones are officially licensed, as are CBs. Guns require licenses in an increasing number of states, so it might appear logical to say that computers be licensed to prevent whatever overcrowding calamity may unsuspectingly befall us. The company phone effectively licenses lines to you with the added distinction of being able to record everything you do. Computers represent an obvious boon and a potential bane. When computers are turned against themselves, under the control of humans, of course, or against the contents of the computer under attack, the results can ripple far and wide. I believe we are indeed fortunate that computers have not yet been turned against their creators by faction groups vying for power and attention. Thus far, isolated events caused by ego or accident have been the rule, and large-scale, coordinated, well-executed computer assaults non-existent. That, though, is certainly no guarantee that we will not have to face the computer terrorists tomorrow. This is Scott Mason searching the galaxy at Wart 9. Tuesday, January 12, Federal Square, New York. Tyrone was required to come to the lobby of the FBI headquarters, sign Scott in, and escort him through the building. Scott didn't arrive until almost 11. He let himself sleep in the hopes of making up for lost sleep. He knew it didn't work that way, but 12 hours of dead rest had to do something. Tyrone explained they took an elevator 2 levels beneath the street that they were going to work with a reconstructionist. A man with a very powerful computer will build up the face that Scott saw, piece by piece. They opened a door that was identified by only a number and entered an almost sterile workplace. A pair of Sun workstations with large, high-resolution monitors sat on large white tables by one wall, with a row of racks of floor-to-ceiling disk drives and tape units opposite. "Remember," Tyrone cautioned, "no names." "Right," said Scott, "no names." Tyrone introduced Scott to Vinny, who would be running the computer. Vinny's first job was to familiarize Scott with the procedure. Tyrone told Vinny to call him in his office when they had something. He had other matters to attend to in the meantime. Of obvious Italian descent, with a thick Brooklyn accent, Vinny Miscelli epitomized the local boy making good. His lantern jaw and classic Roman good looks were out of place among the blue suits and white shirts that typified the FBI. "All I need," Vinny said, "is a brief description to get things started. Then, we'll fix it piece by piece." Scott loosely described the spook. Dark hair, good-looking, no noticeable marks, and, of course, the dimples. The face that Vinny built was generic. No unique features, just a nose and the other parts that anatomically make up a face. Scott shook his head. "No, that's not even close." Vinny seemed undaunted. "Okay, now, I am going to stretch the head, the overall shape, and you tell me where to stop. All right?" Vinny asked, beginning his manipulation before Scott answered. "Sure," said Scott. Vinny rolled a large trackball built into the keyboard, and the head on the screen slowly stretched in height and width. The changes didn't help Scott much. He but asked Vinny to stop at one point, anyway. "Don't worry, we can change it later again. How about the eyes?" "Two," said Scott seriously. Vinny gave Scott an ersatz dirty look. Everyone does it, said Vinny, once. He grinned at Scott. The eyebrows, they were bushier, said Scott. Good, tell me when. The eyebrows on the face twisted and turned as Vinny moved the trackball with his right hand and clicked at the keyboard with his left. That's close, Scott said. Yeah, hold it. Vinny froze the image where Scott indicated and they went on to the hair. Longer, Wavier, less of a part. They worked for an hour, Vinny at the computer controls and Scott changing every imaginable feature on the face as it evolved into one with character. Vinny sat back in his chair and stretched. How's that? He asked Scott. Scott hesitated. He felt that he was making too many changes. Maybe this was as close as it got. It's good, he said without conviction. There was a slight resemblance. That's what they all say, Vinny said. It's not even close yet. He laughed as Scott looked shocked. All we've done so far is get the general outline. Now, we work on the details. For another 2 hours, Scott commented on the subtle changes Vinny made to the face. Nuances that one never thinks of. The curve of the cheek, the half-dozen angles of the chin, the hundreds of earlobes, eyes of 1,000 shapes, they went through them all, and the face took form. Scott saw the face take on the appearance of the spook. More and more it became the familiar face he had spent hours with a few days ago. As he got caught up in the building and discovery process, Scott issued commands to Vinny. Thicken the upper lip, just a little. Higher forehead. He blurted out change after change, and Vinny executed every one. Actually, Vinny preferred it this way, being given the orders. After all, he hadn't seen the face. There, that's the spook, exclaimed Scott suddenly. You sure? Asked Vinny, sitting back in the plush computer chair. Yup, Scott said with assurance. That's him. Okay, let's see what we can do. Vinny rapidly typed at the keyboard and the picture of the face disappeared. The screen went blank for a few seconds until it was replaced with a 3-dimensional color model of a head. The back of the head turned and the visage of the spook stared at them both. It was an eerie feeling, and Scott shuddered as the disembodied head stopped spinning. Take a look at this, Vinny said as he continued typing. Scott watched the head, spook's head, come alive. The lips were moving as though he was trying to speak. I can give it a voice if you'd like. Will that help? Scott asked. Nah, not in this case, Vinny said. But it is fun. Let's make sure that we got the right guy here. We'll take a look at him from every angle. The head moved to the side for a left profile. I'll make a couple of gross adjustments, and you tell me if it gets any better. They went to another hour of fine-tuning the 3D head, modifying skin tones, texture, hairstyle, and a score of other subtleties. When they were done, Scott remarked that the image looked more like the spook than the spook himself. Incredible. Scott was truly impressed. This is where taxpayers' money went. Vinny called Tyrone, and by the time he arrived, the color photographs and digital maps of the images were ready. Scott followed Tyrone down one corridor, then another, through a common area, and down a couple more hallways. They entered room 322B. The innocuous appearance of the door did not prepare Scott for what he saw. A huge computer room, at least a football field in length. Blue and tan and beige, and a few black metal cabinets that housed hundreds of disparate yet coexisting computers. Consoles with great arrays of switches, row upon row of video and graphic displays as far as the eye could see. Thousands of white 2-by-2-foot square panel floors hid miles of wires and cables that interconnected the maze of computers in the underground control center. There appeared to be a number of discrete areas, where large computer consoles were centered amidst racks of tape or disk drives, which served as the only separation between workers. This is Big Floyd, Tyrone said proudly, or at least one part of him. Who or what is Big Floyd? Big Floyd is a huge national computer system tied together over the secure automated message network. This is the most powerful computer facility outside of the NSA. Quiet conversations punctuated the hum of the disk drives and the clicks of solenoids switching and the printers pushing reams of paper. The muted voices could not be understood, but they rang with purpose. The room had an almost reverent character to it, where speaking too loud would surely be considered blasphemous. Scott and Tyrone walked through banks and banks of equipment, more computer equipment than Scott had ever seen in one location. In fact, the Federal Square Computer Center is on the pioneering edge of forensic technology. The NSA computers might have more oomph, but the FBI computers have more purpose. Tyrone stopped at one control console and asked if they could do a match, stat. Of course, anything for Mr. Duncan. RHEIP, Tyrone said. Scott recognized the acronym. Rank has its privilege. Tyrone gave the computer operator the pictures and asked him to explain the process to Scott. I take these pictures and put them in the computer with a scanner. The digitized images are stored here, he said, pointing at a rack of equipment. Then we enter the subject's general description, height, physique, and so on. He copied the information into the computer. Now we ask the computer to find possible matches. You mean the computer has photos of everyone in there? Scott asked incredulously. No, Scott. Just the bad guys and people with security clearances and public officials. Your Aunt Tilly is safe from Big Brother's prying eyes. The reason for Ty's sarcasm was clear to Scott. Tyrone was not exactly acting in an official capacity on this part of the investigation. How many do you have? Pictures, that is? Scott asked more diplomatically. That's classified, Tyrone said quickly. The hackers say you have files on over 100 million people. Is that true? Scott asked. Tyrone glared at him, as if to say, shut the fuck up. Scott took the nonverbal hint, and they watched in silence as the computer word searching for similar photo files in its massive memory. Within a couple of minutes, the computer said that there were 4 possible matches. At the end of the 10-minute search, it was up to 16 candidates. We'll do a visual instead of a second search, said the man behind the keyboard. We'll start with the 90% matches. There are 2 of them. A large monitor flashed with the picture of a man that, while not unlike the spook in features, was definitely not him. The picture was a high-quality color photograph. No, not him, Scott said without pause. The computer operator hit a couple of keys. A second picture flashed on the monitor and Scott's face lit up. That's him, that's the spook. Tyrone had wondered if they would find any matches. While the FBI database was probably the largest in the world, it was unlikely that there was a comprehensive library of teenage hackers. Are you sure? Tyrone emphasized. The word sure. Positive, yes, that's him. Let's have a quick look at the others before we do a full retrieve, said the computer operator. Tyrone agreed, and 14 other pictures of men with similar facial characteristics to the spook appeared on the screen, all receiving a quick no from Scott. Spook's picture is brought up again and again, Scott said. That's him. All right, Mike, Tyrone said to the man running the computer. Do a retrieve on OBR3A. Mike nodded and stretched over to a large printer on the side of the console. He pushed a key, and in a few seconds, the printer spewed out page after page of information. OBR3 is a super-secret computer system designed to fight terrorism in the United States. OBR3 and Big Floyd regularly spoke to similar but smaller systems in England, France, and Germany, with only small bits of data. It can extrapolate potential terrorist targets and who is the likely person behind the attacks. OBR3 is an expert system that learns continuously as the human mind does. Within seconds, it can provide information on anyone within its memory. Tyrone pulled the first page from the printer before it was finished and read to himself. He scanned it quickly until one item grabbed his attention. His eyes widened. Boy, when you pick 'em, Tyrone whistled. What? What? Scott strained to see the printout, but Tyrone held it away. It's no wonder he calls himself Spook, Tyrone said to no one in particular. He's ex-NSA. He ripped off the final page of the printout and called Scott to follow him, cursorily thanking the computer operators for their assistance. Scott followed Tyrone to an elevator, and they descended to the fifth and bottom level, where Tyrone headed straight to his office with Scott in tow. He shut the door behind him and showed Scott a chair. There's no way I should be telling you this, but I owe you, I guess, and anyway, maybe you can help. Tyrone rationalized, showing the information to Scott, both a civilian and a reporter. He may have questioned the wisdom, but not the intent. Besides, as had been true for several weeks, everything Scott learned from Tyrone Duncan was off the record. Way off. For now. The spook's real name was Miles Foster. Scott scanned the file. A lot of it was government speak and security clearance interviews for his job at NSA. An entire life was condensed into a few files, covering the time from when he was born to the time he resigned from the NSA. Scott found much of his life boring, and he really didn't care that Miles's third-grade teacher remembered him as being a good boy, or that his high school counselor, though he could go a long way. This doesn't sound like the Spook I know, Scott said after glancing at the clean, regimented life and times of Miles Foster. Did you expect it to? Asked Ty. I guess I never thought about it. I just figured it would be a regular guy, not a real spook for the government. Shit happens. So I see. Where do we go from here? Scott asked in awe of the technical capabilities of the FBI. How about a sanity check? Tyrone asked. When were you in Amsterdam? Last week. Why? Tyrone sat behind his computer, and Scott noticed that his fingers seemed almost too fat to be of much good. If I can get this thing to work, let's see, where's the control key? Scott gazed on as Tyrone talked to himself while working the keyboard and reading the screen. Foster, airline, foreign, the dates. He looked up at a large wall calendar. All right, shit, delete, okay, that's it. What are you doing? Asked Scott. Just want to see if your boy really was in Europe with you. You don't believe me, shouted Scott. No, I believe you, but I need some proof. Dig? Tyrone said. If he's up to something, we need to find out what, step by step. You should know that. Yeah, I do, Scott resigned. It's just that I'm not normally the one being questioned. Know what I mean? Our training is more, well, it's a moot point now. Your Mr. Foster flew to Amsterdam and then back to Washington the next day. I believe I have some legwork ahead of me. I would like to learn a little more about Mr. Miles Foster. Scott talked Tyrone into giving him a copy of one of the images of Miles, aka Spuck. He was hoping that Kirk would call him tonight. In any case, Scott needed to buy an image scanner if Kirk was going to be of help. When he got home, he made room on his personal nightmare, his desk, for the flatbed scanner, then played with it for several hours, learning how to scan an image at the right sensitivity, the correct brightness and reflectivity for the proper resolution. He learned to bring a picture into the computer and edit or redraw the picture. Scott scanned the picture of the spook into the computer and enjoyed adding mouse touches, subtracting teeth and stretching the ears. At midnight, on the button, Scott's computer beeped. It was Kirk. WTFO, you got my message. Subtly is not your storm point. I didn't want to miss. Gotcha, you rang. First of all, I want a better way to contact you since I assume you won't tell me who you are. Right. And I've taken care of that. Call 213-553-08. When you hear the beep, enter your number. I'll call you as soon as I can. So you're in New York. Maybe. Maybe not. Call forwarding. I could get the address of the phone and trace you down. I don't think you would do that. And why not, may I ask? 'Cause W have a deal. Right. You're absolutely right. Now that I'm right. What's up? I met with the spook, you tinned. The conference was great, but I need to know more. I've just been sniffing around the edges and I can't smell what's in the oven. What about the spook? Tell me about it. I have picture of him for you. I scanned it. Very good, clap, clap. I'll send you spook.pics. Let me know what you think. Okay, send away. Scott chose the file and issued the command to send it to Kirk. While it was being sent, they couldn't speak, and Scott learned how long it really takes to transmit a digital picture at 2400 baud. He got absorbed in a magazine and almost missed the miss stage on the computer. That's not the spook. Yes, it is. I met him. No, it's not the real smoke. I've met him. He's partly bald and has a long nose and lasses. This Gwyzagishin modal cam, you've got to be putting me on. I traveled 3,000 miles for an imposter? I Gus S.O. This is not the spook I now. Then who is it? Who the hell should I now? Just thought I'd ask. What's going on, Repo? Deep shit, and I need your help. Got the man looking over your donkey? No, he's not here, honest. I have an idea, and you're gonna think it's nuts, I know. But I have to ask you for a couple of favors. What may they be? The Freedom League. I need to know as much about it as I can, without anyone knowing that I want the information. Is that possible? Of course. They're buzzers. I can get in easy. Why? Well, that brings up the second favor. D-Graph. Do you own it? Search. Everyone does. Legal or not. Legal or not. Can't you guys take apart a program to see what makes it tick? Reverse engineering, you whack. Then I would like to ask if you would look at the draft program and see if it has a virus in it. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.